In my senior year of high school, I gave up my identity as the heir to a billionaire family, cut off ties with family members, decided to return to my adoptive mother. Fang Pingan, you still remember to come back? What time is it now? There was a hint of anger in the eldest sister Fang Qingyan's voice. Hongjun came back a long time ago. Why didn't you call, making everyone wait for you? Third sister Fang Zhidia was still full of disgust. Fang Pingan just walked into the gate of the villa and looked up to see four familiar figures. The eldest, second, and third sisters stood at the door, and Fang Hongjun stood behind them with a calm look in his eyes. He stopped and looked at the people in front of him with mixed feelings. Among the four, Fang Pingan has three older sisters and a fourth sister, Fang Miaoshuan, who is his half-sister. Fang Hongjun is his half-brother, who was born a dozen days younger than him. He had no idea about all this until he fell down at school and discovered these secrets. He looked at them with mixed emotions in his heart. 2 hours ago, Fang Pingan was sitting on the steps in front of the school gate, his mind in a mess. After falling, a lot of information suddenly appeared in his mind, including past memories and things he had never experienced. He realized that he had returned to the time before his death, as if he had been reborn. It turns out that I have died once. Fang Pingan looked up and sighed, with mixed feelings. Wiping the blood off his palm, he suddenly thought of Fang Hongjun. He is also a member of the Fang family. Although he is an illegitimate child, he is still a part of the Fang family. During these 4 years, he had always felt Fang Hongjun's hostility, and only now did he understand the reason. Fang Pingan recalled that day when two people who claimed to be his biological parents suddenly came to his house. They were the boss and wife of the Fang group in Yunqing and the patriarchs of the Fang and Zhao families. After doing a paternity test, he learned that he was not the biological son of his adoptive parents, but a wealthy child who had been abandoned. That day, he really returned to the Fang family and learned that he had 4 sisters and a brother. He found that Fang Hongjun had always been hostile to him, and among the 4 sisters, only Fang Miaoshuan was indifferent to him. In her opinion, study and future were the most important, and it didn't matter whether she had more or fewer brothers. Fang Qingyan works at Fang Group. She is aloof, busy with work, and doesn't care about herself. Fang Jinglei is a freelance writer and screenwriter. She is introverted and busy with her own things. Fang Zhidia, who was a college student at the time and now works in a law firm, tends to favor Fang Hongjun, even though she always criticizes herself. Fang Pingan felt the indifference and alienation in his family, especially the harshness and cruelty of his father Fang Junhong. His father was strict with him but never really showed him love. Fang Pingan had always thought that wealthy families had the same strict requirements for their children, so he always followed them. However, not long after, he discovered that Fang Hongjun did not seem to have these strict requirements. Especially his mother, Zhao Wei, although she has a weak character and is easily influenced by others, she always dotes on Fang Hongjun and never blames him. Fang Pingan gradually realized that behind all this were the deep-seated problems brought about by Fang Hongjun. Fang Pingan reflected on his relationship with this family. In the past, he thought he could live a stable life like in his adoptive parents' home, but the reality was far from that. He had already felt his father's indifference towards him, and he also knew that his mother had already leaned towards Fang Hongjun. He was filled with disappointment and anger. Despite this, Fang Pingan remained calm and thought about his next plan. Knowing what would happen in the future, he began to hesitate. Should he directly reveal Fang Hongjun's true identity or keep silent for the time being? He even considered confronting Fang Hongjun directly and fighting back against all the oppression he had suffered in the past. He didn't know whether he should reveal the relationship between Fang Hongjun and his father immediately or wait until the right time came. After wandering outside for a long time, Fang Pingan finally decided to go home and give it a try. Will my family accept me? I also have the opportunity to choose again. He made a secret decision in his heart. He walked for more than an hour and finally returned home. He knew that he had to understand his family's attitude towards him before he could make the right choice. He was ready for whatever the result would be. At worst, I can just give up this family. I don't want these family members anymore. If only they could treat him like his adoptive parents and family, he would stay. First, he needs to know his family's attitude and choice. Secondly, he already knew why Fang Hongjun was targeting him. If Fang Hongjun wanted to kill him and monopolize the position of heir to the Fang family like he did in his previous life, then don't blame him for being rude. Chapter 2 Beat Fang Hongjun violently. I didn't ask you to wait for me. As for the call, my cell phone was out of battery and I couldn't notify you. Is it necessary to be so anxious? Fang Pingan said coldly. The 4 of them looked at each other in surprise. How dare you speak like that? Fang Zhidia asked sharply, her voice too loud. Fang Pingan walked closer with a cold look in his eyes. We are all our parents' children. Why can't we talk like this? Do you think you are noble? Or do you think I am inferior to you? He stared at their expressions. Fang Qingyan frowned slightly, obviously displeased. But she was cold and silent. Fang Jinglei was a little surprised, and didn't seem to understand why Fang Pingan suddenly fought back. Fang Pingan looked at Fang Hongjun. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down, as if it had nothing to do with him. The family always believed that he was the culprit who made Fang Hongjun silent. This formed a vicious cycle. The more tolerant Fang Pingan was, the more Fang Hongjun avoided him. Damn it! Fang Pingan was furious, thinking of the pain in his last life, and wanted to attack Fang Hongjun immediately. He stepped onto the steps, stood in front of Fang Hongjun, and said coldly, "Don't you want to eat? If you are not hungry, don't mention eating. If you don't like me, just say it directly. Stop being sarcastic, I've already wanted to vomit." Fang Qingyan was stunned for a moment, her eyebrows raised. "How dare you say that to your sister?" Fang Zhidia was furious, pointing at Fang Pingan and cursing, "Okay, I'll tell you straight out, I just don't like you. What can you do to me?" Fang Pingan chuckled, and the strap of his bag slipped off his hand. "You are my sisters, what can I do to you?" But, before he finished speaking, he kicked Fang Hongjun's crotch hard. Fang Hongjun uttered a low groan, then fell to the ground, holding his hands over the painful area, and rolled over in pain. The three Fang sisters were frightened by the sudden change and screamed. Fang Pingan, you are crazy. Hongjun, are you okay? Fang Pingan, why did you hit someone? Dad, Fang Pingan hit someone. Fang Zhidia anxiously tried to help Fang Hongjun up, but she was powerless. Fang Pingan felt a little relieved, but he did not stop. He swung his school bag and hit Fang Hongjun hard on the side of his face. The school bag was filled with heavy objects, and the heavy dictionary hit Fang Hongjun hard, causing him to scream in pain. Fang Pingan swung the school bag again, and at this time Fang Qingyan finally came to her senses. She pushed Fang Pingan, and his school bag fell to the ground with a dull sound. Fang Zhidia screamed and ran over to help Fang Hongjun up, but Fang Pingan still didn't intend to stop. The rage in his heart burned completely. The root of all this was Fang Hongjun. He kicked Fang Hongjun hard, and he also felt a sharp pain. Fang Pingan lost his balance and was pushed to the ground by Fang Jinglei and Fang Qingyan. Fang Hongjun fainted. Fang Pingan quickly got up. The door was pushed open. Fang Junhong and Zhao Wei hurried out, followed by the servants. Zhao Wei saw Fang Hongjun's appearance, exclaimed, and then rushed to him crying. Fang Junhong looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He couldn't imagine that his son, whom he had carefully raised, was lying on the ground like this. His eyes quickly filled with bloodshot, and he was so angry that he almost exploded. He and his wife were sitting at the dinner table waiting for Fang Pingan to come back, but they heard screams coming from outside. He rushed out and saw this scene, and immediately realized that Fang Pingan had taken action, and his action was merciless. "Asshole, how dare you?" he roared, losing his usual calmness as a business tycoon, and completely disregarding his father's identity. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped Fang Pingan in the face. Fang Pingan had anticipated this scene and was ready to avoid it. He took a step back and just avoided the slap. You dare to hide?" Fang Junhong was extremely angry. Fang Pingan pointed coldly at Fang Hongjun on the ground. "Dad, aren't you going to check on him?" Zhao Wei cried with tears on her face. Hongjun, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom." Chapter 3. Fang Junhong's chest heaved violently. He turned around and glared at Zhao Wei and Fang Hongjun, then shouted angrily at his three daughters standing by. "What are you doing standing there? Call 120. Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei ran towards the door almost at the same time, while the servants stood aside, obviously not knowing what to do. Zhao Wei cried and shook Fang Hongjun, begging him to respond. Fang Junhong turned around and glared at Fang Pingan, shouting, "Do you want to kill your brother? Tell me, why did you hit him?" Zhao Wei also stopped crying and looked over while sobbing. Fang Pingan glanced at his biological mother Zhao Wei. His eyes were clear. Usually, Zhao Wei didn't look at him like her own son, and at one point it even seemed that she paid more attention to Fang Hongjun. Ever since Fang Hongjun fell ill, she has focused almost all her attention on him. Fang Pingan knew that although he and Fang Hongjun were in the same class, they were treated completely differently at home. Although he didn't want to get involved, he always felt that he could prove himself through his grades, but he never got his parents' approval. "Yeah, it turns out that I have been putting up with this family, but I found that no one cares about me." Facing Zhao Wei's disgusted and distant look, Fang Pingan became more resolute in his decision. "Why should I hit him? Of course, it's because he deserves a beating." Fang Pingan sneered and took 2 steps back and continued, "He's a bastard, and he dares to show me a bad face? Why should I be so servile to him? I am a member of the Fang family. He is not as good as me in terms of status or grades. Why should I have to look at his face? You've been asking me to put up with you for 4 years. I finally don't want to put up with you anymore." Fang Junhong roared, "Shut up." The sound made Fang Zhidia tremble all over. She turned pale and helped Zhao Wei up, but did not dare to speak again. "Everyone go back." Fang Junhong yelled at the servants, then turned to Fang Pingan and said viciously, "You'd better pray that your brother is okay. or else get out of the Fang family. Zhao Wei was stunned for a moment, looking at Fang Pingan, obviously not wanting him to leave, but also knowing that it was inappropriate to interrupt at this time. Dad, I am a member of the Fang family. How can a bastard be more important than me? Fang Pingan sneered, anger surging in his heart. I want to show you that you are not worthy of treating me like this. Zhao Wei cried, Pingan, how could you be so harsh on your brother? Fang Junhong said angrily, I brought him back from outside and raised him. He has been with your mother for 18 years. In my eyes, there is no difference. Tell me yourself, is it fair to you too in terms of material things? Except for what your sister gave him, everything else is almost the same. Fang Pingan sneered, of course it's the same. He and I both go to the same school, but I don't have a full-time driver, but he does. Did you know that you get 30,000 yuan in pocket money every week? You probably have never heard of this. That doesn't mean I'm unfair to you. Fang Junhong growled in a low voice. Fang Pingan raised his hand to stop him from continuing. What you call fairness is actually unfair to me. When I return to the Fang family, it's not just you, but also my mother and my sisters. What is your fairness? I can understand that he has been with you all these years as a substitute, but that doesn't mean I can accept you continuing to let him stay at home. Today, I want to let him know that he can never be on an equal footing with me. I am the eldest son of the Fang family, and he is not even an illegitimate child. Fang Pingan was filled with resentment and was about to explode with anger. Fang Hongjun, knowing that he is an illegitimate child, still pretends to be well-behaved and sensible. It's amazing. If I hadn't been reborn, I might have continued to be coaxed by them in this life. Chapter 4. Does it matter whether you are a biological child or not? Fang Pingan recalled the horrific experience of being kidnapped. The kidnapper threatened the Fang family and Zhao Wei with a video of him cutting off his thumb. When the Fang family sent a ransom of 2 million yuan to save face, the kidnappers raised the price on the spot, and he was stabbed in the end. The knife cut the aorta, but the Fang family only cared about Fang Hongjuan's safety and completely ignored the blood spurting from his leg. After his death, Fang Pingan floated in the air, watching the unconscious Fang Hongjun being sent to the hospital intensive care unit, while he himself was sent to the morgue. It was not until the hospital notified him that he had to be cremated that the Fang family remembered his existence. Fang Pingan drifted in the Fang family in Yunqing for more than a year before he found out that all this was designed by Fang Hongjun. He saw Fang Hongjun contact the kidnappers who had been on the run for many years and pay the balance. In order to ensure that he would inherit the Fang family, Fang Hongjun designed all this, which resulted in Fang Pingan's death. It was not until he fell down at school that he regained the memory of his past life, or the chance to be reborn. He clearly remembered that after Fang Hongjun inherited the Fang family, the fate of his mother Zhao Wei and 4 sisters changed significantly. Fang Junhong finally got the understanding of Zhao Wei's family through some means and exchange of interests. After Zhao Wei's death, Fang Hongjun rightfully inherited the Fang family and became the head of the Fang family. Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei hurried out of the room and helped the unconscious Fang Hongjun up, followed by Fang Zhidia. Fang Junhong glared at him and asked, I have been looking for you for so many years, but I didn't expect you to treat your family like this. Hongjun has always regarded you as his brother. How could you treat him like this? Do you know that your mother almost went crazy after you were lost? Do you think we don't love you? If we didn't love you, why did we spend so much time looking for you for 14 years? Fang Qingyan said coldly, Fang Pingan, you disappoint us so much. Fang Zhidia added sharply, you are an ungrateful person. Fortunately, I never considered you as a family member. Fang Pingan sneered and asked, do you really love me? If it's for love, why have I been ignored for so many years? You came to me for the Fang family's reputation, right? If I didn't look so much like you, you wouldn't care about me at all. He looked directly at Zhao Wei with eyes full of anger and sarcasm. When did you treat me as your own son? In 4 years, you have never called me your brother or son once. The series of rhetorical questions surprised everyone present, especially Fang Hongjuan's favor, which seemed to have caused Fang Pingan to completely rebel. The sound of an ambulance was heard outside, and Zhao Wei hurriedly called the servant to open the door. Red and blue flashing lights illuminated the villa, and Fang Hongjun was quickly lifted onto a stretcher and sent to the ambulance. Zhao Wei didn't even look at Fang Pingan again, and followed him directly. Fang Zhidia also hurriedly followed. Fang Qingyan held Zhao Wei and persuaded her to go back and rest. Mom, it's okay. The eldest sister and the third sister can go. You can't help much. Zhao Wei sobbed silently, with anger and resentment towards the other party's safety flashing in her eyes. The ambulance left quickly, and only the 4 members of the Fang family and the servants were left in front of the villa. Fang Pingan looked at Fang Junhong's sinister eyes and suddenly laughed. I am your biological child, right? Fang Junhong, Zhao Wei and Fang Jinglei stared at him in silence. Fang Pingan continued to ask, tell me yourself, is Fang Hongjun your biological child? Fang Junhong's face turned pale, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. Zhao Wei hurriedly defended Fang Hongjun. We have lived together for 18 years. You don't value him, but we always value him. Fang Pingan looked directly at Fang Junhong. Dad, what do you think? Is it really that important whether the child is a biological one or not? Chapter 5 From now on, Fang Junhong's face was gloomy, and he stared at Fang Pingan angrily, obviously not believing what he saw. Fang Pingan no longer showed the respect and awe he had shown him in the past. which made Fang Junhong feel particularly irritated. He had never seen Fang Pingan act like this before, especially when he mentioned his biological son. He felt a little unhappy. If it weren't for the Fang family's reputation, I might not have agreed to let you return to the Fang family. Fang Junhong said coldly, but it's useless to say anything now. Tonight, I must make you understand that you are no longer a member of the Fang family. He looked stern. It was a mistake for me to bring you back. Since you came back, this family has been disturbed by you. Now, you actually hurt someone. It's all my fault for not educating you well. It's our whole family's fault. What you did today made me completely disappointed. No, I have lost hope in you. He clenched his fists and said angrily, you and your brother have such a bad relationship, the Fang family can't tolerate you. Go away and go back to your adoptive parents' home. When you came back, your household registration was not transferred, and your bloodline was only the Fang family, but you never really became a member of the Fang family. When Zhao Wei heard this, her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade him. Junhong? Fang Junhong waved his hand to signal her to stop talking. He is useless and not worth training. For an identity, he beat Hongjun. Tomorrow, he might even kill someone for profit. The Fang family must not tolerate him. Your Zhao family's reputation will also be destroyed by him. Rather than letting him get in trouble in the future, it is better to let him go and pretend that we have never found him. Zhao Wei's eyes were full of tears. She was obviously in great pain, but she was powerless. She lowered her head, wanted to say something but stopped, and finally could only cry quietly. Fang Pingan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and sneered, are you disappointed? Have you ever seen my desire? Have you ever seen my despair? He looked at Fang Junhong coldly. From today on, I am no longer a member of the Fang family, right? Fang Junhong glared at him, but Fang Pingan continued, if I were not from the Fang family, then I would not need to endure it any longer. At least, I beat Fang Hongjun. Even though he is your favorite, I was able to vent the anger I had been holding back for 4 years. Fang Pingan picked up his school bag and put it on his shoulder. Once I leave this yard, I will no longer be a member of your family. Remember, Mr. Fang, Ms. Zhao, from now on, I am no longer your son. The three watched him walk down the steps, across the yard, and open the gate. Zhao Wei couldn't help but burst into tears. Pingan, please don't go, okay? Mom is begging you. Fang Pingan looked back and saw Zhao Wei's tears and pale face. She felt a little sad in her heart, but soon sneered. I hope we will never see each other again. I will never contact you again, and please don't contact me again. Just pretend you never came to me, or just pretend I was dead 18 years ago. He paused and looked at Zhao Wei again. Ms. Zhao, the man I beat was just your adopted son. He was just an adopted son. Fang Pingan emphasized the word, just a, and then turned and left. Zhao Wei burst into tears behind him, while Fang Jinglei remained silent, as if she was trying to hold back her emotions. Fang Junhong stared at Fang Pingan's back, his eyes filled with complexity and anger, until he disappeared out the door. Fang Pingan left slowly, throwing the keys to the side of the road, but a sour feeling inexplicably welled up in his heart. Leaving this family might not be a completely bad thing. After all, if the biological mother really values her adopted son more than her own son, then it is just an empty family with no sense of belonging at all. If I hadn't been reborn, I would probably have continued to swallow my anger like an idiot. He took a deep breath and walked towards the unknown future, his heart full of determination and relief. From now on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Chapter 6 Dad, Mom, it's me. I'm back. On a summer night, the air was filled with a hot and humid feeling, and the sea breeze brought a hint of salty smell. Fang Pingan was walking alone on the street with his school bag on his back, feeling indescribable. I felt a little empty, my heart was beating faster, and I had a little unknown excitement and stimulation. All the wealth, including New Year's money, red envelopes, and money received on birthdays, are in the bank card, and there is more than 10,000 yuan in the green bubble app on the mobile phone. The total amount was 200,000, which was a huge sum of money for him. Although it was not as much as Fang Hongjuan's pocket money, it was still a lot. Other people's lives are so luxurious, and the business insider information he knew in his previous life makes him full of confidence in how to make use of this wealth. He took a taxi and headed straight to his adoptive parents' home where he had lived for 14 years. Xingyue community is an old community, where most residents are old neighbors, the buildings are low, and elevators are scarce. Although the snack bar run by the adoptive parents is not big, the business is stable. The store was closed at this time, but they might not have rested yet. He walked on the empty streets of the community. Everything seemed particularly quiet under the cover of night. He knocked on the door of 201. The familiar iron door made him feel a little warm. The door opened, and the adopted sister Qin Shuhui shouted happily, "Brother, why are you here? Hui Hui, you have grown so tall." Qin Shuhui grabbed him and took him into the house. Inside the house, his adoptive parents Qin Xiaohua and Lu Qing came to greet him. Although they are not very old, they look older than their actual age due to years of hard work. "Pingan, come in and sit down." "Mom, I haven't had dinner yet." Lu Qing hurried to the kitchen, while Qin Xiaohua sat next to Fang Pingan and asked with concern, "Why did you come here suddenly?" Fang Pingan felt much calmer. This was his home. He had lived in this family since he was a child, and was only taken back to the Fang family 4 years ago. Dad, I'm in my 3rd year of high school and will take the college entrance examination soon. I heard that my household registration is still here. Chen Xiaohua nodded. Yes, your household registration is still here. I wanted to transfer it, but your father disagreed. He frowned and asked, does the Fang family dislike you? Fang Pingan replied casually, nothing, let's not talk about the past. From now on, I will have nothing to do with them anymore. Chen Xiaohua's face changed, and he asked with concern, did that kid bully you? Fang Pingan shook his head. The past is not important. Today, I am still your son and Hui's elder brother. This identity will never change. Chapter 7 I won't leave. I won't leave anymore. Chen Xiaohua's face recovered a little. He knew that if the child was willing to let it go, then he would not pursue it. But if Fang Pingan really wanted to make a fuss, he would never be polite to the Fang family. After all, Chen Xiaohua had raised Fang Pingan for 14 years, so how could he tolerate being looked down upon? But as his mood calmed down, he forced a smile, but he didn't notice that Fang Pingan was a little nervous at the moment. He knew that he had come too seldom in the past 4 years, and Fang Juanhong's order forced him to cut off contact with the Chen family. Fang Pingan used to care too much about the Fang family's attitude. Now looking back, he feels that he was a big idiot. The grace of raising a child is not as good as the grace of giving birth to him. He was really stupid at the time. Chen Xiaohua patted Fang Pingan on the shoulder and said with a smile, you little bastard, you're still being polite to me? This will always be your home when you come back. The room has been kept, and your mother cried for a long time after she left. Lu Qing came out of the kitchen with a pot of noodles and said with a smile, Pingan, eat quickly, it's so late. Fang Pingan took the chopsticks and said with a smile, thank you, Mom. What I really want to eat is the food you cook. Lu Qing and Chen Xiaohua smiled at each other. His parents' concern made him feel warm inside. Take your time to eat, don't rush. Chen Xiaohua turned around and ordered, go clean up the room. Pingan will stay here tonight. Lu Qing seemed a little surprised, but soon she showed a happy smile and hurried to clean up the room. Are you really not leaving? She asked excitedly. Fang Pingan smiled and said, well, I won't leave. This is my home. After finishing the noodles, Fang Pingan was about to wash the dishes when his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw Fang Qingyan's name, and the ringing continued. Fang Pingan did not respond for a moment, pressed the reject button, continued to wash the dishes, and turned his phone to silent mode. He did not want to listen to anything Fang Qingyan said. He used to admire his eldest sister the most. Apart from his father, his eldest sister always managed everything in the family. But now, Fang Pingan understood that everything Fang Qingyan did was for the benefit of the Fang family, not for family affection. Everything was over, and he didn't want to be involved in these things anymore. Walking into his old room, Fang Pingan began to pack his school bag and prepare to do his homework. Although the room was small, it was still full of familiar atmosphere. After dinner, my mood began to calm down. After Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing cleaned up the room, they quietly walked out. Take your time to rest, Chen Xiaohua said to him at the door. In the future, no matter what choice you make, we will support you. Fang Pingan responded softly, thank you, Dad, Mom. Lu Qing's voice came from outside. I shouldn't have let him go back then. She slapped Chen Xiaohua excitedly. If the Fang family comes again, you must not let him go. Chen Xiaohua smiled and comforted her. Pingan will make his own decision. We just need to support him. Lu Qing sighed. I have long felt that those people in the Fang family are not good people, especially his so-called father. Chapter 8 Is Fang Hongjun okay? Fang Pingan had only finished half of his physics paper when Chen Xiaohua knocked on the door. Can you tell me what happened? We are very worried about you. Chen Xiaohua put down his things, sat on the bed and looked at him. Fang Pingan took a deep breath. Dad, my biological father said that I am not worthy of being a member of the Fang family, and even said that it is as if I had never been born. I have already left the Fang family, and from now on, I will cut off all ties with them. His voice trembled a little. Is this something a father would do? Fang Pingan sighed. Just consider it as me taking the initiative to sever ties. I won't go back anyway. Chen Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Didn't you say before that the Fang family treated you very well? Fang Pingan did not hesitate and told him all about his experiences over the years and what happened tonight. After listening, Chen Xiaohua sat quietly for a while before speaking. Since we have left the Fang family, let's continue to be father and son like we did 4 years ago. Your adoption documents and household registration are all in our house. Tell me when you have any problems. He paused. No matter how big the Fang family is, it is nothing compared to the families in Beijing. Fang Pingan put down the pen in his hand. I know, Dad, don't worry. I won't have anything to do with them anymore. Chen Xiaohua sighed. Get ready and take a shower. Ask your mother to wash your clothes so you can wear them tomorrow. No need. Tomorrow is Friday. Wait until the weekend to wash them. Chen Xiaohua walked out of the room and returned to the living room, where he saw Lu Qing still waiting anxiously on the sofa. He whispered, the child has been wronged and has severed ties with the Fang family. Lu Qing covered her mouth in shock and looked at him in disbelief. Chen Xiaohua repeated what Fang Pingan said. After listening to it, Lu Qing was filled with anger and heartache. Xiaohua, how about we continue to adopt Pingan? Chen Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, when Pingan left, the Fang family didn't go through the formalities. Whether it's the household registration or the adoption, it's still in our house. Don't worry, we'll talk about it after the child gets out of school tomorrow. After finishing her homework, Chen Shuhui rushed into Fang Pingan's room, startling him. Brother, I'm done. She sat on the bed excitedly. Fang Pingan smiled and rubbed her hair. You are already in the first year of high school. Why are you still like in elementary school? Chen Shuhui smiled and said, I am just glad that you are back. I haven't seen you for so long. I was afraid you wouldn't recognize me in the future. Fang Pingan said with a smile. How could it be possible? How could I forget you? I'm not leaving. I'll live here forever. Chen Shuhui asked in surprise. Really? You're not lying to me? Fang Pingan smiled and nodded. Okay, we'll live here from now on. Great. She screamed happily. Fang Pingan felt warm in his heart when he saw her happy face. Okay, don't be too happy too soon. You still have to go to school tomorrow. I will help you with your homework in the future. Don't be lazy. Chen Shuhui waved her hand. No need. I have always been in the top 3 in the class. Fang Pingan smiled and said, From today on, I will no longer hide my strength. In the next weekly test, I want to be the first in the grade. She waved her fist. Come on. Fang Pingan went to the bathroom and started to wash up, preparing for a new day. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and Fang Qingyan's name popped up. Fang Pingan glanced at the call, clicked reject, and then turned his phone to silent mode. The sister he once admired the most was no longer the focus of his attention. The next morning, Fang Pingan got up a little late, around 7 o'clock. In the past, when he was at Fang's house, he always got up at 6:30, ate something, and rushed to school just in time. Today, he stood in front of the bathroom, looking at the toothbrush and glass prepared for him, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Brother, you got up late. I was ready to call you. Chen Shuhui was eating breakfast while urging him to hurry up. Fang Pingan smiled and replied, Eat quickly, and then we'll go together. The two left home together and walked to the door of the unit. Suddenly, Fang Pingan heard a familiar voice not far away. I said he must be here. He turned around and saw Fang Zhidia driving the car, and Zhao Wei sitting in the back seat with tears in her eyes. Hui, you go first. I'll go to school by myself. He whispered to Chen Shuhui, then turned and walked towards the car. Didn't we agree not to disturb each other? Fang Zhidia was angry. Fang Pingan, I gave you face, right? Zhao Wei hurriedly got out of the car and wanted to hold Fang Pingan's hand. Fang Pingan calmly took a few steps back and said, If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'm going to school. Zhao Wei stopped awkwardly and said, Pingan, it's Mom who's sorry for you. Can you come home? Her voice trembled and her words were full of regret. Fang Pingan smiled slightly. Is Fang Hongjun okay?
Chapter 9, What about my conditions? Fang Zhidia sat in the car and did not get out. She was just angry about why her mother insisted that she come along. Hearing her mother speaking so humbly, she slapped the steering wheel in anger, but ultimately did not say anything that would make Fang Pingan even angrier. Before coming, Zhao Wei had already given numerous warnings. Fang Pingan looked at his mother with a smile, saying nothing. Zhao Wei continued with a tearful voice. Hongjun is fine now. Pingan, go back with Mom. Your dad was just angry and confused yesterday. Mom promises to treat you well. Fang Pingan shook his head and said, Are you done? If you're done, I'm going to class. He took a step forward and was about to leave. Fang Zhidia suddenly opened the car door and walked down, pointing at Fang Pingan's nose and said loudly, Fang Pingan, don't go too far. Hongjun was so magnanimous after being beaten by you that he doesn't want you to apologize. Just go back with us. You are still the young master of the Fang family. Fang Zhidia never thought of Fang Pingan as her younger brother. Although they lived together for 4 years, the communication between them was almost zero during these 4 years. In other words, she basically did not give any response to Pingan's goodwill. You posted it yourself. You know I don't like you and don't acknowledge you, so don't you feel disgusted by sticking to me? She always believed that Fang Pingan cherished his identity as the young master of the Fang family very much. Once he comes of age, he will naturally be given everything he deserves according to the rules of the Fang family, a wealthy family in the capital. There is no way Fang Pingan would be willing to give up the Fang family's wealth. Even though his father kicked him out, legally, he was still the only legitimate heir to the Fang family. This guy must know this. What he is doing now is nothing more than a strategy of retreating to advance and playing hard to get. Fang Pingan stopped and smiled. Oh, no need to apologize? Is this your condition? Zhao Wei nodded quickly. No need to apologize, no need to apologize. It's Mom who's sorry for you. It's not your fault. Fang Zhidia snorted. Fang Pingan shook his head. What about my conditions? Are you willing to let Fang Hongjun move out? Zhao Wei was stunned and opened her mouth, but still said nothing. Fang Zhidia's face changed. Fang Pingan, don't go too far. I advise you to quit while you're ahead and go back with us, and everything will be fine. Fang Pingan nodded and said, I understand. Let's go. I have to go to school, otherwise I will be late. Fang Zhidia spoke before Zhao Wei. We're all here to pick you up. What else do you want? You beat Hongjun like that. Shouldn't you apologize to him? Zhao Wei took 2 steps forward, her face full of bitterness. Pingan, you won't go home with your mother? Fang Pingan exhaled and said, I won't go back. I made it very clear yesterday that if I go back, I will die a miserable death. What's more, even if I'm not afraid of death, you should at least get him out of the Fang family. Now it's obvious that you don't want him to go. If you want to choose Fang Hongjun, that is your freedom, and I have no right to interfere. Likewise, I made my own choice last night. Since I refused to give in and agree to leave the Fang family, please don't disturb my life from now on, okay? I don't have that much time to get tangled up with you guys. Fang Zhidia angrily scolded. Who do you think you are? Who are you showing this attitude to? Fang Hongjun is my brother. I won't let him go. As for you, Dad is just giving you one last chance. I wouldn't even want to come to this shabby place where low-class people stay. Do you really think you are a treasure? Zhao Wei's body was trembling. She thought that what happened yesterday was just a small conflict. Pingan, you really have to let Hongjun go? You're going to tear my heart apart. Fang Pingan looked down at his watch and realized that time was running out. If you don't leave now, you will really be late. Mrs. Fang, I understand how you feel. Fang Pingan forced a smile. Fang Hongjun was my replacement for the 14 years I was away, plus the 4 years I was back, a total of 18 years. You have lived together for 18 years and watched him grow up, so you have a deep relationship. But you shouldn't let me live under the same roof with him, and you can't even give me the most basic equality. All of you are worried that he can't accept it, but has anyone among you ever cared whether I can bear it? Has anyone ever cared about how I feel when I see my parents and relatives being taken away by someone else? You favor an outsider, and you should know clearly what kind of behavior you are doing to your own son and brother. Why should I accept such humiliation in the Fang family? Am I not comfortable living in my adoptive father's house? He turned and walked away. I still have to go to school, so I won't bother with you anymore. Like I said last night, I am no longer a member of the Fang family. I won't look for you, and please don't bother me anymore. There is no more connection between you and me. Zhao Wei really couldn't hold back her tears. Whenever she saw Fang Pingan at Fang's house, she thought he was rude and uneducated, but she never thought that it was her responsibility. She also believed that Fang Pingan's agreement to break up the relationship was just a pretense. After all, the Fang family's financial strength is quite good. Being able to enter the Fang family is something many people dream of. She thought that Fang Pingan would be as obedient as before and would try his best to do whatever she asked for, just to get her approval. In the morning, Fang Zhidia saw Zhao Wei's eyes were red, and she was annoyed and wanted to take Fang Pingan back to apologize alone. It was Zhao Wei who wanted to come. No matter what, Fang Pingan was born after she carried him for 10 months, but he was lost by the hospital right after he was born. But something is wrong now. Fang Pingan walked very quickly and disappeared from their sight in a few minutes. Zhao Wei looked at Fang Pingan's back and was very confused. She just couldn't bear to let Fang Hongjun leave her. Couldn't he understand this feeling? But he just said that he could understand, right? Her husband Fang Junhong told her that he should be strict with Ping and in order to train him well, as he would inherit the Fang family business in the future. Therefore, in the past few years, they have been very strict in ensuring each other's safety. There were even few smiling faces. But she forgot everyone's attitude and requirements towards Fang Hongjun. Compared with Fang Pingan, they were two completely different standards. Even though she was very sad now, she still didn't want Fang Hongjun to leave. That was the son she had raised from a baby to now. She spent countless efforts and resources to cultivate it. Whether in terms of study or posture and etiquette, they are almost impeccable. Although it's a bit clingy, isn't that a manifestation of the deep love between mother and child? What's wrong with this? It is said that the grace of being raised is greater than the grace of being a parent. Fang Hongjun is very good to everyone in his family. Why couldn't Fang Pingan, his own biological son, accept this? Fang Zhidia stepped forward to support Zhao Wei, frowned and advised, Mom, don't cry, go back. Next month is Hongjun's 18th birthday, and we haven't prepared the birthday party or coming-of-age ceremony yet. Zhao Wei got into the car without saying a word, and the two left. Chapter 10, since you don't want to come back, then don't come back forever. He knew very well that Fang Hongjun's grades were also very good. After all, he was Fang Junhong's son. He is so smart himself, so that bastard can't be much worse. For the past 4 years, all he knew was that the guy's grades in their school were definitely good enough to get into a 985 university. After all, from time to time, one could hear Fang Zhidia and her mother Zhao Wei praising that guy with a smug look on their faces while they were having dinner. In order to avoid conflicts and overt competition with Fang Hongjun, he basically controlled his scores in every exam. What's more, although he and Fang Hongjun were in the same school, they were not in the same class, and they rarely met each other. He shrank into his own little world, while Fang Hongjun, with a group of people, used money to pave the way for them, and they looked much more free and easy outside the school. But on campus, he is still relatively honest. If the two don't meet, there is almost no chance of conflict. Given Fang Hongjun's intelligence, he naturally wouldn't personally come forward to bully him. It is said that there are only two kinds of children in number 1 middle school. One type is either rich or noble, and there are not many people in this category. The other type is the real academic masters. There are a lot of them. Basically, all the top students in the city are in number 1 middle school. Moreover, there are various subsidies for students from poor families. Fang Pingan knew his grades. Although he was admitted to a 985 university in his previous life, he was kidnapped before he could report. This time it won't happen. Even though he has severed ties with the Fang family now, Fang Hongjun is a very good actor and is extremely cruel. Not only did he kill him, but he also continued to endure until he truly controlled the Fang family, and only then did he reveal his identity. Zhao Wei soon fell ill and passed away, and her elder sister was exposed by Fang Hongjun. Think about his 4 sisters who actually have the same parents as him. Haha, in the end, only the 4th sister Fang Yaoshuan lived a good life. The others are really miserable. Fang Zhijie and Zhao Wei returned home, looking angry. Zhao Wei was feeling sad, and had no time to think about Fang Hongjun's coming-of-age ceremony or birthday, so she went back to her room to rest. Fang Junhong, Fang Qingyan, and Fang Jinglei were all at home. Except for Fang Yaoshuan, who was a junior, everyone else was there. That's what happened. That guy didn't want to come back. Fang Zhijie sat on the sofa angrily and took a sip of Fang Jinglei's tea. Fang Junhong frowned and said angrily, "This rebellious son, even if I drive him away, does he really dare not come back? Could it be that our Fang family has let him down? He was fed and clothed, and he was not overly harsh on her. Fine. Since you don't want to come back, then don't come back forever." Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei hadn't spoken yet, but Fang Zhijie had already spoken. "Dad, you didn't see that my mom had already lowered her attitude very low this morning, and I gave her a way out, but that guy just wouldn't give in. He insists on asking us to drive brother Hongjun away. Do you think he is sick? We have been in a relationship with Hongjun for more than 10 years, and we are just going to give it up? Fang Pingan is such a vicious person." Fang Junhong said angrily, "Don't mention him in front of me anymore. Didn't he go back to his adoptive father? Then just ignore him for now and let him stay. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. I don't believe that after living a luxurious life in the Fang family for 4 years, he can still continue living in that kind of slum. Since you're not coming back, don't wait any longer. Just do what you need to do." Fang Jinglei looked up at her father, and seeing the anger on his face, she immediately gave up the idea of speaking. She originally wanted to ask her elder sister, Fang Qingyan, to wait for a moment, as she had some ideas she wanted to share with her. But then she saw Fang Qingyan standing up with her bag. "Then I'll go to the company. I have a meeting at 10:30, and in the afternoon, I'll meet with the shareholder Zhao family. Dad, you have to participate in these too, don't forget." Fang Junhong hummed, then got up and went upstairs. Fang Zhijie also stood up and said, "It's time for me to go too. Lawyer Gu is very strict, and I can't be late. Second sister, you are the only one who has more leisure time. You should stay at home and accompany Mom." She cried when she came back. Fang Jinglei waved her hand to indicate that she understood. During the break, Fatty saw Fang Pingan buying bread from the school store, and he also ran to buy 2 chicken legs. Fang Pingan grabbed one without hesitation as compensation for the fried dough sticks he had had in the morning. Even so, as they were at the age of growing up, they were both very hungry by noon. Not only them, all the children who eat at school are like hungry wolves. Number 1 middle school is only 4 stops away from his adoptive father's home, but he is reluctant to waste time. After lunch, he returned to the classroom and lay on his seat to read, while the fat man lay on the side and took a nap. It was almost 1 o'clock when a figure appeared in front of him with the sound of high heels. Looking up from behind the tall book, he saw Fang Jinglei. "Come out. I have something to tell you." Fang Jinglei's expression was very calm, and Fang Pingan couldn't tell anything. I feel a little irritated. Didn't I say that I no longer recognize me as a member of the Fang family? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? Why do you want to come to me again and again? Looking at the classmates who were either reading or sleeping in the classroom, he couldn't get angry in the classroom, so he could only nod. Fang Jinglei saw him nod and turned and left. Fang Pingan followed her down the teaching building. "I've kept the things you left at home. They're in my car. Do you want them?" Fang Jinglei asked as they walked across the open space in front of the teaching building. Fang Pingan said nothing. Fang Jinglei stopped, walked to a big tree on the side, turned around and looked at him. Fang Pingan stopped and asked, "Is this what you came for?" He was a little puzzled. Fang Yaoshuan, one of the 4 sisters in the Fang family, rarely spoke to him, but she never said anything bad to him. She simply ignored him. Others generally don't have a good attitude towards him. Fang Jinglei said nothing and just looked at him. Fang Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm not a member of the Fang family anymore, and I don't want anything from the Fang family. Just throw it away." Fang Jinglei said, "It's in the car. If you want it, come with me and get it. My coming to see you is something else." "What did you mean by the last thing you said when you left yesterday?" Fang Pingan glanced at her and said, "It's meaningless. Nothing else. I'm going back to the classroom. From now on, no matter whether there is something wrong or not, please let me go and don't come to me again. Your father said it himself, and you heard it, so just pretend you never gave birth to me." Fang Jinglei doesn't like Fang Pingan, and she knows it very well. Although I didn't like it, I didn't dislike it at all. It was just one more person to eat with, and this person rarely appeared in front of her. "You said Hongjun was just an adopted son, but you said that to Mom. What does that mean?" Chapter 11. This is my home. 11. Fang Jinglei is very beautiful, and it should be said that all the children in the Fang family are very beautiful. Among them, the second sister Fang Jinglei is the most beautiful. Not only that, she also has a pretty good figure. She and Fang Pingan were standing under the tree and talking, which not only attracted the attention of the security guard at the door, but also attracted many students who were leaning on the windows to look at them. Fang Pingan continued to shake his head. There is no special meaning. I just want to tell you that he is an adopted son. If there is nothing else, I will go back. You can go now, and don't come to see me again in the future. He turned and left. Fang Jinglei stood there, watching him quickly run across the sun-baked open space and disappear from her sight. Doesn't he really have any other intentions? But why did he repeat it at that time? That person is your adopted son, but he is only your adopted son. What does this mean? It is impossible to just say that Hongjun is an adopted son, and he is the young master of the Fang family's bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to say that. He doesn't want the things anymore. Is he worried about something, or does he really want to cut off all ties with the Fang family? She turned and walked towards the school gate. He took out a suitcase and placed it at the gatehouse, told the security guard to give it to Fang Pingan from class 3, and then left. Fang Pingan's eyes just now were very firm, and there was even a hint of mockery. She shook her hair in confusion, started the car, and left. When Fang Pingan was leaving school, he was stopped by the security guard on his way out. The beautiful lady at noon was with this boy, and the box was also his. Looking at the 2 suitcases placed by the security guard in the security room, he felt a headache. After thinking about it, I decided to just drop it off at the door of Fang's house. This will also let them know your attitude and determination. He took out his cell phone and called Chen Xiaohua, saying that he would be back a little later. He took a taxi with the box to the Fang family villa, dropped the box at the door, and left. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Fang family anymore. Let's just think of the past 4 years as just a nightmare. When I got home and opened the door, I found that my adoptive parents were at home, and there was a sumptuous dinner on the table. It was obvious that the whole family hadn't started eating yet, and were still waiting for him. Dad, Mom, didn't you check the store? He noticed a new pair of slippers in the shoe cabinet when he was changing his shoes. Chen Xiaohua said with a smile, "You came back too late yesterday, so I'll give you a welcome dinner today. We closed the store after 2 p.m. when few people came. Come and try it. Your mother made it specially for you." Lu Qing smiled and pointed at the dishes on the table. "Go wash your hands quickly. These are all the dishes you used to love to eat." Chen Shui pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "I like all of these too. My brother and I like the same things." Fang Pingan returned to his room, put his school bag down, washed his hands, and then sat at the dining table. Chen Xiaohua took out a bottle of beer from under his feet and put it on the table. "Welcome home safely. Let's have a drink today." Lu Qing smiled and glared at her husband, knowing that he was in a good mood today, and just started to put food into Fang Pingan's bowl. Chen Shui didn't mind this, because her mother also picked food for her and was not just concerned about Fang Pingan. "Brother, where have you been? You came back so late. I'm hungry." Chen Shuhui's unintentional words made Fang Pingan silent for a while before he said, "The Fang family sent the things I left there to my school, and I just dropped them off at their door. So I came back late." "Hui, I'm sorry. Please eat quickly." Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing looked at each other and said nothing. Fang Pingan got up and went to the kitchen to get a cup and put it in front of him. "Dad, pour me a cup too." Lu Qing quickly said, "Yes, pour a glass for Pingan as well." Chen Xiaohua laughed. "Okay, let's just say goodbye to the past." Chen Shui raised her hand. "I want one too. I haven't drunk alcohol yet." Lu Qing said angrily. "Why are you drinking wine as a girl?" Chen Xiaohua advised. "It's okay to have a drink." Chen Shui made a face at Lu Qing and stuck out her tongue. Lu Qing laughed and cursed, "You stupid girl," and got up to look for a cup. Chen Xiaohua said, "You should have a drink too. It's okay to welcome Pingan. Tomorrow is Saturday, and there's no school." Fang Pingan was touched, but he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and ate. The wine was filled. Chen Xiaohua picked up the cup and said, "I won't say anything else. No matter what happened to you in the past, you are always our child. Welcome back, and I hope you can forget the past and start over." Chen Shui held the cup in her little hand, with not only a smile on her face, but also a desire for beer. Lu Qing also picked up the wine glass, his eyes red. "Pingan, this is your home forever." Fang Pingan's nose felt sore, and his eyes felt a little sore, and he nodded heavily. He tilted his head back and drank all the beer in one breath. This was his first time drinking beer, and it tasted a little strange, but that didn't matter. Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing nodded happily. Okay, safe." Chen Shui had never drunk beer before. She took a small sip and immediately frowned. The little girl had no idea that beer tastes best when you drink it in big gulps. Taking a sip the way she did, it was only sour, and it took a while before the malt aroma could be felt. Why doesn't it taste good at all?" The little girl frowned and quickly took a bite of the dish. Chen Xiaohua laughed out loud, and Lu Qing laughed too. Fang Pingan thought that beer tasted pretty good, but it had a bit of a strange taste when it first went in his mouth. Chen Shui didn't know why Fang Pingan didn't go back. She only knew that her brother was back, and her father and mother didn't have to be so sad every time they faced that room. That's a good thing for her. She also misses her brother Fang Pingan. As for whether the child is the biological child of the parents, it makes no difference at all. Just call me brother. The meal was very warm and cozy, something Fang Pingan had experienced before. But in the past 4 years, he had longed for it but never experienced it. Now that he is back here and has the lost warmth again, he cherishes it very much. I will never leave. I definitely don't want to go back to the Fang family again. This is my home. Fang Qingyan finished the day's work and she really didn't want to attend the dinner, so she left on the pretext that she had other plans. Fang Junhong naturally said nothing. Anyway, this business cooperation with the Yu family has a long history, and he doesn't want Fang Qingyan to attend too many such banquets. Fang Qingyan drove across half of the city and arrived at a very quiet community. This is an upscale residential area, and most of the residents are young and successful people. She took out her key and opened a door with ease, changed her shoes, threw her bag on the sofa, and went to the kitchen to get herself a glass of purified water. Back on the sofa, she had just sat down when a young woman in a nightgown came down from the second floor. Chapter 12. Put yourself in their shoes. Isn't this a very simple thing? 12. Her appearance without makeup is extremely beautiful, but her eyes and eyebrows are not that gentle. The sky blue silk suspender nightgown perfectly shows off her figure. Slim and sexy. She is about 1.7 meters tall and pretty. Gu Bai, a young lawyer who is gaining popularity in Yunxing, is only 28 years old. He is a partner and one of the top lawyers of Baiyun law firm. Why are you free to come over to my place today? Fang Qingyan leaned on the sofa, looking tired. I've been a little annoyed lately, and I'm very tired today. I don't want to go home. Let me rest for a while. Gu Bai walked over barefoot and sat next to her. He stretched out his arms and put them around Fang Qingyan's neck, pulled her over, and kissed her hard on the lips. Yin, I've said it before, there's absolutely no need for you to be the CEO. Your father is only in his early 50s and can still work for many years. Why make yourself so hard? She then hugged Fang Qingyan in her arms. Fang Qingyan let her touch her for a while before pushing her away. She stood up, took off her blazer, and said, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, she walked towards the bathroom. Gu Bai asked loudly, Have you not eaten yet? I only have instant noodles here. I've been busy lately and haven't cooked. Fang Qingyan didn't even turn her head. Just make something. If you really don't have anything, instant noodles will do. I know you have them. When Fang Qingyan went downstairs, a bowl of instant noodles was already on the dining table. Gu Bai had placed his computer on the dining table at some point and was looking at some information. Fang Qingyan was also wearing a knee-length silk suspender nightgown. Hearing the sound of her coming down, Gu Bai immediately stood up and went to greet her. The two of them hugged each other and kissed for a long time before Fang Qingyan gently pushed her away and said, Well, I won't leave tonight. Let me eat something. I'm really hungry. Gu Bai let her go, licked his lips with an unsatisfied look, and said, Yin, I can't wait any longer. Fang Qingyan sat down and started eating noodles. Obviously, she was only wearing a nightgown. When she sat down, her private parts were exposed, which looked extremely attractive under the white light. Fang Qingyan was indeed hungry. She ate very quickly and even finished her soup. After brushing her teeth, she and Gu Bai rolled onto the sofa and started to cuddle with each other. After a while, Gu Bai asked, What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Well, my brother has severed ties with our Fang family. Fang Qingyan's voice was a little breathless. Gu Bai was stunned for a moment. The biological one? Fang Qingyan stared at the ceiling and said, Well, and I think that maybe what he said is true. Gu Bai laughed for a while before saying, Although I am not interested in the dirty deeds of wealthy families like yours, I have said long ago that sooner or later something bad will happen to your family with the real and fake princes. She slapped Fang Qingyan on the butt, climbed up, sat on another sofa, and crossed her legs. He bent down, took a cigarette from the box on the coffee table, lit it and took a puff. Fang Qingyan then climbed up and sat down, leaning on her, and began to harass her with her hands. Stop it, or you'll get burned. She patted Fang Qingyan's hand. From all the rich and powerful families I've heard about, whether it's a real or fake prince or a daughter, they will never let two people live together. The vast majority of them let the fake ones go out and live on their own. At least this way, the family property can be ensured to remain in the hands of one's own people instead of being given to outsiders in the end. I've already told you that if you do this, you'll run into problems sooner or later. Fang Qingyan suddenly pinched her and said, We have lived with Hong Jun for 18 years. Are we just going to throw away the relationship we have had for 18 years? Gu Bai twisted it back and continued. One is a stranger who I have lived with for 18 years, and the other is a blood relative who I have lived with for 4 years. You always complain to me about your brother's shortcomings. Have you ever thought about how your brother feels? If you put yourself in their shoes, isn't this a very simple thing? I just don't understand. As a wealthy family, these kinds of blood-related things are always done cruelly. No matter how bad it is, they're still members of the Fang family, right? If you drive out the fake ones, you can cultivate and train the real ones carefully. Just like I treat you, sooner or later, I will be able to train a qualified successor. Fang Qingyan thought about it and shook her head. I thought so at first, but not only did my mom disagree, my dad also disagreed. The matter was delayed. Now that things have become like this, I'm not sure what the future will be like. Yesterday, Fang Pingan not only beat up Fang Hongjun, but was also kicked out of the Fang family by my father. He was very cruel and made my dad very angry. Gu Bai was surprised and immediately laughed. This is a bit unexpected. Putting the cigarette into the ashtray, she threw herself on Fang Qingyan and asked with a smile, "Did he act like a lickspittle to your whole family before? Now it has suddenly erupted, and you are all unable to adapt?" Fang Qingyan said nothing, closed her eyes, and let her do whatever she wanted. Gu Bai continued, "If you ask me, Fang Pingan did a great job on this matter. If it were me, I would have done it the day you guys didn't want to let that fake one go. TSK, and I licked it for 4 years. Although this kid is a little stupid, he still has some ideas." She thought for a moment and said, "He must have given up hope on you. Or he no longer sees any hope of you completely accepting him, so he is so determined." Fang Qingyan said slowly, "I was in the hospital with Fang Hongjun when he was driven away by my father. My second sister told me that he left very suddenly and said something like, 'If I come back, I will have a miserable death.' I began to suspect that the things that were lost before might not have been stolen by him." Gu Bai held her in his mouth and stammered, "People who are capable of breaking off relations will not steal. I have looked through all the cases and found nothing like this." Fang Qingyan's mind began to blur. She listened to Gu Bai torturing her while continuing, "If I leave like this, won't I never be able to steal anything again? Anyone who really wants to steal something will never give up such a good opportunity." Fang Pingan and Chen Shui really went to the wholesale market. Not only did Chen Shui buy him 2 sets of clothes from head to toe, she also picked and chose some daily necessities for the little girl. After watching a movie and eating a lot of street snacks, we each had a cup of milk tea and sat on chairs on the street to rest. "Brother, don't go back so early. Can you play for a while longer?" Fang Pingan shook his head and said, "No, I still have to go to the bookstore to buy some questions. Not only for myself, but also for you." Chen Shui was immediately unhappy. "Brother, we are here to have fun, not to study. It's already tiring to do homework and papers every day. I finally wait until the weekend, and you want to buy papers for me again. Are you afraid that I will be idle?" "Brother." The girl, who still had some baby fat on her face, held the milk tea, pouting her lips, looking unwilling. Chapter 13, for example. Just making a little money? 13. Fang Pingan looked at the busy streets. "Hui. In this world, for children from ordinary families like us, the college entrance examination may be the only fair opportunity. If you don't want your parents to continue to work so hard, there is really no other way except to study hard." He opened his mouth and suddenly remembered everything he had seen in the 15 years he followed Fang Hongjun after his death. Isn't this his advantage? Chen Shui lowered her head and sipped her milk tea, and did not notice Fang Pingan's abnormality. She really wanted to tell her brother that she was annoying, but she was worried that he would remember what happened at the Fang family when he heard this, so she could only express her resistance by lowering her head and keeping silent. What was surging in Fang Pingan's mind was not only the Fang family's business empire for the next decade or so, but also all the memories of every aspect of life for the next decade or so. It must be admitted that Fang Hongjun entered the upper echelons of the Fang family and soon began to stand out in Yunqing. It can be said that Fang Junhong has trained Fang Hongjun quite well, and Fang Hongjun is also a business genius who is no less than Fang Qingyan. But he can definitely expose Fang Hongjun's true identity. He had no chance to show up, let alone take possession of everything that originally belonged to him in the Fang family in the future. Even if I can't destroy this sinister Fang Hongjun, at least I can make myself happy again. What's more, he can use the information about the next 15 years to do something on his own. It's more than just letting Chen Xiaohua and his wife live a good life. It's a kind of pleasure of you can't afford me now. The more Fang Pingan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He had witnessed with his own eyes the conspiracy between Fang Hongjun and his biological mother. I also saw with my own eyes Fang Junhong taking Fang Hongjun and the woman named Qin Balian to dinner together. He witnessed what happened to his mother, Zhao Wei, and his 4 sisters. It was just that he was in spirit state at the time and knew everything that was happening, but could only watch. However, he was still so angry that he was about to explode. It's different now. He knows a lot more that have not happened yet. He just had to make a small attempt to confirm it. If the changes only occur in the Fang family and do not interfere with the direction of any other major events, there should be no butterfly effect. Like just to make a little money? In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through my mind. He pulled up the girl who was sitting next to him with her head down and said, "Let's go buy the test papers. Before you go home, I'll buy you whatever you want as long as it's not too expensive." "Real?" The girl raised her head, her 2 big eyes showing a little excitement. "Well, I mean what I say. If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy." Fang Pingan nodded vigorously, very convincingly. "Great." Chen Shui waved her little fist and punched hard in the air. After dinner, Fang Pingan silently recalled his memories in his room. With his photographic memory, he naturally remembered what he had seen. The only ways to make money without attracting attention are lottery or stocks. He is not yet 18 years old and cannot open his own account at the exchange. And this matter cannot be let my parents know. If you want to change your situation and financial status as quickly as possible, lottery is the only option. After his birthday, he can open an account, and then he can trade not only stocks but also futures. Once you have your first pot of gold, you can start your own company even while you are in college. He has a lot of money now, and even if he lives alone, it is enough for him to finish college after paying the rent. It's really not difficult to get a huge sum of nearly 200,000 yuan, plus you can still make money. He is going to college in September, and he doesn't want his parents to pay for his tuition and living expenses. University? No. He had to let the Fang family know as soon as possible that Fang Hongjun was Fang Junhong's biological son. He didn't believe that this incident would not irritate those stupid women in the Fang family. If things really get exciting, Fang Junhong should let Fang Hongjun study abroad. Once Zhao Wei believes that Fang Hongjun is the son of his mistress, she will probably really turn against him. By then, Fang Junhong would let that guy go abroad despite the pressure. However, there are only two people who are most likely to be able to investigate this matter. One is the second sister Fang Jinglei, and the other is the fourth sister Fang Yaoshuan. But my fourth sister probably doesn't have time, as she is still attending university in Beijing. The second sister Fang Jinglei is a screenwriter. She works at home most of the time, and is the one with the most time. As for his eldest sister Fang Qingyan, he was not sure whether she would accept this possibility. In any case, Fang Zhijie would never believe it. What I said when I left the Fang family was really a reminder to them. It seems that the one who noticed that sentence was the second sister Fang Jinglei. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run to school in the middle of the day yesterday to ask herself. The only one who can be used is her. Weekday. Fang Pingan ran to the lottery shop outside the community. He was wearing the new clothes he bought yesterday and looked like a clean big boy. He stood outside the door and didn't go in because there was always a large group of people in the lottery station who dreamed of getting rich overnight. The sunlight shone on his body, and he stood there quietly, staring at the thick lines on the wall drawn by those obsessed people. In my mind, I was thinking that, if I remembered correctly, the double color ball draw at the end of May should be the one with the most consecutive numbers ever seen in history. That is, the first 6 digits and the last digit are connected. This ranking cannot be produced by machine selection, nor can it be guessed by anyone. However, this time, someone also won the grand prize. In order to avoid suspicion, he thought for a while, walked in, took out 10 yuan, and bought 5 tickets. It was a very simple arrangement. He asked the boss to arrange the numbers from 8 to 14 according to his requirements. These should be the lottery numbers for next week. Starting a week in advance was just to make people think he was stubborn. The boss looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything. He had seen too many people who thought the numbers they chose were sure to win, and the young man in front of him was no exception. He quickly printed out a card and handed it to him, then continued to work on calculating the numbers. Fang Pingan put the lottery ticket in his pocket, turned around, and went home. The prize will be drawn tomorrow, Monday, but he will definitely not win. What he wants to buy is actually the lottery draw on Saturday night next week. He didn't tell anyone because he knew very well that this kind of thing couldn't be shared with anyone. Besides, I don't want to tell my parents. Just treat it as a verification of his rebirth. He will tell them only if he really wins the prize. Sunday night. Fang Qingyan returned home and prepared to take a shower and go to bed, but just as she changed into her nightgown, she heard someone knocking on the door. Chapter 14, I want to apologize to him. She put on a coat, walked over, and opened the door. Fang Jinglei, who was wearing pajamas, stood outside the door and said quietly, "Sister, I have something to tell you." Fang Qingyan was stunned for a moment and then moved aside. Fang Jinglei followed her in and closed the door. After Fang Jinglei came in, she sat directly on the sofa in the room. "Why haven't you slept yet so late? What's the matter?" Fang Qingyan asked, sitting on the sofa. Fang Jinglei hesitated for a long time before saying, "Sister, I went to see Pingan yesterday at noon." Fang Qingyan nodded, said nothing, and waited for the next step. "Yesterday, I went there with the things in his room," Fang Jinglei said slowly, and asked a question. When Pingan left that night, he said something that made me feel very uncomfortable for the past few days. Fang Qingyan frowned slightly. She wasn't actually very angry that night. When Fang Pingan beat Fang Hongjun violently, she was completely shocked and frightened by Fang Pingan. Like her mother Zhao Wei, she was reluctant to let Fang Hongjun leave the family. After all, brother Hongjun has lived with them and their sisters for 18 years. I still remember that she had grown up when Hongjun first came. I watched her grow from such a small child to the size she is now. Even if she occasionally acts like a spoiled brat, it is completely normal for her. Which child doesn't act like a spoiled brat? What's more, before Hongjun went to school, his mother raised him personally, unlike other families who had to rely on nannies to raise them. Therefore, Hongjun's relationship with them is deeper than that with other families. But the second sister hadn't said anything tonight, but she sensitively felt that what the second sister was going to say was probably not a trivial matter. What did he say? I didn't pay attention at the time. Fang Qingyan encouraged. That's what he said to Mom when he left. Fang Jinglei said, I suspect he meant something else. He said he wanted to give Mom some kind advice, saying that Hongjun is Mom's adopted son. But he is only Mom's adopted son. Fang Qingyan frowned and thought about it, her expression changing. Sister, She looked at Fang Qingyan. Tell me, have we been very bad to Pingan in the past few years? No matter what he does, we just don't like it? He doesn't even want to be the heir of the Fang family anymore. All she could think of now was how she had scolded Fang Pingan. Although she was not as mean as her third sister Fang Jie, she had nothing nice to say either. Thinking of the way Fang Pingan turned and left with a school bag on his back that night, I felt very uncomfortable and my nose felt a little sore. She had no mind to work these past 2 days and was thinking about this matter all day long. What was Fang Pingan's intention when he said that day when he left? She knew that except for her fourth sister who was not at home, everyone in the family had an almost irrational trust in Fang Hongjun. Could it be that the feelings of living together for 18 years are far superior to reason? She murmured to herself. Fang Qingyan heard this sentence clearly. Jinglei, tell me, what did Pingan mean by what he said that night? Fang Jinglei shook her head slightly. I went to ask him the next day at noon, but he refused to tell me anything. He said he didn't mean anything else. He just told his mother that Hongjun was an adopted son. But I always feel something is wrong. Hongjun is an adopted son. This is something everyone knows, and there is no need to say it deliberately. Why did he say that specifically to my mother? Moreover, the words, only yours, were specially emphasized. I think he's got something else in his words, but I can't figure it out. She didn't say she didn't dare to guess any further. According to my own interpretation, there are 2 meanings. One is that Hongjun is an adopted son and is not a member of the Fang family at all. The second is that Fang Hongjun is only his mother's adopted son, but not necessarily his father's adopted son. The third one is that Fang Hongjun is not his parents' child, but is from the Fang family in Beijing, so he could be considered a family relative. The first is that everyone knows that Fang Hongjun is not a member of the Fang family. The second one is worth pondering. If Fang Hongjun is not his father's adopted son, then there is only one possibility, that Hongjun is also his father's child. My father has been having someone else outside for nearly 20 years. Third, she had absolutely no ability to check. My father came to Yunqing to set up his own company, but in fact it was to help the Fang family from Beijing to gain a foothold in Yun province. There is no doubt about my father's ability to have achieved what he has today. But these are just my own guesses and cannot be confirmed. She didn't dare to express these thoughts directly. She needs someone to help her confirm and affirm this idea. Fang Qingyan, who was sitting next to her, had indeed not paid much attention to this sentence before. After listening to Fang Jinglei's words, he also fell into deep thought. So you came to me just to tell me this? She thought and said, this can be interpreted in 2 ways. One is that Hongjun is not a member of the Fang family, but was adopted. I remember that Hongjun was brought home by his father. At that time, his mother was very sad because Pingan was lost, and she was basically confused all day long. Another meaning is that Hongjun is just his mother's adopted son, but not necessarily his father's adopted son. Do you think my analysis is correct? Fang Qingyan stared into Fang Jinglei's eyes and said. Fang Jinglei lowered her head and said, I don't know. The fact that Pingan decided to leave so quickly meant that he had completely given up on our Fang family. Moreover, he doesn't let me call myself sister. Her eyes were red, and she sniffed gently to suppress the sourness. Fang Qingyan suddenly thought of what Gu Baibai said when she was overwhelmed with emotion. Have you ever thought about how your brother feels? How about we go ask Pingan tomorrow what it means, she tried to ask. Fang Jinglei nodded. He probably doesn't want to see us now, sister. Why don't you try to contact him tomorrow at noon? Wait until he finishes class at 12 o'clock. No, call him after he finishes lunch. I don't have a meeting tomorrow afternoon. I'll arrange it in the morning and call you later. Should we go together to see him, or should I go alone? Fang Qingyan originally didn't want Fang Jinglei to go with her, but she didn't expect her second sister to nod so readily. I'm going, and I really want to know if he really knows something and how he knows it. I also want to apologize to him. Chapter 15. Are you doubting Hongjun? 15. I was so mean to him in the past. Whether he is willing to forgive me or not, I owe him an apology. Fang Jinglei's expression was somewhat obscure, and Fang Qingyan didn't know whether she really wanted the other party to apologize safely or not. But since she wants to go, let's go together. Because of the late-night discussion between the 2 women of the Fang family, Fang Pingan received another call from Fang Qingyan on Monday at noon. This time, he didn't hang up, but walked out of the classroom and answered the call. Fang Pingan, are you in school? Fang Qingyan's tone was very calm, and Fang Pingan could not hear any emotion at all. He hesitated for a moment and said nothing, but he didn't hang up the phone either. Fang Qingyan seemed to let out a breath, and then Fang Pingan heard her say, Can you take a leave this afternoon? I want to see you. Fang Pingan frowned. Didn't we agree not to disturb each other? Fang Qingyan, not only me, your second sister, and I will go to see you together. Fang Pingan sneered. Don't use the word sister. You don't deserve it. I don't have a sister like you either. Fang Qingyan didn't want to dwell on these details. Take a leave this afternoon. Your second sister and I will meet you at the gate of your school at 1:45. Fang Pingan looked at his watch, and it was almost 1 o'clock. What is it that you two have to discuss in person? Can you talk over the phone? He was a little impatient. Fang Qingyan was silent for a moment. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. We'll leave soon and arrive at your place between 1:30 and 1:45. Fang Pingan didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone and went back to the classroom. The fat man who was lying there just now disappeared, but he didn't care. There were a few students sitting sparsely in the classroom. None of them wanted to go home, or their parents were not at home. When he set the alarm and prepared to lie down for a while, the fat man came back. There were two other people coming in with him. These three were often together, and almost all the classmates knew that they smoked, and even some of the teachers knew it. But I have never been caught on campus. The classroom was suddenly filled with a foul smell of cigarettes. Fortunately, there are not many people who are willing to take a nap in the classroom, and most of them are boys. Most of the girls go back to the dormitory to sleep after eating. Even if they don't go home, they go to the dormitory to chat. Fang Pingan lay on his seat, thinking about what to say when he met the two sisters in a while, so as to draw their attention to Fang Hongjun without leaving any trace. On the other side, Fang Qingyan was still dazed as she looked at the phone that had been hung up. She really didn't expect Fang Pingan to agree to come out and meet them. He agreed. He didn't refuse. Oh, then, I prepared a card, Fang Jinglei said. Not much, just 100,000. Fang Qingyan shook her head and said, I told my bestie about Fang Pingan and his family. If you give him money, I'm afraid it will only deepen his misunderstanding. Fang Jinglei smiled and said, It's okay. If he doesn't want it, I'll take it back. I knew he must have gone back to his adoptive father's house. That family is not well off. Fang Qingyan stared at her for a while before asking, I remember that although you are not as extreme as third sister, you don't seem to be too nice to Pingan either. Yeah, Fang Jinglei picked up her coffee and looked out the window. If he hadn't reminded me, I probably wouldn't have thought so much. Come to think of it, for so many years, he has been carefully trying to gain everyone's recognition. I won't say anything about you guys, but I myself did go too far. No matter what, he is our brother by blood, born of the same mother. Fang Jinglei, stop imagining this. What has Hongjun done wrong over the years? Are you doubting Hongjun? Fang Qingyan's tone was a little bad, but she was able to maintain her composure and did not raise her voice in the cafe. Fang Jinglei turned her head and looked at her. Sister, you asked me what Hongjun did wrong. Yes, he did nothing wrong. But what did Pingan do wrong? Haven't we ever believed whatever Hongjun said? Also, don't you also have two different interpretations of what Pingan said? Haven't you thought of the worst possible scenario? After a pause, she added, I'm not trying to take his side. I just want to think that from now on, no matter whether my two younger brothers are together or not, I will treat them equally. As for whether Pingan can accept it, that's really not my concern. I just have to take care of myself. Her thinking changed quickly. When she hated Fang Pingan, he was really an eyesore no matter how she looked at him. But when she took off her tinted glasses, she realized that no matter how she recalled, Fang Pingan had not done anything wrong before he started beating people. Even more so are the family members, including himself, who mindlessly ignore the other party's Pingan, just as they mindlessly dote on and blindly listen to and believe the other party's Hongjun. She herself is a writer and screenwriter, and of course, she has written countless characters. If she put herself in his shoes, she believed that she would not be able to endure for years like Fang Pingan. They must have fallen out completely within a week. After hearing her series of questions, Fang Qingyan just shook her head and sighed. Let's go, it's almost time, we'll just be at the entrance of his school. She picked up her bag, stood up and walked out. Fang Jinglei put down the cup, stood up silently and followed. The time soon came to 1:40. The cell phone alarm rang. Fang Pingan got up and rubbed his face, but still felt sleepy, so he went to the bathroom to wash his face. I told the fat boy that he might not be able to attend the 2 classes in the afternoon. If the teacher finds out, just say he is sick, and don't worry about anything else. The fat boy agreed with a confused look on his face. He then tidied up his desk a little, went downstairs, and walked towards the school gate. At this time, students who were going to school in the afternoon had begun to arrive one after another. Most of them were delivered by private cars. When Fang Pingan walked out of the gate, he saw his elder sister Fang Qingyan's car, a Maserati, parked on the side of the road not far away. He walked over and knocked on the car window. The car window rolled down to reveal Fang Qingyan's face. Get in the car. Fang Pingan opened the back door and got in. He was sitting alone in the back row, with Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei sitting in front of him. He said nothing after getting in the car, and Fang Qingyan started the car and drove towards the city. There were quite a few vehicles on the street, but it was obvious that Fang Qingyan was an excellent driver. After the car stopped and 3 people got off, Fang Pingan realized that this was Yinjiang Avenue. In the Western restaurant, after the 3 of them sat down, Fang Jinglei asked, What would you like to drink? Fang Pingan said, Ice water will do. Fang Qingyan ordered black tea and some snacks. Fang Jinglei put her phone aside after ordering. Instantly, there was an awkward silence between the 3 of them. Fang Pingan said, I've asked for leave. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Now that I am here, I will not quarrel with you. Chapter 16, Remember to Pay. 16. Your second sister and I came to see you because we want to know, what do you know about Fang Hongjun? What did you mean by the words you said to Mom when you left that day? In order to get a direct answer from Fang Pingan, she continued speaking in one breath. Your second sister discovered that there was something else behind your words, so we came here to find out what you wanted to say. Do you mean to say that Fang Hongjun is Dad's illegitimate son? Fang Pingan was stunned for a moment. He looked at Fang Jinglei and saw that she was also looking at him longingly. The college entrance examination is coming soon. It is a fact that Fang Hongjun has excellent academic performance. Although this has nothing to do with him, if he can make that guy's mentality a little worse, at least he can be happy. Besides, he had originally planned to tell them, but he hadn't figured out how to do it. Since it's delivered to their doorstep, tell them to let Fang Hongjun and Fang Junhong, father and son, face the wrath of the Zhao family as soon as possible. Fang Hongjun's biological mother is Qin Balian, and she lives in Building 13, Area 2, Century Garden, Haidong District. If you have paid attention to where Fang Junhong goes when he is not home, and the occasional weekends when Fang Hongjun is not at home, you will naturally find some clues. But I think that your whole family's doting on Fang Hongjun has reached the point of being completely brainwashed. What little extra time I had was spent focusing on my mistakes. I believe you have never paid attention to this. Fang Pingan's tone carried a hint of joking. Fang Hongjun is your half-brother, and your mother and the rest of you, like a bunch of idiots, not only dote on your biological father's mistress's son, but also treat him like the apple of your eye. Have I made myself clear enough? Fang Qingyan opened her mouth and eyes wide, and she was about to scream out. Fang Jinglei covered her mouth with her hand. But then she asked very quickly, "How did you know? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Fang Pingan smiled but said nothing. Fang Qingyan then asked, "Do you have any evidence?" To be honest, she did not completely disbelieve what Fang Pingan said. With the name and address available, there must be such a person as Qin Balian. As for whether it is true or not, she will naturally send someone to investigate. However, she really didn't want to believe that the brother Hongjun whom she had always doted on was actually her half-brother. If brother Hongjun himself knew about this, wouldn't that be too scary? It completely overturned the image of her brother as a well-behaved, sensible, and very good student. She blurted out these words without even thinking about them. The nameless anger in Fang Pingan's heart suddenly burned fiercely. "Why are you asking me for evidence? Why didn't you, Fang Qingyan, ask for evidence when you threw things at me and scolded me? Why didn't you ask Fang Hongjun for evidence when he slandered me? Why? How I know this is none of your business. Moreover, Miss Fang asked me for evidence? Do I need to give you evidence? Believe it or not is your business. What does it have to do with me? Want evidence from me? Why should I give it to you? You can just treat me as a rumor, right?" Fang Jinglei quickly comforted him. "Pingan, don't be angry. I just said it casually." Fang Qingyan's face flushed with embarrassment, but she had been the president for more than 2 years, so naturally she had never said the word sorry to anyone. Fang Pingan had no intention of stopping. "Ah, you want me to provide evidence just because of what I said? Who is she? A judge or a policeman? Even if there is evidence, why should I give it to her? I can tell you this only because you are not really stupid. You understood what I meant and came to verify it. Otherwise, I'll wait to see your Fang family make a fool of themselves. Isn't it about saving face?" After working hard for 18 years and raising a mistress's son like a star, he now has to hand over his family business to her. Wow, the Fang family's tutoring is really great, awesome. The Fang family really has some shame, haha. I'm really looking forward to what the news reports will say when this breaks. Fang Pingan finished speaking in one breath and then picked up the water cup and took a sip. Being called an idiot by an 18-year-old high school student, she naturally felt very embarrassed, and Fang Qingyan looked unhappy. "Keep your mouth clean. That's also your mother. We are your sisters. You still have the blood of the Fang family flowing in your veins." Fang Pingan sneered. "Miss Fang, have you lost your memory, or are you really stupid? I just severed all ties with you last week. That's your mother, and your brother Hongjun whom you trust so much. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't try to build a relationship with me. Do you really think that what you did to me makes you worthy of being a sister? Are you worthy of being my sister? That woman is not worthy of being my mother. Even if we are related by blood, I'm sorry, I don't want you anymore. Do you understand? It's me, I don't want you anymore. Do you understand?" Fang Jinglei looked at this now unfamiliar brother in silence, feeling a little sad. Fang Pingan's sudden anger did not make her angry. Instead, I feel more guilty. "Pingan," she suddenly reached out and grabbed Fang Pingan's hand. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't keep saying nasty things to you without knowing the truth. I was not nice to you in the past, so come home with us. I promise to treat you well in the future, okay?" Fang Pingan was a little stunned. Not only him, but Fang Qingyan was also a little surprised. Although she also wanted Fang Pingan to return to the Fang family, she must still ask Fang Pingan to apologize to his father, mother, and Hongjun after returning. No matter who was wrong, it was wrong to kick someone in the balls that day, not to mention sending him to the hospital. Of course, this is just her idea. She also didn't think Fang Pingan would admit his mistake. But now, the second sister, who had always looked down on Pingan, actually took the initiative to apologize. What should she do? Couldn't you apologize together? No, I don't want to apologize to him. Hongjun, brother Hongjun, is indeed very well behaved. Even if Hongjun's younger brother is his father's illegitimate son, this is not something Hongjun can choose. Who can choose his own birth? If everything is true, then it is the father who is wrong, and it has nothing to do with Hongjun. Brother Hongjun must not know his own background. It must be like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trying so hard to please them, sticking to his mother every day, hoping to please her. Just as she changed her mind, Fang Pingan broke free from Fang Jinglei's hand. No, I'm fine now. There is nothing between me and you anymore. Haven't you always thought that I was coveting your Fang family's things? After I leave the Fang family and sever ties with you, everything about your Fang family has nothing to do with me. I can support myself, and I don't need your pity. He stood up. I have already told you the questions you came to verify. I have no obligation to tell you this news for nothing. Remember to pay. Chapter 17 Money, Money, Money. That's all I know about money. Fang Qingyan felt inexplicably angry. And you still say you don't covet Fang family's things? Money, money, money. That's all you know about money. How much? Just tell me a number. Her expression also changed, and she asked coldly. She once again put on the attitude of a wealthy and noble lady. Fang Jinglei quickly stood up and pulled her back to Fang Pingan and said, Pingan, don't be angry. This is how my elder sister is. Fang Pingan raised his eyebrows and said, That's your sister. Don't talk to me about elder sister. After I disown you, you are nothing but strangers. What she's like is none of my business. Anyway, the news is not given to you for nothing. Considering that your pitiful future can bring me a little joy, I will sell this news to you at a cheap price of 100,000 yuan. If I sell it to a big V, I wouldn't say how much it would be, but 200,000 or 300,000 is definitely worth it. Miss Fang, you know my green bubble account number, right? Do you need me to write it out for you? Fang Qingyan was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she couldn't get angry anymore. I'm so angry. Fang Jinglei stopped Fang Qingyan, picked up her phone, and frantically began to look for Fang Pingan's account. Fang Pingan just stood there quietly watching her search. It was indeed deleted. He took out his wallet and pulled out a bank card, put it on the table and said, Take a picture and punch it in for me. Fang Jinglei was extremely upset. She had long forgotten when she deleted Fang Pingan's green bubble. Suddenly, she remembered, didn't I bring a card? She took the card out of her bag and placed it on the table. There is exactly 100,000 yuan in this card. Why do I need your card? Fang Pingan said, Cut my card and then it would be best if we never meet again. Don't bother me anymore about anyone or anything from your Fang family. Fang Jinglei took a photo of the bank card but did not take back her own card. Sister, can you control your emotions? She finally had the chance to sit down and talk calmly to Fang Pingan, but her elder sister always thought too much. She wanted to continue to ease her relationship with Fang Pingan, but she saw Fang Pingan picked up his bank card and turned away. He didn't even look at them again. Fang Qingyan stared at the table with a gloomy face, not saying a word. Fang Jinglei didn't bother to say anything to her and just stood up and chased after her. After leaving the coffee shop, she quickly caught up with Fang Pingan and said, Pingan, can you listen to me for a few more words? Fang Pingan stopped, turned around, and just looked at her. Fang Jinglei quickened her speaking speed and said, I know I've been treating you badly since you came to the Fang family. It's my fault. Can you forgive me? Seeing an impatient look on Fang Pingan's face, she hurried on. I don't ask you to return to the Fang family, nor do I ask you to forgive all of us. I really want to apologize to you. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. It was all my fault in the past. I shouldn't have stood on Fang Hongjuan's side and sometimes ignored your presence at home. It was all my fault. Pingan, can you forgive me? Fang Pingan waited quietly for her to finish speaking before speaking. Second Miss Fang, after we sever our relationship, I have nothing to do with anyone or anything in your Fang family. The past is past, and it is absolutely impossible to go back to the past. You don't need to apologize. I have already forgotten the past. Fang Jinglei's tears finally fell. I feel so guilty. Fang Pingan interrupted her and said, That's not necessary. Your guilt is your business. Just don't involve me. We should just try to be strangers to each other. Goodbye. Fang Pingan left. Fang Jinglei stood there blankly, watching his departing back, crying silently. She regretted it so much. She hated herself so much. Why do you treat your only brother like that? Why be so nice to that fake? She regrets it very much. But the meaning of Fang Pingan's goodbye couldn't be clearer. Never see you again. She stood there, watching Fang Pingan leave, covering her mouth and letting the tears flow down her delicate face. Fang Qingyan sat in her seat without getting up or paying any attention to Fang Jinglei. She wondered if Fang Pingan said those things on purpose. Is it possible that someone was deliberately placed at that address? But then she denied this speculation. Even if Fang Pingan is very smart, he probably doesn't have that much money to do this. Besides, as long as you pay, you will definitely be able to find out the truth. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be solved by money. If there is, it is because you don't earn enough money. Thinking of this, she could no longer control herself and continued thinking. If my father had been hiding Fang Hongjuan's true identity, doesn't that mean that my father had someone outside 20 years ago? How could she accept this? If my mother knew about this, she would not be able to accept it. It is a fact that the whole family dotes on Hongjun, and it cannot be denied. But my father has always been very good to my mother. Did Fang Pingan, this guy, leak this news after leaving the Fang family because he wanted the Fang family to fall apart? This thought is too vicious. Isn't it just that there has been less attention paid to you in the past 4 years? If outsiders knew about this, wouldn't the Fang family lose all face? But if what he said is true, what should the Fang family do? My mind is in a mess. Should I tell my mother about this? Well, Mom, my little brother Hongjun, whom you pamper every day, is my dad's illegitimate son outside. My father's lover has been doing well in Century Garden. The mother and son are just waiting to receive our Fang family's property. Can you say that? With my mother's personality, wouldn't she be depressed? She was confused and didn't know what to do. This was the scene Fang Jinglei saw when she came back after calming down. My eldest sister was sitting there, holding her cup of tea, but not drinking it, with a blank look in her eyes. He looked distraught. Sister, what are you thinking about? Fang Jinglei sat down, picked up the coffee in front of her, and took a sip. Fang Qingyan came back to her senses, put down the cup, and said, I don't know how to tell Mom. Fang Jinglei shook her head. I can't tell you. Let's find out more about it first. I know the contact information of several paparazzi. I asked them to help keep an eye on it for a while. Whether it's Century Garden or Dad's whereabouts, I have to follow him. And I will also make arrangements for Hongjun. Fang Qingyan gathered her thoughts and thought for a moment before saying, this matter must not be known to the third brother. If she knew, she would definitely tell everyone at home, and then it would be difficult for both of us. Fang Jinglei took a breath and nodded. How much does it cost approximately? I'll transfer it to you. Fang Qingyan said seriously. Fang Jinglei shook her head. I don't know. I heard that the price of secrets of wealthy families like this is usually not low. Besides, these paparazzi only care about money, and I am also worried that they will sell the Fang family after they find out. Fang Qingyan sighed. Forget it, don't worry about it. I'll do it. I'll find someone I trust to do this. You will be ventilated when the time comes. Chapter 18, it would be a shame if you don't take it. 18. It was already after the second class in the afternoon when Fang Pingan received the transfer information. It would be a waste if he doesn't take this money. Why should I talk about backbone like an idiot? If this information is sold to a big V, I can't say how much it would be, but it would be no problem to sell it for 200,000 or 300,000. He has even less. But there is really not much difference between 100,000 and 500,000 to him now. Besides, there was no way for anyone to know what he wanted to do. And the time is not yet. Take your time. As for how the two young ladies of the Fang family plan to deal with it, it has nothing to do with him. Soon it was Saturday. He bought the 3 draws of the double color ball this week every afternoon after school. I bought the weekend issue after school on Friday. But on Friday, he bought one for $50. There are 5 different sets of numbers in total, and I bought 5 copies of each. He was not very clear about how much money he could get from the prize, but he believed it would not be less than 30 million and about 20 million after tax. This is undoubtedly more than enough for what you want to do in the future. It can't be used up. It can never be used up. Things like the double color ball have always been a game and tool played by all dreamers and those with premeditated plans. Fang Pingan was not sure whether everything after his rebirth would be the same as in his previous life. It would be a lie to say, I wasn't nervous. After all, he is just an 18-year-old middle school student. If we must count the 15 years after the death of the previous life, it can be considered old wine in new bottles. The problem is that he existed in a spirit body for the last 15 years of his previous life. I have never communicated with anyone, nor have I experienced love, hate, or anything like that. He couldn't even be angry. There is no so-called worldly wisdom or calmness. He was still nervous when he should be nervous. On the other hand, this time's double color ball is his only means to ensure that there will be no major changes in the future. He has already examined trends, such as future stocks. It is no different from his previous life, but the future trends he knows can be used to make money. But he didn't dare to put all his money on that bet. The only thing that can be used to verify this is the lottery. Instead of watching TV, he just sat quietly in his room, waiting for the lottery results at 8 o'clock. There is live broadcast on mobile phone. When Fang Pingan's heart was pounding and his face was flushed as he saw that the last blue ball was 14, he really couldn't hold back his inner excitement. With a small cheer, he rolled around in bed for a while. After calming down, he put the lottery ticket in his phone case. At the lottery betting station outside the community, the owner was stunned. There were more than 20 people standing or sitting in front of the screen, and no one was quiet. Everyone was talking loudly about how strange the result was this time, and whether there was another inside story or something. But the boss couldn't hear anything anymore. He knew very well that the child who bought 3 consecutive issues yesterday afternoon was the winner of this period's grand prize. That kid wasn't the only one to buy consecutive numbers, but that was the only big prize winner in his small shop in all those years. In the future, this store's business will definitely be better. The only thing I can't understand is why the child chose these consecutive numbers and bought the same numbers for 3 issues. Out of the most basic professional ethics, he couldn't say at this time that the winning number came from his point. He really wanted to say it right now, but he knew very well that doing so would bring unknown danger to the seemingly innocent child. He can only wait for the final official announcement. He had to say he had no impression of it. That was all he could do. Other than that, he had made up his mind. I don't remember a damn thing. If the King of Heaven comes, I will say the same thing. Right. That's it. Fuck. This account is fucking amazing. Hey, how many grand prizes are there this time? Big prize bullshit. Who the hell would buy these consecutive numbers for no reason? If this is a lottery win, it would be strange to say there is no shady dealings. It would be strange if there really is something fishy going on here. How can a number be issued in this way? That's right. If you said there were 3 consecutive numbers, that would be fine, but these 7 are all consecutive numbers. Even a god can't guess it. It's not just this small lottery spot. Countless people all over the country are beating their chests and stamping their feet. But Fang Pingan has calmed down. The first thing I did after receiving the award was to buy a big house for Chen Xiaohua and his wife. I also want to buy a set for Hui Hui. The small shop that I have rented for more than 20 years will also be bought and given to them. With an irrepressible smile on his face, he spread out the paper that he had to complete this weekend. It also has to be handed in to the monitor on Monday morning. He decided to accept the award on Tuesday afternoon. Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei have talked several times this week. They were surprised to find that when they really stepped out of the Fang family circle and looked at everything that happened at home every day as an outsider, they did find something wrong. Fang Hongjuan's well-behaved and obedient behavior, as well as his clinging to his mother, were somewhat artificial. Although the marks are not obvious, they can still be seen. If it weren't for Fang Pingan's reminder, they would definitely still think the same as before, that this brother is indeed very outstanding and excellent, and is very filial and obedient to his parents. Sister, you haven't started yet? Fang Jinglei's room is the same size as Fang Qingyan's. However, she does not have a dedicated study room, and the sofa is a very large and soft one, which is convenient for her to lie on and read. There was a glass of water in front of Fang Qingyan. Fang Jinglei sat cross-legged in her big chair. This was the 3rd time the two had talked about this week. Not yet. I still can't make up my mind. Fang Qingyan sighed. I'm afraid the results will be true. I'm afraid my mother won't be able to accept it. I'm afraid that our family will fall apart by then. Fang Jinglei looked at this smart and wise elder sister silently. The business areas that the Fang Group is involved in mainly include shopping malls, real estate, and financial industries, and it is also involved in shipping ports and terminals. In the hands of my elder sister, these things don't seem so difficult. In recent years, Fang Qingyan joined Fang Corporation and became the president after 1 year of internship. She is one of the goddesses of countless young talents in Yunqing, but so far no one has been able to catch her eye. But why are the internal affairs of the Fang family so difficult to decide? Sister, Hongjuan's coming-of-age party is coming soon. Do you want to wait until then? Fang Jinglei was a little anxious, as she was very clear about what wealthy families did. The status of the future heir is usually announced at this point in time. Once this big bombshell is revealed after it is announced, some people will think that even if he is an illegitimate child, he still belongs to the Fang family. What's more, if Fang Hongjun is really outstanding, if he catches the eye of the Fang family in Beijing, then by then it would be a done deal, and there would be no way back. Chapter 19, I'm in a good mood. 19. Fang Qingyan was also very aware of the importance of the timing of the outbreak of this incident. The impact of thunder that explodes at different times is different. Jinglei, it's not that I don't want it, but I'm really in a difficult situation. Sister, Fang Jinglei said anxiously. If this is delayed any further, the impact on the Fang family will be even greater. The facts are always the facts, and there is no way to cover them up any longer. The later it is discovered, the greater the harm to my mother. If you hesitate anymore, I'll do it myself. I absolutely cannot tolerate him continuing to lie to our mother, and I don't want the Fang family to fall into the hands of outsiders in the future. That is absolutely not possible. Fang Qingyan shook her head slightly. At most, he is an illegitimate child. He is also a descendant of the Fang family. There is no such thing as him falling into the hands of outsiders, as you said. Fang Jinglei sneered. Haha, if it's really what you think, I hope he is a pure adopted son and has no blood relationship with the Fang family. But if there is, have you ever thought that one day he will bring his biological mother in? What will become of Mom and us sisters by then? Are you making wedding dresses for others? I can't accept this result. Sister, tell me, are you going to do it or not? If you don't, I will contact the paparazzi and start investigating Qin Balian. I'll pay for it myself. Fang Qingyan pinched her eyebrows. She had never felt so embarrassed before. I have already informed them, but they are still waiting for my news on when to start the investigation. Can you please stop causing trouble for me? Fang Jinglei was a little angry. Making trouble? This is called setting things right, okay? This matter cannot be delayed any longer. I don't care when you start investigating. I will contact my people now. She picked up her phone from the table and began to look through her address book. Fang Qingyan stood up, walked over quickly, and snatched the phone. No, Jinglei, can you let me think about it again? This will have a huge impact on the other party's family and my mother. Fang Jinglei said coldly. Sister, I really didn't expect you to be such an indecisive person. Really disappoints me. From this point of view, you are really not even as good as Pingan. He knows how to stop losses in time. But what about you? The president of a company worth tens of billions of dollars seems so incompetent in such a more fatal matter. I misjudged you. Sister, I'm telling you clearly, whether you will investigate this matter or not, I will do it myself. What a waste of precious time these few days. She stood up, reached out to take back the phone and said, even if the Fang family breaks up, I have the ability to make money on my own and don't need you to support me. Don't use this excuse to fool me. But you think about what you can do after the Fang family goes bankrupt? Marry someone and let him manage a business? Think about it carefully. I'm going to sleep. You go back to your room. Fang Qingyan opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing. She left Fang Jinglei's room dejectedly. After returning to her room, she called Gu bye-bye. Fang Jinglei opened a drawer, took out a photo from the bottom, and stared at it silently. That was a family photo. Fang Pingan was standing at the very edge, with excitement and a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Fang Hongjun, who was in the center, had a calm expression on his face, naturally enjoying the C position. She now completely believes what Fang Pingan says. What was lacking was just some evidence to convince my mother and my third and fourth sisters. As for this nagging elder sister, she no longer relies on her. The indecision now will only cause the Fang family to suffer greater losses in the future, both reputationally and financially. Fang Pingan took a leave to receive the award. He bought a pair of very cheap sunglasses on the street and put on a hat and a mask. He refused interviews and donations and received a total of nearly 24 million in prize money. Then I took a taxi and drove around the city before returning to school. The only thing to wait for is the college entrance examination. He now spends all his time practicing questions, and he even remembers most of the questions from this year's college entrance examination. All he had to do was to wait for the college entrance examination scores to come out so that people wouldn't feel it was abrupt. His grades were already good, and now this impression of diligence will undoubtedly convince anyone who has doubts about his grades. Time flies by so fast. He did not use a penny from his bank card. During this period, I study hard every day and go home on time. Because the college entrance examination was approaching, Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing closed the shop and went home after lunch every day, starting from June to prepare a nutritious dinner for him. Chen Shui also followed suit and ate until her mouth was full of greasy food every day, without paying any attention to her figure. Fang Pingan didn't say anything to express his gratitude. All he could do was to give them his best results in return. On the 7th, Chinese in the morning and math in the afternoon. The test site is a foreign language school. Early in the morning, Fang Pingan was called up at 6 o'clock. Chen Xiaohua and his wife had posted a notice long ago that they would close the business during the college entrance examination. On the one hand, this was so as not to affect their children taking the exam, and on the other hand, they also had their own children taking the exam. Naturally, the two of them hoped to prepare breakfast for Fang Pingan so that he wouldn't go hungry. Although there was no need to do so, Fang Pingan knew that he simply could not refuse. Please fill him with this kind of warmth. After breakfast, Chen Xiaohua began to help him check his admission ticket, ID card, and other things. The name on his ID card was still Fang Pingan, but he changed it after he returned to the Fang family. Not only that, he also changed it on his household registration booklet. The only thing that remained was that his household registration was not transferred to the Fang family. Be safe, don't be nervous, and don't be stressed. I know your grades will get you into a good university. We just need to play our normal role, okay? Chen Xiaohua gave instructions while driving. Lu Qing in the back row also gave the same earnest warning, fearing that he would have to take the college entrance examination less than half a month after leaving the Fang family. It is not necessarily possible to maintain a stable state of mind in such a short period of time. Only Chen Shui was like a carefree elf, pointing and talking at the traffic police on duty on the road. Fang Pingan smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm in a good mood. I can even say that my mentality now is much better than before any exam in the past 4 years. Being able to be back home with you makes me feel good, and naturally my mentality is good too. Chen Xiaohua laughed and nodded continuously. When they entered the examination room, Chen Shui said to him, Brother, I know you are the best. Don't feel pressured. We are all waiting for you outside. Fang Pingan laughed and said, Okay, when I come out, please prepare a bottle of Coca-Cola for me. He didn't dare drink much water in the morning. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Lu Qing was worried that going to the toilet during the exam would affect his grades. Chen Shui waved her hand and said, Don't worry. I promise you'll have something to drink when you come out. Fang Pingan smiled, turned and walked into the gate. After checking his ID card and admission ticket, he entered the examination room calmly. Chapter 20. Let's go home. 20. For him, Chinese is the subject he is least afraid of. Except for the composition, which I was not sure would get full marks, there were no problems with anything else. He has recalled all the college entrance examination questions in the past few days. 3 invigilators kept walking back and forth in the examination room. Fang Pingan lowered his head to answer the questions. Everything around him had no effect on him. Answer the questions carefully and do not hand in the paper early even if you have finished it long ago. After the bell rang, he handed in his paper and left the examination room on time like other students. There were many cars parked in front of the foreign language school, and even more parents were standing under the scorching sun, anxiously waiting for their children. Fang Pingan walked out of the school gate, slowly squeezed out of the crowd, and looked to both sides. About 40 meters away, Chen Xiaohua, Lu Qing and Chen Shui were standing in the shade by the road, looking up. Seeing him walking towards her steadily, Chen Shui rushed over with a can of Coke. "Brother, this is what you wanted." Fang Pingan took the Coke, unscrewed the bottle, and took 3 big gulps. After a few long burps, he reached out and gave Chen Shui a thumbs up. "It's so enjoyable." The little girl's eyes curved as she held her milk tea and said, "Let's go home." "Well, go home." Chen Xiaohua looked at the 2 children walking towards him side by side, with his own girl holding Pingan's arm, and he felt very satisfied. "Don't ask me how the exam went later, got it?" He reminded Lu Qing again. What he got was a roll of eyes. "If you tell me, of course I know." After 2 days of the college entrance examination, Fang Pingan knew how well he could score. There is no difference from the college entrance examination questions in previous lives. He was very sure that his score would be much higher than in his previous life. He didn't dare to hope for full marks. At least he was not absolutely sure of getting full marks for his Chinese and English compositions. After all, that thing requires the teacher's subjective judgment, and there is no fixed standard answer. But with a total score of 750, he believed that he could probably get more than 720 points. The only thing you need to consider is which school and what major you choose. Early in the morning on the 10th, he got up and went to a small restaurant to help make wontons and dumplings. These are the things sold in Jiangnan snack bars. It's a decades-old shop with many old customers. Lu Qing and Chen Xiaohua originally wanted him to go out and play with his classmates to relax. On the one hand, it was to relax him, and on the other hand, it was to make him completely forget the days he spent at the Fang family. Fang Pingan just shook his head. It's not that there are no class reunions, nor are there no calls to go out for fun. But he had no such plan at all. During his 3 years of high school, he strictly abided by all the requirements of the Fang family. For example, you must go home immediately after school and are not allowed to associate with bad people. Originally, Zhao Wei didn't want him to study at number 1 middle school. The idea was actually proposed by Zhao Wei, his biological mother. What I'm afraid of is that if I'm in the same class with Fang Hongjun, it might affect Hongjun's grades. It's really off the mark. In the end, it was Fang Junhong who decided to let him go to number 1 middle school. After all, he was the child of the Fang family, and he should have the best of everything. Apart from spending a lot of time with Fatty at school, he spent the rest of his time at Fang's house. It can be said that during his 3 years in high school, apart from the fact that he was among the top 3 students in the class, the only impression he had was that he was aloof and unwilling to talk to others. Apart from his desk mate Zhao Huaiyan, he seldom talks to anyone. He doesn't care what others think of him. He was busy flattering the Fang family and had no time to interact with his classmates. Having helped in a restaurant since he was a child, he has not forgotten how to make wontons. My technique was a little unfamiliar at first, but I soon became very proficient. With his help, we could quickly gather enough buns and wontons. You can't pack too much of this stuff. You just need to keep a certain amount. Any more will not be good. He stopped only when there was already a lot of stock in the freezer and started helping to clear the table and wash the dishes. No matter how Chen Xiaohua and his wife tried to persuade him, it was useless and they could only let him help in the kitchen. It was past 10 in the morning and there were no customers in the store, so he sat down and started browsing his phone. He wanted to see how much more trouble there was in the lottery incident. There's a lot of information on the internet, but most of it is questioning. It's not the winner who is being questioned, but the number. After all, there were 3 people who won the first prize. Some have doubts, while others believe in the official statement. The main reason is that the winning number is really too magical. It is also the first time in history that 7 consecutive numbers have appeared. This is a result that can only exist in theory, and now it appears. Fang Pingan stared at his phone with a smile on his face for a while, and then decided to buy a house. He is well aware of which old neighborhoods will be demolished in the future and which areas will have higher house appreciation values. Yunqing is close to the sea, and both finance and commerce are very developed. More importantly, this is the provincial capital. His target is the old and dilapidated houses in the city center. Next September, exactly 2 years after his death, construction will begin on 2 new subway lines. According to the estimated construction period of up to 5 years, the prices of houses along the line will increase in 6 years. Not to mention commercial and residential housing, just talking about apartments, the rent of apartments along subway lines is increasing the fastest. Because the largest user group of these apartments in the future will be young, white-collar workers. He decided to buy 2 houses along the future subway line and also buy several apartments. In this way, their family will not have to continue running this small restaurant, and they can rely on collecting rent to ensure that their future living standards will not be lower than now. Just do it when you think of it. Dad, Mom, I'm going to go out for a walk. There are no customers right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Lu Qing quickly agree. Go ahead. I told you to go out and play, but you insisted on coming. Your father and I are enough here. Chen Xiaohua also nodded continuously. Go ahead and spend a few more days with your classmates. When you go to college, you will have new friends. Fang Pingan left the restaurant, opened the map, and selected the nearest agency. Fang Hongjun went out to play after finishing his exam. Not only that, he also rented a villa in Yunqing and held a 7-day party. He didn't notice at all that in an inconspicuous GL8, Two young men were cursing the rich second generation for being licentious, envying them, and chewing bread at the same time. But so far, neither of them has the evidence that any employer wants. Fang Hongjun has never been to Haidong District. He always followed Fang Junhong's arrangements and tried his best to avoid contact with his mother to avoid being seen. In the past, we only met when we were traveling. He did quite well in this college entrance examination, and he estimated that he could get at least 640 points. As for things like college entrance examination choices, they have nothing to do with him. All he needed was that transcript. The school in Country M has already been contacted, and Fang Junhong donated $10 million to the professor's laboratory. All he had to do was get on the plane with his transcript. Chapter 21, Buying a House. 21. It can be said that both Zhao Wei and he himself are very satisfied with the path arranged for him by Fang Junhong. He didn't have much cash himself, and he spent money without any scruples. In his hand was a secondary card given by Zhao Wei. As long as you can swipe the card, there is no limit at all, just swipe it. More than 2 weeks passed, and the only useful information Fang Jinglei got was that Fang Junhong had indeed been to Haidong District twice. Fang Hongjun started spending his days drinking and partying with young female students from the second day after the college entrance examination. The evidence in her hand could not prove anything at all. If my father Fang Junhong simply had a lover outside, this matter would be insignificant at all. This is a very common thing among wealthy families. As for Fang Hongjun, even if he raped an innocent girl, it would not have any impact on the Fang family. No matter which one it is, she doesn't care because it won't have any impact on the other family. She is still anxiously waiting for the latest news. She was very disappointed with her elder sister's inaction, so she paid out of her own pocket to hire a few people to help her keep an eye on the situation. What she wanted was evidence that Fang Hongjun and his father appeared together in Century Garden. Although Fang Pingan has made their relationship clear, it will be of no use without solid evidence. What made her most angry was not Fang Hongjun, but the fact that her father Fang Junong had kept the entire family in the dark for nearly 20 years. What kind of man could have pretended to be a harmonious and loving couple in front of his children for more than 20 years? This is simply unimaginable. She once thought that her father and mother might be enemies, or that something happened more than 20 years ago that led to her father having an affair with Qin Balian. But everything requires evidence. Deep down in her heart, what she hoped to find more was evidence to prove that Qin Balian and Fang Hongjun had nothing to do with each other. And his father, Fang Junhong, was just keeping a mistress outside. After all, this woman is much better than her mother in both appearance and figure. It's normal to be kept. The only problem is that the person who revealed this was Fang Pingan, her half-brother. Compared with everyone now, Fang Pingan has information advantages for the next 15 years. But it is an indisputable fact that he is still an 18-year-old boy with no social experience. He himself is well aware of this. So when he walked into the real estate agency, he did not speak actively, but just looked at the property information on the wall at first. He also has no plans to buy a new property. Intermediary companies are usually chain stores. The one he chose was Mallard House, the largest real estate agency chain in Yunqing. Except for the two people who stayed in the room, everyone else should be outside looking at the house. "Sir, do you want to rent a room?" A round-faced young lady stood up and greeted us with a smile on her face. "Please sit here. I'll get you a cup of tea." Her service attitude made Fang Pingan feel very comfortable. Sitting somewhat shyly at the small round glass table, he continued to stare at the information on the wall. Most were residential, and the locations were not what he wanted. Soon a cup of tea was placed in front of him, and the young lady sat down and brought a thick folder very professionally. I don't want to rent a house. I want to buy a few houses." The inexperienced Fang Pingan spoke. The smile on the round-faced girl's face became more sincere. "Okay, what size area do you want? Do you have any requirements for the house structure? Which area do you prefer for housing?" Although she didn't quite believe that the boy in front of her really wanted to buy a house, who knows? Fang Pingan hesitated for a moment and said a little embarrassedly, "Do you have a map? It's better for me to explain it to you based on the map." The young lady didn't say anything, just nodded, stood up and left for a while, then walked to the big conference table in the aisle room with a large map. Fang Pingan followed him. "Sir, please take a seat," she continued. "I need to register your information. This is a company rule. Please understand." Fang Pingan thought about it, and then told his name and contact information. After the young lady finished registering, she showed him her work badge and said, "My name is Zhou Yuan. Fang Pingan stood up and looked at the map to identify it. A new subway line will be approved next year, and construction will begin soon. He had seen the map more than 10 years later, and now he just needed to compare and confirm which main streets the route passed through. He quickly located the subway. "Can you give me a pencil?" he said without looking at Zhou Yuan, but stared at the map. Zhou Yuan has been observing this potential client. He looks like a college or a high school student, definitely not a white-collar worker. Being shy means he has no social experience, which further confirms that he is a middle school student. But a middle school student comes to buy a house, and the first thing he asks is buy several houses. Although this sounds a bit ridiculous, what if it happens? Although it is not as expensive as first-tier cities like Beijing, The housing prices in Yinxing are not low at all for ordinary people. The average price of second-hand houses is close to 20,000 yuan, and the highest price of new properties has reached 50,000 yuan. Of course, apartments are much cheaper. Fang Pingan drew 2 lines on the map, but they were concentrated in the current main urban area. And it's not the most prosperous area. Zhou Yuan asked cautiously, Mr. Fang, are you buying this house for your own use or for investment? Fang Pingan replied casually, I want to buy a few residential houses in the old city, and the rest I want are apartments. He looked back at Zhou Yuan and said, I want to buy a few residential houses here, around 140 square meters. For apartments, I would choose here, and here. They're all okay. If available, it would be best if they are newer. After hearing what he said, Zhou Yuan began to believe it a little. It's obvious that this young boy really wants to buy it. Whether he is a rich second generation or something else, it has nothing to do with her. As long as the deal is done, she can get at least hundreds of thousands in commission. She carefully looked at the locations that Fang Pingan had checked, including Jiangshan District, Gula District, and Haishi District. But there is not a single one in Haicang District, which is just across the river. Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. I'll go get some information. She turned and trotted to her workstation. Rich man? The colleague asked in a low voice. She shook her head quickly and whispered, I don't know, it's just that the request is a bit strange and not easy to serve. My colleague smiled and continued to look down at his phone. In a week, Fang Pingan followed Zhou Yuan to 4 of the 5 districts north of the Yangtze River. Haidong District was not included in his plan. Chapter 22 Ping and is a good boy. 22. In the end, we chose a small second-hand house that is very suitable for couples and singles to rent. A total of 11 sets were selected. The room sizes basically range from 80 to 120 square meters. He even gave up his original plan to buy a house for his parents. These 11 houses cost him a total of more than 21 million yuan. He used Chen Shuhui's name on all these houses. He doesn't own a single house. Although the average price of second-hand houses is about 30,000 yuan, this old and dilapidated house is indeed very cheap. Fang Pingan looked at the balance in his mobile banking account and felt that money was something that really didn't last long. I bought a top-of-the-line laptop and a latest model smartphone for myself and Huihui respectively. Not only that, he also bought Huihui a tablet. By now, he had basically made preparations before leaving home. The only regret is that he still can't drive, and there is nothing he can do about it. It is not too late to learn to drive during the 3-month vacation. As long as he is willing, he can definitely learn it. It's been almost a week since I got the property certificate, and I can start checking my college entrance examination results tomorrow. During this period, no one from the Fang family came to disturb him. I find it quite interesting when I think about it occasionally. It seems that Miss Fang and her family have already started the investigation. I just don't know how long it will take them to find the real solid evidence. He himself was not in a hurry at all. He had no expectations of the Fang family in the first place, so naturally he wouldn't care. The fat man asked him out, but he never agreed once. He just said that he was working to earn tuition and had no time to hang out with them. He did not simply take out a stack of property certificates and place them on the table at home to tell his family that he was the grand prize winner. He needs to wait for the results to come out. He will only take out the property certificates after the results come out. First give the honor to the adoptive parents, and then give the wealth to Huihui. Only in this way can they rest assured that Huihui will never have to worry about money in her life. Even though he was very sure that he could earn wealth that many people could never imagine in their lifetime, he didn't want his parents to worry too much before that became a reality. With these properties as support from their only daughter, they shouldn't have to work so hard. It was almost 7 o'clock in the afternoon on the 21st. He had just returned home, and his computer, tablet, and mobile phone were already placed on his bed. According to the notification, results can be checked after 8 o'clock tonight. You don't necessarily have to use a computer. You can also check it on your mobile phone. He is waiting for his family to come back. Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing no longer received new guests after 7:30. Both of them were anxious to go home and see Ping An's college entrance examination results. Sorry, something happened at home, and I am no longer accepting new guests. Lu Qing apologized embarrassedly to the customers who walked into the store. Chen Xiaohua was cleaning the kitchen. There are only 4 tables of people dining in the restaurant right now. In 20 minutes at most, they would have finished eating. When the time comes, I will wash the dishes, wipe the table, clean the house, and then go home. Oh, is that so? Never mind. The guest didn't say anything. This old shop is located at the entrance of the residential complex, and its main income comes from breakfast. At other times, I just sell as much as I can. The couple were indeed a little anxious. But no matter how anxious you are, you can't start cleaning outside when there are guests. By the time they got home, it was almost 8:30. Fang Pingan brought back 2 family buckets and ordered 2 extra large portions of French fries, which are Huihui's favorite. When the old couple returned home, they saw Huihui gnawing on a chicken leg and Fang Pingan slowly drinking a glass of iced Coke. Hey, Huihui, this was bought by your brother, right? Lu Qing asked with a smile while changing shoes. Chen Shuhui's mouth was bulging with food. Fang Pingan stood up and walked over to take the plastic bag from Chen Xiaohua. Dad, we won't cook today. Let's have a family bucket. Chen Xiaohua nodded cheerfully and said, Alas, we are still late. If I had known there were these delicious foods, I would have come back earlier. Fang Pingan knew it was a joke, so he took the plastic bag and put it on the coffee table, then sat directly on the sofa. Pingan, have you checked your grades? Lu Qing's tone sounded a little cautious. Chen Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Chen Shui turned around and said from the dining table, "Not yet. My brother said we'll check together when you guys come back." Okay, let's check it together. Chen Xiaohua was naturally happy. It will be fine, Lu Qing said as he washed his hands. He quickly finished washing his hands and sat on the sofa. Pingan, check it out. I know you will do well in the exam. Chen Xiaohua rubbed his hands. Although I said it was okay, I was still a little nervous. Fang Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my approximate score situation." He got up and went back to his room to take out his admission ticket and put it on the coffee table. The whole family gathered around, 3 pairs of eyes staring at his phone screen. Open the app, find the query window, and enter the admission ticket number. What Fang Pingan saw was not his own results, but a floating window that said, "Your ranking has entered the top 50 in the province. Please check for specific details on the 27th. It's safe, he thought. I looked up and saw 3 pairs of confused eyes. He handed the phone to Lu Qing. "Mom, I'm in the top 50 in the province." Lu Qing held the phone and looked at it for a while before handing it to Chen Xiaohua. "Pingan, what does this mean? Why are there no scores?" After reading it, Chen Xiaohua put down his phone and was immediately grabbed by Chen Shui. Fang Pingan smiled and said, "The scores of the top 50 in the province will not be announced now." Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing looked at each other and said nothing. Chen Shui put down her phone and asked, "Why? We have to wait until the 27th to check the scores." Fang Pingan thought for a moment and said, "This may be because students with particularly good grades will be sought after by all the major universities. It should be to avoid schools competing for students or competition among students. I'm not sure. Anyway, those colleges and universities will definitely know the scores before us. Therefore, I will definitely receive calls from major schools in a few days. Your phone will surely be flooded with calls by then. Maybe someone will come to visit." Chen Xiaohua took Lu Qing's hand and smiled. "Top 30 in the province, haha. Then at least 700 points is enough to be safe." Fang Pingan smiled and said, "I don't know the exact amount. We'll know after checking in a few days." Lu Qing's eyes were red, but Chen Xiaohua clapped his hands to comfort her. "If that's the case, then don't worry. But, Pingan, if those schools call or come to our house, what will we say?" Lu Qing shed tears and said, "Pingan, you are a good child. Chapter 23 today is a good day." 23. Chen Shui also reached out and hugged her and said, "Oh mom, my brother's in the top 30 in the province. If he scores more than 730 points, he might even be the top scorer in the province. This is a good thing. Why are you crying?" Lu Qing hugged her and said, "Silly girl, I don't know how much your brother has suffered in the past 4 years." Fang Pingan quickly said, "Mom, let's not talk about this. I did so well in the exam because you cultivated good study habits for me since I was a child. This is all thanks to you." Chen Xiaohua let out a long breath, stood up and said, "Today is a good day. Pingan will definitely be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. This is the happiest day of my life. Such a good child is not valued by the Fang family. They are blind. Pingan, come on, have a couple of drinks with me. Wife, go fry some peanuts for me and give me some snacks. I want to drink to my heart's content today." Lu Qing glared at him and said, "Don't say rude words." The time goes back to 8 o'clock. Fang Hongjun also checked his grades with the company of his entire family. When he estimated his score, he estimated it to be around 640 points. I have to say that Fang Hongjun's grades have always been very good. This score is just above average in number 1 middle school and is not an outstanding result. But he has always been at this level. After so many simulations, the scores have been hovering between 620 and 670. When the screen showed 653 points, he breathed a sigh of relief and handed the phone to Zhao Wei. "I wonder how many points Brother Pingan got in the exam." He was very careful and didn't say a word or show any emotion. The smile on Zhao Wei's face after seeing the results froze after she heard these words. She turned to look at Fang Qingyan. "Qingyan, why don't you call and ask Ping and how many points he got in the exam? Why are you asking him?" Fang Junhong's face had already fallen. "What does his score have to do with us?" Fang Qingyan silently took out her cell phone. She also wanted to know Fang Pingan's score, but before she could type, Fang Jinglei held her hand. Fang Jinglei smiled and said, "Hongjun did so well in the exam. Do you plan to go abroad or continue to stay in China to attend university?" Fang Zhidia also smiled. "Hongjun must go abroad, but sister can't bear to let you go. You will be away studying abroad for several years, and mom will miss you. As for Fang Pingan, so what even if he has good grades? Sister, think about it. Our dad will definitely not give him money to study abroad. And can his adoptive parents, who run a small restaurant, have enough money to send him to study abroad? That's obviously impossible. It's so miserable. You will never be able to earn enough money to send him to study abroad in your lifetime. Besides, there is a daughter in their family who is their biological daughter. Even if they have money, they will not spend it on him. If you ask me, Fang Pingan is lucky to get into a 985 university. He might only be able to get into a 211 university. Fang Qingyan looked up at Fang Hongjun and asked, Yes, Hongjun, what do you think? Zhao Wei put down her phone and looked at Fang Junhong. Or, let's not go abroad. If Hongjun goes abroad, then I will go with him. Fang Junhong laughed and said, Hongjun's study abroad has been arranged, but the donation has not been finalized yet. He looked at Fang Hongjun, his face full of relief. Hongjun, which school do you want to go to? Fang Hongjun lowered his eyes and said, I am also reluctant to leave mom and go abroad with you guys alone. If I stay in the country, I want to go to school in Shanghai, not Beijing. Zhao Wei was delighted. Then don't go to Beijing. Shanghai is close to home. Your uncle is in Shanghai. He will take care of you there. There will be no problem. Fang Hongjun said nothing and looked up at his father. Zhao Wei continued, Hongjun likes Shanghai, so let's go to Shanghai. Mom will go with you then. Fang Junhong shook his head. Forget it, let's go abroad. Go abroad and study hard for a few years. When you come back, you can learn how to manage a company directly from your elder sister. Everything in the Fang family will still be controlled by you in the future. Fang Hongjun. Then, what about Brother Pingan? Are you really going to ignore him? After saying that, he lowered his head and remained silent. Fang Zhidia sneered and said, Hongjun, are you stupid? It was he who didn't want to come back. We didn't force him to leave the Fang family. He brought all this upon himself. Why do you care about him? Just let him wallow in the slums. After Fang Jinglei asked that question, she didn't say anything else. She stared at the expressions of Fang Hongjun and his father, unwilling to miss even a single detail. She had started observing since Fang Hongjun said that. Things that she had never noticed before, things that she thought were normal before, began to look a little different in her eyes after Fang Pingan revealed Fang Hongjun's life experience. If it were in the past, she might have done the same as her third sister Fang Zhidia and belittled Fang Pingan, the taciturn man at home. But now she discovered that her third sister Fang Zhidia was the real, brainless one in the family. Fang Hongjun said 2 sentences in total. Although it sounds like Fang Pingan is pitiful, if you look at it from another angle, it is to instigate his father and third sister to make them more determined to cut off contact with Fang Pingan. Of course, she still doesn't know that her mother and third sister went to look for Fang Pingan early in the morning the day after Fang Pingan left the Fang family. Why did the third sister show such great disgust towards Fang Pingan, without even concealing it? She also couldn't understand why her mother seemed reluctant to let Fang Pingan go, but seemed not to care at all. Could it be that Fang Hongjun had been giving her some kind of magic potion during this period of time? She didn't say anything, just sat quietly on the sofa and watched. Fang Qingyan raised her hand and patted Fang Zhidia on the shoulder. No matter what, Fang Pingan is your brother, so if you don't like him, forget it. There's no need to belittle him like this. Dad, ask me about Ping and's grades in a few days. Since Hongjun wants to know, I will tell you after I find out. But this is not an important matter. If Hongjun wants to study abroad, he should choose a good school. If you don't go abroad to Shanghai, Hongjun, you must choose finance. The financial sector in Shanghai is very strong. There is no other place in China that can compare to Shanghai. Fang Jinglei looked at her elder sister staring at Fang Hongjun with sparkling eyes, and then looked at Fang Hongjun lowering his head in thought. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Fang Hongjun say, I'd better go abroad. Living and studying alone abroad should help me develop independent abilities more quickly. Over the past few years, you have spoiled me at home, and I feel like I can't live without you. Fang Hongjun looked at Zhao Wei and said softly, If you really can't bear to see me leave, then why don't you come with me and go abroad? Chapter 24. The one who should really leave is Fang Hongjun. 24. Zhao Wei was a little hesitant. Well, let's talk about this after Hongjun's coming-of-age ceremony. It's too early to decide now. She has always been indecisive and has a hard time making decisions. Fang Junhong coughed and said, Then let's go abroad. That's it. Fang Qingyan glanced at Fang Jinglei, stood up and said, That's it, I'll go back to my room first. Fang Jinglei stood up and said, I'm going back to my room too. Fang Zhidia picked up her bag and said, Hongjun, do you want to go out and play with your sister? Zhao Wei patted Fang Hongjun's hand and said, Go if you want to, but don't play too late and drink less, got it? Fang Hongjun shook his head and said, Sister, go by yourself. I'll just go back to my room and play games for a while. Sister, don't you think Fang Hongjun said those things on purpose today? Fang Jinglei lit a cigarette, her face looking a little grim. Fang Qingyan sighed. If you look at it with prejudice, then of course it's intentional. But what if Hongjun's original intention was just to ask? Why do you think so bad of him? It is normal for children to be competitive, and there is no need to think too much about it. Fang Jinglei didn't want to hear these meaningless things, so she asked directly, Have you found anything these days? Fang Qingyan shook her head. Nothing useful. But what is certain is that Dad did have contact with Qin Balian. In the past half-month, he has been there 3 times. Fang Jinglei said softly. But these are not enough. There is no way to prove the relationship between Hongjun and her. Sister, I have withdrawn the commission. I have other ways to prove it. Fang Qingyan looked up and said, I thought of that too. If you want to prove it, you just need to find someone to get Qin Balian's hair for a paternity test. It's not the outcome that worries me. But how can we make our mother accept the result of this matter? If she can't accept it, what can we do? Fang Jinglei smiled bitterly and said, what else can I do? I'll do it. Fang Qingyan was silent for a moment before she asked, so you don't believe me? Do you think I would lie for this family? After a pause, she looked up and stared into Fang Jinglei's eyes and said, I admit it. I don't expect that to be true. I hope the result is that Fang Hongjun has no blood relationship with my father. This way the family will not break up and mom won't have to be sad. Everyone is still together happily. Even if Fang Pingan doesn't come back, this family is still good. To put it more cruelly, I think it is worth sacrificing Fang Pingan in exchange for the stability of this family and the reputation of the Fang family outside. Anyway, neither my parents nor the rest of us like him, right? Do you have to break up this family before you can feel at ease? Are you satisfied? Jinglei, why have you become like this? Didn't you and the third brother target Pingan in the past? Although I don't care about him, I rarely say to him things that are unacceptable. Don't you all want him to get out of the Fang family? I remember you were the first one to tell him to get out of the Fang family, weren't you? Fang Qingyan's series of questions broke Fang Jinglei's defense. She looked down at her hands. Tears dripped down his arms and hands. Yes, I was the one who spoke badly to him. I even instigated my third sister to target Pingan. It's all my fault. My mistake was that I shouldn't have suggested that he go away. You shouldn't keep saying bad things about him in front of your parents. And you shouldn't encourage Jie to hurt his heart. She raised her head, revealing a tear-stained face. Sister, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Don't hesitate any longer, sister. I should tell my mom about this, no matter what. If Hongjun is Dad's biological son, then Mom should know. Don't say any more, Fang Qingyan interrupted her. Mom has not been in good health. Don't you think about whether your mother would be able to accept it if you said it directly? If anything happens, I will regret it to death. Fang Jinglei choked up and said, you can't keep this secret from Mom forever. If it's true as Dad said, that Hongjun inherits everything in the family, then what are we? Sister, what does it mean that you have given so much to this family? There are also 3 and 4 younger sisters. My 4th sister is still in school, so she should be able to accept it. It's just that the third brother likes to go to extremes. Fang Qingyan pinched her brows and said, okay, don't cry. Crying makes people upset. I'll think about it. Fang Jinglei wiped her tears and said, no matter what you plan, I can never accept letting that bastard stay at home. The one who should really leave this family is Fang Hongjun. Fang Qingyan waved her hands and said, okay, I get it. Go back to your room. In these 2 days, I will collect some hair and do a paternity test. Fang Jinglei stood up and said, I don't care whether you do it or not. I don't believe you either. I figured out how to do it myself. Don't even think about hiding it from Mom. As soon as the results come out, I will tell my mother everything. A short pain is worse than a long one. I'll make the arrangements. Fang Qingyan stared at her blankly. You are really going to piss me off to death. Never mind. It's up to you what you want. Chen Xiaohua and his family sat around the dining table. The drinks that Chen Shui and Lu Qing drank, 2 family buckets, were actually quite large. For people who really couldn't finish it. Fang Pingan didn't drink. Divide the remaining 3 chicken legs among Godfather, Godmother, and Hui. He ate a burger by himself, then got up and went back to his room. When he came out, he was holding a stack of red books, with an unopened tablet and mobile phone placed on the real estate certificate, and a computer bag on his shoulder. Safety. Elder brother? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Fang Pingan came over with a smile, put all the things on the sofa, and said, Dad, Mom, Hui, these are for you. He put the tablet and mobile phone on the other side and took off his computer bag and put it on the sofa. Xiaohua. Lu Qing looked at the stack of property certificates and opened the top one with trembling hands. Chen Xiaohua then picked up another one. Only Chen Shuhui's first action was to take the phone in her hand and shouted with surprise, Wow, brother, is this for me? Fang Pingan smiled and rubbed her head and said, These are actually all for you. There are 11 houses in total, and the computers, tablets, and mobile phones are all yours. Up to now, Chen Xiaohua had only drunk 2 glasses of wine and was completely sober. It is clearly written on the property certificate that the owner of the house is Chen Shui. Pingan, where did you get the money? Yeah, Pingan, where did you get so much money to buy so many houses? Lu Qing asked in agreement. Without stopping, she picked up the books one by one and opened them to read. Brother, did you win the lottery? Chen Shui said as she unpacked the package. Chapter 25, brother. You're rich. 25. Fang Pingan nodded with a smile. In the last lottery draw last month, I won 5 grand prizes and 5 third prizes. Wow, brother, you're rich. The little girl was only interested in mobile phones and tablets, and she didn't pay much attention to the house. Lu Qing put down the last property certificate in her hand, raised her head and looked at him with red eyes. Pingan, why don't you write your name? Chen Xiaohua was speechless. He had not yet recovered from the shock. Chen Shui asked in confusion. Let me see whose name my brother wrote. She opened a random book and let out a scream. Brother, why did you write my name? Pick up another book and then the next one. Chen Xiaohua's lips trembled as he asked. Pingan, why are you doing this? The money is yours. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Fang Pingan smiled and said, Dad, Mom, these houses are all under Hui's name. Moreover, they are all old and dilapidated houses. I have already contacted an agent to rent them out. In the future, the rent will be the main source of income for the family. You should renovate that restaurant and just provide lunch and dinner. Don't get up at 2 or 3 in the morning to work there. If you really follow my advice, you can become landlords now. I didn't expect to win the jackpot, and the house has already been bought, so don't worry about it. I have the ability to earn money and buy you a better house in the future. Chen Xiaohua sighed. You can't give it all to her. Don't you want to keep some for yourself? Fang Pingan acted very calm. Mom and Dad, since I'm doing this, of course I've thought about it. You only have Hui as your daughter, and now you have me. No matter what, Hui will get married in the future. These houses, as premarital properties, will definitely not become someone else's. That is Hui's future wealth, and she will no longer have to live a hard life no matter what. Chen Shui interrupted. Brother, how old am I and you are saying these things? Fang Pingan pinched her cheek and said, You are my sister. It is only natural for me to give it to you. The computer is also for you. He turned around and continued to say to Chen Xiaohua, The house has been bought and is under her name. I will definitely not take it back. Besides, I still have more than 2 million in my hands, which is enough for me to go to school or do anything else in the future. What's more, I can make money. My college entrance examination score will definitely not be low, so you don't have to worry about me no matter where I go to study or how I live. By then, I will live in the school dormitory and eat in the school cafeteria, so you two won't have to worry about anything. As for you, you will just live at home collecting rent from now on. That small restaurant can be opened when you want to, and closed when you don't want to. Anyway, you won't be short of money in the future, right? Lu Qing wiped her tears and shook her head. No, I can't take your things. Chen Xiaohua nodded. That's right. You're still a child. There's no reason for us to just start eating and drinking your food. We are still able to work, and we can support you too to go to college and even to graduate school and doctoral studies in the future. Fang Pingan smiled and said, Don't worry, the days ahead will get better and better. Real. I was planning to buy you a new car, but it's not easy to buy it directly because I'm afraid you won't like it. Chen Xiaohua immediately shook his head and waved his hands, saying, No, don't spend any more money. Money is hard to make nowadays, but it is spent very quickly. Don't waste money in the future. Fang Pingan nodded quickly and said with a smile, Yeah, I see. I haven't even taken a few bites yet, but I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you that I am not only a good student, but also very lucky. If you, my parents, hadn't taken me in, I wouldn't have won the prize, right? Lu Qing couldn't help but nodded. Chen Xiaohua sighed and said, Then let's continue eating. Honey, please pack these things and put them away. Chen Shui was no longer in the mood to eat. She started fiddling with her phone and only put it down and came to eat after being scolded by Lu Qing. Brother, I'm also a wealthy woman, right? Can I just lie down and relax from now on? You say I am so rich now. Why do I need to go to school? Being a landlady is not bad, isn't it? Fang Pingan smiled and shook his head without saying anything. He was not full yet. Chen Xiaohua drank a glass of wine, put down the glass, and said, You are a student. What do you want to do if you don't study? Lu Qing even slapped the little girl directly. What nonsense are you talking about? Those houses belong to your brother, not you. It's just borrowing your name. Do you really think it's yours? Chen Shui doesn't care about that. Brother, if you want to buy a house, just buy it yourself. Why put my name on it? Are you afraid that your family will snatch it away? She just said it casually, but it reminded Fang Pingan. That's not the case. It's just to give you some protection in the future. You still have to study hard when you need to. Didn't I say that? The college entrance examination is the only relatively fair opportunity that allows us to change our family's living conditions. If it were true what you said, I would be so rich now. Why should I go to college? I can buy a house and live there myself. Chen Shui nodded without saying anything. The fries are so delicious. It's a pity that there is only ice cola, but no ice milk tea. After listening to what Fang Pingan said, Chen Xiaohua just glanced at Lu Qing and said nothing more. That night, Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing lay in bed, and neither of them could sleep. We can't take those houses, Xiaohua. Yes, I know. But Hui's name is already written on it, and it's hard to change it in such a short time. And it would cost a lot of money to change it. Also, when changing his name, Pingan has to sign, and he probably won't be willing to sign. That's it for this house. When he chooses to go to Beijing to attend university, let's go with him. At worst, I can ask them to provide some help and convenience to Pingan. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment and hesitated. Xiaohua, you didn't ask them for help when things were so tough back then, so is it inappropriate to ask them now? I don't know what peace really needs. Chen Xiaohua sighed. He calls me dad, so I should do this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be ashamed to be his father. It was hard back then, and I was sorry for letting you suffer with me for so many years. Lu Qing put his hand over his mouth and said with a choked voice, Don't say it. I want to do it. You left the Qin family because of me. It's not that I suffered with you, but you suffered because of me for so many years. Chapter 26, I'm not going anywhere. 26. Hearing that the voice was not right, Chen Xiaohua quickly comforted her. Being able to marry you is the happiest thing in my life. This little bit of suffering is nothing compared to being able to marry you. Besides, you gave birth to Hui for me. Don't think too much. Without them, haven't we been doing pretty well these years? Lu Qing didn't say anything else, just leaned on his chest. After taking a shower, Chen Shui changed into her pajamas, held her tablet and mobile phone, and started playing. In the other room, Fang Pingan just received a text message from Fang Jinglei. Pingan, what's your score in the college entrance examination? He took one look and threw the phone aside, not even planning to reply. This second sister was the first one to show kindness to him. Those past few years have passed. He didn't want those bad days to affect his future life. Even if his whole family regretted it, he didn't plan to go back. From now on, let's live our own lives. No matter what happens at the Fang family, he will no longer care. Although he really wanted to know if it would be interesting once the Fang family discovered Fang Hongjuan's true blood relationship. Just now, he decided not to care anymore. Work hard to earn money, go to Beijing, and go to a good university. In his previous life, he didn't even go to college and died young. In this life, he wanted to live more unrestrainedly. The days go by fast. In the blink of an eye, it was the 27th, and he could already check his college entrance examination results. On that day, Chen Xiaohua and his wife did not open the store at all. Chen Shui went to school, and the family of three sat on the sofa waiting for the time to come. Pingan, have you decided which school to go to? Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. Chen Xiaohua sighed. Don't interfere with the child's decision. Pingan, no matter which school or major you choose, we will not interfere. Your future is up to you. I trust you. Lu Qing followed up. I just want to know, and I don't have any intention of giving you any advice. With your grades, you should have no problem getting into any school you want. Fang Pingan couldn't help laughing. Mom and Dad, I've already made up my mind. Beijing University, major in finance. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after we get to the capital. I will probably buy a house in Beijing soon, so you two won't have to stay in a hotel when you visit me in Beijing. Chen Xiaohua was stunned for a moment and said, That's not necessary. I have a house in Beijing, but I didn't take it back. Fang Pingan asked curiously, You still have a house in the capital? Aside from the past 4 years, I have never seen you go to the capital since I was a child. Huh. Lu Qing hesitated and said, Xiaohua, have you made up your mind? Chen Xiaohua shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's check the score and see what it is. Fang Pingan lowered his head and started refreshing. Soon, the results appeared on the screen. 732. Fang Pingan showed the scores to the couple, and then said, With this score, it should be no problem to get into the top 3 in the province. Last year's provincial top scorer only scored 727 points, and I scored 5 points higher than him. But this year's college entrance examination questions should not be as difficult as last year's, so there may be people who did better than me. Lu Qing and Chen Xiaohua were already very excited. If this person becomes the top scholar in the province, that would be really amazing. But then, Lu Qing asked again, Pingan, if you make your results public, will the Fang family come looking for you again? Fang Pingan comforted her. Don't worry, Mom, I'm not going anywhere. Although I am their child by blood, the grace of raising is not as great as the grace of giving birth to me. I remember how they treated me. I won't leave this home. Of course, I'll go to college when school starts. By the way, the results are out, and someone should call or come to my house soon. What are you two going to do? Chen Xiaohua shook his head and said, Anyway, it's your college business. We won't say a word. At worst, I can just shut it down. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and turned it off. When Lu Qing saw this, he also turned off his phone. Fang Pingan stood up and said, It's okay. I have decided to choose the finance department of Peking University, and I won't choose any other department. If I really can't avoid it, I can just tell the other person my choice directly. A banner that read, Warm congratulations to our school, student Fang Pingan, for winning the title of the top scorer in the science subject of this year's provincial college entrance examination, was hung on the school's railings. This is the umpteenth time that number 1 middle school has won the title of provincial top scholar since its establishment. It may not be considered big news, but it must be reported. This year's enrollment has ended, and maybe we will be able to recruit a few more good candidates for next year. As usual, the school leaders came to visit the home, bringing along the class teacher and reporters. Fang Pingan had turned off his phone and ran away long ago, leaving Chen Xiaohua and his wife, smiling to deal with it. But it was no use for him to hide, because he still needed to go to school in person to fill in his application form. When the news broke, his class teacher was also a little surprised. You should know that Fang Pingan is in class 13, not the top class. His grades are usually among the top 3 in the class, and he occasionally gets first place. This time he thought it would be a blessing if his class could have 5 students among the top 100 in the grade, but he didn't expect that he could produce a provincial top student. There are 17 classes with 803 students in the senior year of high school. No more than 50 of them know Fang Pingan, or 47 people in their class, while not counting himself. During the 3 years of high school, there were no more than 10 people who interacted with him. Well, the interactions between class leaders on weekdays don't count. The 2 closest to him are his neighbors. The one on the left is my desk mate Zhao Huayan. His grades are average, but even so, he has no problem getting into a top university. There was a girl across the aisle on his right. Everyone was busy doing exercises and listening to the teacher. They were so busy that they couldn't even raise their heads. He couldn't even remember the other person's name. For 3 years, he went to and from school on time every day. At noon, he would dutifully get his lunch, wash his lunchbox, and then go back to the classroom to sleep. Whether it is physical education class or sports meet, basically just passing is enough without falling behind or standing out. Who knew this guy would cause such a big trouble for class 13? Does anyone know that Fang Pingan is a guy with a different character? He had already done this year's college entrance examination papers several times, and even spent several days to work out the questions that he had not been able to answer before. In his previous life, he only scored 648 points. He still remembered Fang Hongjuan's results, which were about the same as his, which was considered normal performance. This proves that they are both Fang Junhong's children, as their test scores are similar. Comparing the two sides, he improved his score by nearly 100 points. Having lived 2 lives and having a photographic memory, he is truly amazing. He didn't get home until 11 o'clock in the evening, and his cell phone was still not turned on. Chapter 27. Fang Jinglei just wants to cry. 27. He was hiding outside and had a lot of free time, which caused Chen Xiaohua and his wife to complain. Chen Shui simply worships his achievements. It's so face-saving. But then came further complaints. Brother, why did you score so high? I'm under so much pressure. If I don't do well in the college entrance examination, I will be so embarrassed. Well, Chen Shui was still very resentful. But when Fang Pingan took out a very exquisite watch from his bag, the resentment naturally disappeared. The watch is not expensive, less than 3,000 yuan, but it is beautiful. Since Fang Jinglei personally went to her parents' bedroom to collect Fang Junhong's hair, she naturally also got Fang Hongjuan's hair. To ensure the accuracy of the results, she prepared 3 samples and sent them to 3 different places for identification. Although the results have not been obtained yet, we have seen from news reports that this year's top scorer in science is called Fang Pingan. Not only the name, but also Fang Pingan's face was something she could never forget. At dinner time, she went downstairs early and sat in the living room waiting. My father came back with Fang Hongjun, and my mother doesn't know about it yet. When she saw her father and brother come in together, she suddenly had a strange idea. Could it be that they went to meet Qin Balian? Fang Hongjun is going to study abroad. His father has already made the decision. It is impossible for the mother to go abroad with her child to study. Even if you go, you won't be able to stay for long. What about Qin Balian? Will they go abroad with their son, live comfortably abroad for a few years, and then come back to seize the family property? Although she was very clear that the Fang family's property had little to do with her, it was definitely related to her mother, Zhao Wei. If everything really develops in this direction, then the mother would be too wronged. Fang Hongjuan's face didn't look very good either, but everything was back to normal after he changed his clothes and came down from upstairs. Fang Jinglei observed, but did not speak. Although Fang Hongjun is only 18 years old, his expression is different when he goes upstairs and downstairs. He should have adjusted his emotions. My eldest sister Fang Qinyan didn't come back. I don't know if she had any business banquet or not. The only people having dinner at home tonight were her father, mother, Fang Zhidia, and Fang Hongjun. According to the rules of wealthy families, you are not allowed to talk while eating. Although the Fang family is the same in this regard, it is not very strict. After all, the one who talks the most is the mother, and she always picks food for Fang Hongjun. He showed concern for Fang Hongjuan's situation at school. Fang Jinglei was just about to talk about the news report about Fang Pingan when she heard Fang Hongjun speaking. Mom, Brother Pingan got the provincial top score in science. Zhao Wei's hand that was picking up food for him stopped in midair and then put it into his bowl. Oh, really? Fang Jinglei didn't know what her weak mother was thinking of. She just saw her eyes turn red again. This made Fang Jinglei feel very speechless. My God, if you have anything to say, can't you just say it directly? It is almost certain that the person in front of you, who you hold dearest, is your father's illegitimate child. Junong, should we call Pingan to come back and celebrate? Zhao Wei looked at her husband. Fang Junong said nothing and looked extremely bad. Fang Zhidia interrupted and said, Why did you call me back, Mom? Everyone has cut off ties with you. In other words, they don't want us anymore. Why should I follow him with such a flattering face? Besides, Hongjun did very well in the exam. Even if he doesn't go abroad, can't he still get into a 985 university? Let's just leave that peasant outside by himself. It would be such an eyesore if we call him back. Fang Hongjun picked up the serving chopsticks, picked up a piece of food for Zhao Wei, and said, Third sister, don't talk about Brother Pingan like that. It's not easy for him to be out there alone. I don't know if anyone cares about him. I think I should call him back. The college entrance examination is over, and I moved out for a while. When I go abroad to study, he won't be able to see me when he comes back, so he will probably stay. Zhao Wei slapped him and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Where are you moving to? Mom is with you. Fang Jinglei just wanted to cry. Fang Junhong frowned and said, Hongjun, shut up. Don't mention that rebellious son in front of me anymore. If you have the ability, make a name for yourself. So what if I'm the top scorer in science? Do you really think knowledge is wealth? Even if he is the top scholar in the country, he is not as good as what you will inherit in the future. Fang Jia followed with a smile and said, "That's right. Dad, you said it very well. Which wealthy family has not accumulated wealth for several generations? Really, do you think you can compete with the giants with just your own efforts? This is so ridiculous." Hongjun, don't think too much. For people like Fang Pingan, learning is the road to Rome. But you grew up in Rome. How can he compare with you? Don't say those inappropriate words in the future. Just listen to our dad. Zhao Wei nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right. Although I am highly educated, I have actually done nothing since I married your father. This is the foundation accumulated by the family. It's simply not something ordinary people can imagine. Eat peacefully and don't think too much. If Pingan doesn't want to come back, then forget it. Mom can't bear to see you move away. That would be the end of Mom's life." Fang Jinglei returned to her room and called Fang Qingyan. Fang Qingyan was having dinner with Gu Baibai at the time. When she saw it was Fang Jinglei's call, she picked up the call directly. "Why are you calling me at this time? Sister, do you know who is the provincial champion in science this year?" Fang Qingyan was stunned for a moment. "I don't know." "Oh, it's Fang Pingan. This year, the province's top scorer in science is Fang Pingan." Fang Qingyan even put down the dinner knife in her right hand. She took a sip of the red wine in front of her. "What do you want to say?" Fang Jinglei said slowly. "I remember that Fang Hongjun said that Pingan's grades in school were average. And we have never asked why he knew the results of Pingan. I never asked him why he knew Pingan was with those gangsters and little girls. I never investigated and just believed it. But now Pingan is the top student in science. Do you think there is some problem here? What I find even more ridiculous is that, during dinner tonight, it was Fang Hongjun himself who told his mother that Pingan had passed the exam with top score. And no one has ever asked why Pingan's performance was said to be poor in the past. Can I get the top score if I don't have good grades?" Fang Qingyan said impatiently. "You don't need to tell me these. I understand them all. Anyway, all those things that happened in the past were caused by quarrels between you and Jia at home. There's no point saying anything now without the report in hand. Don't bother me. I'm having dinner with Lawyer Gu. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it after I get back tomorrow night." Fang Jinglei asked, "You're not coming back tonight?" "Well, I'm not going back." Fang Qingyan looked at Gu Baibai and gave her a big wink. "I'll talk about it tomorrow night when I get back." Chapter 28, Desperate Fang Jinglei. After hanging up the phone, Fang Jinglei picked up the family photo with a piece torn off and looked at it quietly. In the Western restaurant, Fang Qingyan put down her phone. Gu Baibai leaned forward and placed her full breasts on the table. "Why? Your sister's call?" Fang Qingyan looked up at her chest and asked, "Why are you getting bigger recently?" Gu Baibai laughed and continued the topic. "It's all because of you." Fang Qingyan spat. "Do you dare to say that there is no other man besides me?" Gu Baibai elegantly picked up a piece of steak with a fork and put it into his mouth. After chewing slowly, she took the napkin and wiped the corners of her mouth and said softly, "Men are also useful. At least their hands are a lot rougher than yours." Fang Qingyan cursed softly. "You little slut. Wait till I get back and see how I'll deal with you." Gu Baibai chuckled. "I'm afraid of you. Come on, call me husband." Fang Qingyan glared at her and said, "You will die in my hands sooner or later. TSK, who knows? I bought a new set of clothes, and we'll wear it for you tonight." Another 4 days passed. Accompanied by Chen Xiaohua and his wife, and under the keen gaze of the teachers from Peking University, he filled out his application form readily. "I received a very high scholarship, and the admissions teacher offered very good conditions. This was the school he wanted to go to anyway, so he didn't make a fuss and just signed a contract and was done with it." After filling out the application form and sitting in Chen Xiaohua's car to go home, he suggested buying an off-road vehicle for his parents who had worked hard for most of their lives. Lu Qing was the first to disagree. She would rather Fang Pingan keep the money for future emergencies. Chen Xiaohua said that he didn't want to change his car, but instead asked him to learn how to drive so that he wouldn't have too much time to practice driving after going to college. Fang Pingan agreed readily. According to national practice, he agreed to give a speech to the whole school. He was on top, and his classmates were below. Fang Pingan looked at the students and parents below while giving a speech at school. The whispers and expressions of sudden enlightenment below made him feel strange. The leaders sitting on the rostrum and himself could clearly hear the whispers below. "He is Fang Pingan. He looks quite handsome. Oh my God. I've seen this guy in the cafeteria many times. He seems to be particularly unsociable. I've seen him before, and he seemed to be from a poor family. I don't have much other impression of him. Fuck. This guy was always on the grade list during my 3 years in high school. I never paid attention to who he was, I just knew his name. This kind of academic master really can't be compared. This sound, although not loud, is not small either." He believed that the leaders sitting behind him could hear it. Fang Pingan looked at the various expressions and looks from below, and he always felt a little awkward. Before returning to the Fang family in the 3rd year of junior high school, he was just like other children. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xiaohua were very kind to him, and he used to be a cheerful and lively person. But during that year, he not only had to face the pressure of the high school entrance examination, but also had to deal with the rules of a wealthy family that he was never used to. At that time, he had just met his biological parents. Faced with luxury he had never seen before, he felt inferior, sensitive, and timid. Unexpectedly, Fang Hongjun became a completely different person after entering high school. He started to work hard, and his grades got better and better. I don't know if it was Qin Baoyin's advice to him. Fang Pingan was not very clear about these. All he knew was that over the past 4 years, he had become increasingly silent. Over the past 4 years, he had been overwhelmed by the Fang family's strict requirements and had almost no friends at school. You have to go home after school, and it is impossible to leave the Fang family villa on weekends unless you tell us in advance. What's funny is that the Fang family has never attended any of the parent-teacher meetings in the past few years. If he didn't have good grades, he would have been scolded by the teacher. And his classmates had no idea about his family situation. If he had not died once, he would have been like in his previous life, enduring until he could no longer bear it, and continued to endure until he was abandoned by his family again in that dirty warehouse. Memories are a strange thing. They allow you to do the present thing without affecting the random thoughts in your mind. Now, he stood in front of the microphone and read his manuscript, feeling no joy or sense of honor in his heart, and just hoped that all this would end quickly. Whether it was a suspicious look or an envious and jealous look, it made no difference to him. After spending 15 years getting familiar with the daily routine and work rhythm of the wealthy bosses, he always felt that these people were all targets for the rich to exploit. He just wanted it to be over as soon as possible, so he could prepare for his upcoming college life. He wanted to leave the city where the Fang family lived and live a life that he could never have imagined in his previous life. Miss Fang, this is the appraisal report. Fang Jinglei was already in despair. This is the final appraisal report. The previous 2 reports had already given the answers, but she still didn't give up. Looking at the conclusion of the appraisal report, she felt dizzy again. Words of thanks also sound very weak. When she got back to the car, she didn't start it and left. Wow, why is this happening? Why? What should I do? Woo. The second daughter of the Fang family, a well-known screenwriter, sat in her sports car, crying quietly. Confirmed that the 2 parties are related by blood. These few simple words will become a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing everything of the Fang family into pieces. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be when these 3 reports were placed in front of her mother. It is even more unimaginable what would happen if the media knew what happened to Fang Pingan. She regretted it. The anger and indignation a week ago, and the persistence in facing my eldest sister, now seemed like a joke. When she considered the whole situation from her eldest sister's perspective, she hesitated. She thought she was usually very calm, but at this moment she actually felt a little hatred for the other party's safety. Why are you telling me this? Would you have to watch the Fang family fall apart to feel happy? Did you see the consequences when you proposed to break up? She cried for a long time in the car, and only put on some makeup after she calmed down. Fang Pingan's number was displayed on the phone, but she just didn't have the courage to dial it. Chapter 29. Hongjun is Dad's illegitimate son. 29. Sister, are you available now? After much deliberation, Fang Jinglei decided to call Fang Qinyan. As for Fang Zhijie and her 4th sister Fang Yaoshuan, she never thought of contacting them. This kind of thing can only be handled by her and Fang Qinyan. Fang Qinyan is looking at documents in the office. She has been very busy recently. The Fang family is involved in many industries. Since she became the president, she has forced herself to separate her life and work every day. But even so, she felt exhausted every day. Things are about to change in the Fang family. This worry made her want to give up every day. She had just signed a document when the phone rang. When she saw that it was a call from her 2nd sister, Fang Jinglei, her heart skipped a beat and she felt an extremely strong palpitation. It even made her feel dizzy. She swallowed to moisten her dry throat, suppressed her emotions, and said as calmly as possible, "Well, go ahead." She didn't realize her voice was trembling. Fang Jinglei sat in the car. Although her emotions had calmed down, her voice was slightly nasal because she had just cried. The appraisal report is out. I got 3 copies. Fang Qinyan only felt that the air became very sticky. She began to gasp involuntarily, with a suffocating feeling pressing on her heart. How was it? What was the result? She didn't even notice that her right hand was tightly holding the pen. She pressed so hard that her knuckles had turned a deathly white. Fang Jinglei on the other end of the phone seemed a little hesitant but soon continued. Hongjun is Dad's biological son. Woo-woo. Fang Jinglei finally calmed down, but after telling her elder sister, a sudden surge of sadness surged from her heart like a volcanic eruption. She couldn't hold it back at all and burst into tears again. Sister, I don't know how to tell Mom. Well, what should I do, sister? Fang Qinyan's eyes went dark. She opened her mouth and tried to speak several times, but nothing came out. Although Fang Qinyan was also panicking, she also felt a sense of relief. It was as if he had let go of a burden, and as solid as if a boot had landed on the ground. All thoughts, whether I hope this matter is true or false, whether I hope Hongjun knows about this or not, are no longer important. Fang Jinglei handed the problem to her, but she didn't know how to tell her mother, Zhao Wei. I finally came to my senses, but Fang Jinglei on the other end of the phone was still mumbling and crying. Stop crying. Where are you now? I'm at the entrance of the provincial medical center. Sister, what should I do? Fang Qinyan pinched her brows and said, You go find a hotel and get a room, and then tell me the location. I'll contact Fang Jie and ask her to come over later. Fang Jinglei hiccuped. What about fourth sister? Should I notify her to ask for leave and come back? Fang Qingyan threw the pen in her hand on the table and said, Why did you ask her to come back? She's about to take the final exam. This is all your fault. Now that you can't solve it yourself, just throw it to me. I am so mad at you. There were soft sobs coming from Fang Jinglei. Fang Qingyan exhaled. Okay, go ahead. Don't go to our Fang family's hotel. Go to another hotel and get a room, and then tell me the hotel name and room number. I'll contact Jie and go together. Okay, got it. I'll go right away. Fang Jinglei responded softly. After hanging up the phone, Fang Qingyan slowly put away the pen and then cleaned up the huge desk. At the same time, Fang Jie was busy with the information in her hands. She follows her idol Gu Baibai and is currently working on a case. There are many things involved in the case, and she is just doing an internship here. Normally, people like her don't need to look for a job. Gu Baibai is her idol, mature, beautiful, independent, and self-reliant. Regardless of whether Gu Baibai has the Gu family's support behind him, Gu Baibai's professional ability is unquestionable. Fang Jie has been following Gu Baibai since she graduated from law school, and it has been almost 2 years now. She really hopes that she can become an independent woman like Gu Baibai. When Fang Qingyan called, she had already finished her work and had just brought in a cup of coffee for Gu Baibai. Hey, big sister. Fang Qingyan listened to Fang Jie's relaxed and cheerful voice and actually got herself angry. I've called Attorney Gu. Please come to the Kempinski Hotel, room 608 now. Your second sister and I are waiting for you here. Fang Jie was stunned. Sister, what's the matter? Can't you go home and tell us? Why did you go to the hotel? Fang Qingyan didn't have the patience to explain so much to her and hung up the phone directly. She also had to rush to the hotel. More than half an hour later, Fang Jie parked the car and stepped into the gate of the Kempinski Hotel. In room 608, Fang Jinglei had already placed the appraisal report on the bed. She had also taken a shower and put on some light makeup. Everything seems fine except for some redness and swelling of the eyes. She was sitting on the sofa in the outer room, smoking. There was not only an ashtray on the coffee table, but also an open bottle of red wine. Before Fang Qingyan arrived, she had already drunk half a bottle by herself. Fang Qingyan, who was sitting opposite her, was also drinking. Neither of them spoke a word, they just sat there. It was Fang Jinglei who opened the door when Fang Jie knocked. Big sister, second sister, what is it that has to be discussed in the hotel? Can't we discuss it at home? She threw her bag on the sofa and sat down next to Fang Qingyan. Fang Jinglei didn't say anything and turned and went into the bedroom. Fang Qingyan poured her a glass of wine and said, Wait a minute, let's talk after we look at the things. When Fang Jinglei came out, the 3 appraisal reports were handed to Fang Jie. Fang Jie looked at her eldest sister strangely, then at her second sister, who had a blank expression on her face. What document? She took a look at it, and then was stunned. Paternity test report? Whose is this? 3 reports from 3 different hospitals. The conclusions are the same. There is a blood relationship between the 2 samples. Although Fang Jie didn't know who the child belonged to, she knew very well that Fang Pingan had also done a paternity test before returning to the Fang family. And it is for this reason that she always believes that Fang Pingan's existence is a stain on the Fang family. No matter what Fang Pingan did, she never liked it. He never even gave Fang Pingan a good look from beginning to end, nor did he ever say a nice word to him. Fang Qingyan picked up the red wine in front of her, drank it in one gulp, put down the glass and said, It belongs to Dad and Fang Hongjun. Fang Hongjun was not adopted. He is our half-brother. Fang Jie opened her eyes wide, her red lips slightly parted, and her hand holding the appraisal report froze in midair. How is this possible? Sister, you made a mistake? How could Hongjun be related to Dad by blood? This is impossible. She threw the documents onto the sofa and spoke loudly. Hongjun was brought back from an orphanage by my parents. Chapter 30. Even if Hongjun is his father's illegitimate son, he still has the right of inheritance. 30. I got the samples from Dad's bedroom and Hongjun's room. In order to ensure the accuracy of the results, I divided the sample into 3 parts and had them identified simultaneously in 3 hospitals. That's the truth. Fang Jinglei exhaled a puff of green smoke, picked up the wine glass, took a sip, turned to the window, looked outside and said, I regret it very much. Fang Qingyan sighed. What I have to face now is how to make my mother accept this reality. What surprised her was that Fang Jie didn't cry or scream. The third child has always been the one with the worst temper in the family. Jie, why are you acting so calm? Fang Jie sneered. I don't believe it at all. What is the purpose of making this? Although this thing is legally binding, how do you prove that it belongs to Dad and Hongjun? How much benefit did Fang Pingan give you to make you two do such a thing together? Where did he get the money? Besides, even if this thing belongs to Dad and Hongjun, so what? Fang Qingyan was speechless. She shook her head and said, It's nothing. It's just saying that the brother Hongjun you like is really your brother. As for my mother, she just said that the son she spoiled was actually the son of her mistress. Fang Jinglei sighed. Jie, I know you have the best relationship with Hongjun. This not only proves that Hong Jun is Dad's illegitimate son, but also proves that Dad has been lying to Mom and the four of us sisters. Fang Jinglei, who has regained her composure, is online again. During the more than half an hour of waiting for Fang Jidie's arrival, she finally figured it out. The initial thought was to tell my mother, Zhao Wei, directly. Her own concerns are different from her elder sister's. The two people have different positions in the family and think differently. And now the third sister thinks even more differently from the other two. The third sister is actually a simple person. All she wanted was that Hong Jun could not leave this home. And as for his mother, Zhao Wei, she might even have to take the back seat. Not to mention, there are other possibilities, but I just haven't got the evidence yet. Fang Jinglei glanced at her elder sister, and when she saw her nod, she continued, Hong Jun and Pingan were born less than a month apart. We will talk about how Pingan was lost later. At least it proves that after Mom became pregnant with Pingan, Dad found another woman outside. Pingan was lost, and Dad brought Hong Jun home and said he was brought back from the orphanage. These documents are very easy to forge. The problem is that Mom doesn't know. Have you ever thought about what if Hong Jun himself knew his own life experience? Think about it. The four of us sisters will get married in the future, and by then Mom will be the only one at home. Fang Jidie's expression changed constantly. She picked up the red wine in front of her and drank it all in one breath. She put down the glass and said, You don't have to say anymore. I can roughly imagine what the consequences will be. But I don't believe this report. Fang Qingyan suddenly chuckled. If you don't believe it, it won't exist? Do you want me to create an opportunity for you to go and get the sample yourself, and then send it to the hospital for identification? Fang Jidie didn't say anything, but her face showed obvious anger and unwillingness. Fang Qingyan did not stop and continued. I called you here because Miao Xuan is still in school. And you, Jinglei, and I have the same mother, otherwise with your temper, I would never have called you. Our father and Hong Jun, our biological father and son. The only one who cannot be involved in this matter is our mother. Fang Jidie said angrily. Do you want me to recognize that uneducated thing, Fang Pingan? Dream. Anyway, Hong Jun lived with me for 18 years. 18 years? How many 18 years does a person have in his lifetime? I will not participate in this matter. Whether you recognize Hong Jun or not, I recognize him as my brother. Fang Qingyan was so angry that she really wanted to slap her in the face, but she held back and didn't do it, and she just gasped in anger. Fang Jinglei shook her head. You think too much. I called you here to tell you that if Fang Hong Jun himself knows the relationship between him and our father, then your dear brother Hong Jun is a very sinister and scary person. Whether I recognize him or not, he is our half-brother, and that's a fact. I won't deny that. But you have to think clearly. If all the Fang family's property is inherited by him and his biological mother is still alive, what will happen to his mother in the future? Think about it now. You are a top student majoring in law, so you should be able to figure it out. Fang Jidie ignored her and stared at Fang Qingyan and asked, What do you want to do? Should I tell my mom directly, or what do I want to do? Fang Qingyan pointed at Fang Jinglei and said, Your second sister noticed something Fang Pingan said the night he left home. Later she went with me to meet Fang Pingan. Fang Pingan said it himself that Fang Hongjun was his father's illegitimate son. He even knew that Fang Hongjun's biological mother, Qin Balian, lived in Century Garden in Haidong District. I have investigated and found that there is indeed a woman named Qin Balian in Century Garden. During this period, my father went there 4 times and even stayed overnight there once. I don't know what your second sister found out, but this is what I found out. I didn't want to do a paternity test at first. The recording alone was enough to prove it, but there was no way to confirm it. It was your second sister who did the appraisal. This is what happened. Don't stare at me or say anything. Fang Qingyan stopped Fang Jidie, who was about to stand up and speak. I called you here to discuss how to tell Mom about this, not to argue with you. If you can offer suggestions, then do so. If you don't want to participate, then forget it. I get a headache just hearing your loud voice. Fang Jidie endured it again and again. If her elder sister hadn't stopped her, she would have shouted out loud just now. You just believe whatever Fang Pingan said? Who is he? How does he know this? Where did he get this information from? What is the motive? I don't care whether these are true or not. At least his motives are despicable. Isn't it just that he is jealous because the whole family is nice to Hong Jun? He wants to take away everything from Hong Jun and destroy him. Otherwise, why would you investigate these things? As for this kind of person with evil intentions, you can believe it if you want to. It has nothing to do with me. From the first time he entered the Fang family, I never believed him. Fang Jinglei shook her head and said, Please don't be so extreme. Pingan didn't say what to do. It was he who proposed to sever the relationship. Have you forgotten? It's just a trick of retreating to advance, Fang Jidie said with disdain. Otherwise, I would say he has evil intentions. Pretend to be resolute and leave Fang's house, then throw this thing away. Did he think that the Fang family really had no heir? It's ridiculous. Even if Hong Jun is his father's illegitimate son, he still has the right of inheritance. He has never lived in the Fang family since he was a child, and has not made any contribution to the Fang family in the few years he has been here. Want to take away the Fang family's things by this means, huh? I just want to say that Fang Pingan thinks too much. Chapter 31, How to Tell Mom? Fang Qingyan really couldn't help it. She walked forward and slapped him, the crisp sound of the slap echoing in the room. Are you confused? Can you talk properly now? Fang Jie covered her face and looked at Fang Qingyan in shock. You hit me? Fang Jinglei covered her mouth and was also frightened. Fang Qingyan had never been so angry with anyone in her family. As for hitting someone, it was the first time. Fang Qingyan cursed with a gloomy face. I've told you several times that I called you here to discuss how to tell our mother about this. I'm not here to discuss Fang Pingan with you. I've been pissed off to death about this. You have to talk so much nonsense. You're studying law, but you don't even know who you were born of the same mother as? If you still can't see the situation clearly and bring up random topics, get out. Fang Zhijie covered her face and glared at Fang Qingyan. I won't leave. Fang Qingyan was too lazy to pay attention to her. You can stay if you want to, or you can choose not to participate if you want to. She turned to Fang Jinglei and said, Jinglei, this cannot be discussed at home. No matter what, I can only call my mother out and talk outside like we did today. If this matter is exposed in front of Dad and Hongjun, I am afraid that she will directly conflict with Dad, and then there will be no way to resolve it. Fang Jinglei came over and wanted to hug Fang Zhijie, but she pushed her away. How can I tell Mom? She sighed softly. My husband, whom I have loved for more than 20 years, has been keeping a mistress outside for 20 years. Can she bear it? I'm worried about her health. Fang Qingyan gritted her teeth and said, I must tell Mom about this. Moreover, she must be told before Fang Hongjuan's coming-of-age ceremony. Fang Zhijie poured herself a glass of wine, picked it up and drank it sip by sip, standing aside with a cold face, not saying a word. Fang Jinglei got up and went to the bathroom, wet a towel, and handed it to her. Cover yourself up for a while, or you can stay here instead of going home tonight. Fang Zhijie took the towel, put it on her face, and said nothing. Fang Jinglei turned around, walked over, put the appraisal report away, and put it aside. Mom is still organizing Fang Hongjuan's coming-of-age party, but I know the invitations haven't been sent out yet, so it should still be in time. Otherwise today. Big sister, go home now and pick up Mom. Fang Zhijie snorted. Fang Qingyan thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go get Mom. You can book a bigger suite. Mom probably won't be back tonight. If you're going to do it, you must be prepared. No matter what, the one who was hurt the most in this matter was my mother. Fang Pingan ran to Pingan Driving School and signed up for a class. As a result, he was notified on the day of registration that he had to stand on the street early the next morning. The intersection he was assigned to was very far from his home, which made him very depressed. Fortunately, it's only one day. He had a full meal at his restaurant early in the morning and took the bus to the street stand, wearing a small red vest and holding a small red flag in her hand. Like a fool. Fortunately, the traffic police at that intersection was a pretty female police officer. After making arrangements for the four of them, she did not make any additional requests. He would take a break when he got tired of standing and could hide in the shade when it was too sunny. The most important thing is to keep an eye on people walking on the sidewalk in the wrong direction and riding electric donkeys. Another thing is to stop at a red light on the sidewalk. Let go when the light turns green. It's a very simple thing, not complicated at all. What he didn't know was that as he was standing at the intersection, in room 608 of the Kempinski Hotel in the same district as him, something that he had long expected was happening. Zhao Wei was at home arranging outfits for the whole family for Fang Hongjuan's coming-of-age party. Although the invitations have been prepared, they have not yet been sent out. All she had to do today was decide on her outfit and banquet. Originally, these things could have been handed over to the company's people, but she insisted on taking charge of them herself. This is Hongjuan's coming-of-age party. She has raised him for 18 years, and she absolutely cannot tolerate any mistakes. At that time, not only will the Fang family lose face, but Hongjun will also be sad. It's so brainless. When Fang Qingyan was driving her sports car all the way home, she saw Zhao Wei selecting clothing styles and jewelry combinations on her tablet. Hey Yin, why are you back at this time? Isn't the company busy? Zhao Wei looked surprised and asked, looking at her sideways. Fang Qingyan walked over quickly, took Zhao Wei's hand and said, Mom, there's something urgent. You have to come with me. Zhao Wei calmly put down what she was holding and spoke calmly. What's the big deal that requires me to go with you? You look like something very serious has happened. Fang Qingyan smiled bitterly and said, It is indeed a big deal, and you must decide it yourself. Jinglei and I are at our wits' end. Zhao Wei was stunned for a moment. Did Hongjun cause trouble outside? Can't you handle it too? So, why don't you give your dad a call? Fang Qingyan shook her head and said, Mom, let's go. Jinglei and Jidie are waiting at the hotel. It's really urgent, so don't delay. You can choose these things after you come back. Zhao Wei took a closer look at Fang Qingyan's expression while holding her hand. Did something happen to your brother? What happened to Hongjun? Fang Qingyan let go of her hand and said, You'll know when we get to the hotel. I can't tell you now at home. Zhao Wei stood up and said, Okay, I'll go with you. I want to see who Hongjun has offended and why I need to show up in person. Fang Qingyan didn't dare to say anything. After Zhao Wei took her bag and cell phone, she turned around and walked out. The two got in the car and headed straight for the hotel. When getting off the car, Fang Qingyan saw a 120 ambulance parked in the parking lot in front of the hotel and suddenly thought whether she should also prepare one for her mother. If you really faint, you must be sent to the hospital. But she didn't think much about it. She helped Zhao Wei out of the car and went into the hotel. In room 608, after her elder sister left, Fang Jinglei didn't say anything at first. She knew very well that this matter could not be explained clearly with Fang Zhijie, the firecracker. There's no way to wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep, right? So she drank and smoked to suppress her worries. But Fang Zhijie just refused to calm down. Second sister, what good will it do for you if you do this? Or did Fang Pingan promise you some benefit? When Fang Jinglei heard this kind of question, she really wanted to slap her in the face like her elder sister. It's just that she needed Fang Zhijie to stay as calm as possible after her mother came. So she just looked at Fang Zhijie as if she was an idiot. I guess this is something you and big sister have discussed. After Hong Jun is driven away, Fang Pingan will come to inherit the family business. Will he give you and your elder sister more shares then? If this is not the case, I can't imagine what benefit you can get from this matter. Can you tell me? Fang Zhijie was holding a wine glass and crossing her legs, looking nonchalant. She threw the wet towel on the coffee table. It looks like my face isn't swollen. It just looks a little red due to long-term facial mask application. Chapter 32 Heartbroken. 32. Fang Jinglei said calmly. The only good thing about this is that I can protect our mother. It makes no difference to me who controls the Fang family. I can support myself without relying on anyone. But this matter is very important to my mother. If you still can't get over your inexplicable sister-brother relationship, then just open your eyes and watch carefully. After you see with your own eyes how much of a blow this incident has had on our mother, I hope you can truly become a sensible person. I really don't understand. Aren't you working for Lawyer Gu? How come you haven't learned a single bit of Attorney Gu's calmness? Fang Zhijie was stunned for a moment, then relaxed. Second sister, do you really think that this fake report you make can make Mom believe it? Fang Jinglei glanced at her. She didn't want this brainless sister at all. You are not qualified to judge whether the appraisal report is true or not. Besides, you have no right to criticize me and my elder sister. I really regret agreeing to bring you into this. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my time with a brainless person like you. I don't know what else you could do besides being a drag. Fang Zhijie snorted and said nothing more. When Fang Qingyan and Zhao Wei knocked on the door, Fang Jinglei happened to be in the bathroom. Fang Zhijie opened the door and saw Zhao Wei and immediately said, Mom, don't believe them. Fang Qingyan was furious and shouted in a low voice, Fang Zhijie, if you say anything nonsense again, I will slap you in front of my mother. Zhao Wei looked at this and that with a confused look on her face, frowned and asked, What are you talking about? I'm here now, let's go in and talk. She entered the room first. Fang Zhijie stared at Fang Qingyan without saying a word, then walked back to the room with a snort of anger. Fang Qingyan closed the door and then walked in. Zhao Wei put down her bag and looked at the red wine and wine glasses on the coffee table, as well as the cigarette butts in the ashtray, and suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Clean up this coffee table. It's such a mess. She leaned on the sofa and watched Fang Qingyan come over without saying a word to clean up the ashtray, but then she watched her eldest daughter bring a wine glass. He actually poured her a cup and placed it in front of her. Yin Yin, what's going on? Fang Zhijie sneered and sat opposite her mother Zhao Wei without saying a word. Fang Qingyan did not answer her mother's question. She looked at Fang Zhijie and asked, Where's your second sister? Fang Zhijie turned her head and ignored her, her face full of rebellion. Just at this moment, the sound of the toilet flushing came from the bathroom. Fang Jinglei came out after washing her hands and saw Zhao Wei already sitting on the sofa. She then turned around and took out the appraisal report that she had put away. She didn't give it directly to Zhao Wei, but handed it to Fang Qingyan. The atmosphere in the room became subtle. No one spoke. Fang Qingyan just felt her mouth was dry. Fang Zhijie acted as if it was none of her business, while Fang Jinglei just waited quietly. Zhao Wei's expression turned a little serious. She didn't know what was in her eldest daughter's hand, but it was obviously related to her. Although she basically doesn't take care of anything at home, she spends most of her time going out shopping and getting beauty treatments with other ladies. But she basically has the final say on the family's internal affairs. What is it that you can't tell me when you get home? Is it related to me that you coaxed me to come to the hotel? Knowing that this matter was definitely not a trivial matter, her voice trembled slightly. Mom, Fang Qingyan glanced at Fang Jinglei and said, Do you still remember what Fang Pingan said the day he left home? Zhao Wei quickly recalled and shook her head. No need to go into so much detail. Just tell me what it is. Fang Qingyan's face was clearly struggling. She shook her head and said, Mom, let me tell you the whole story. I arranged for someone to follow my father. From the time Pingan told us until now, my father has stayed over there once and visited 3 times. But I didn't see Fang Hongjun go there. In order to verify what Pingan said, we secretly took hair from Hongjun and his father and did a paternity test. Her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. Fang Jinglei sat next to Zhao Wei, holding her mother's arm, fearing that she would not be able to accept it. Zhao Wei's face became paler and paler, and her body began to tremble slightly. My second sister went to 3 different institutions for appraisal. The results are the same. Fang Qingyan looked at her shaky mother, gritted her teeth, and continued. Fang Hongjun is my father's biological son, but we don't know whether Hongjun himself knows about this matter. Mama, Fang Jinglei kept calling her mother in a low voice, fearing that she would fall down. Zhao Wei's face turned pale as she stared at the appraisal report handed over by Fang Qingyan. Her hands were not shaking very badly, but the frequency was very high. She simply couldn't believe it was true, but now all 3 daughters were together, and the reports were out. This is not true either. Fang Zhidia also walked over with concern and sat down next to her mother, holding her other arm. She glared at her elder sister fiercely, expressing her dissatisfaction. But given the mother's current state, it is not the right time for her to talk nonsense. Her elder sister's eyes were red, and she didn't dare to offend her. In her elder sister's current state, she was sure that if she opened her mouth carelessly, she would be slapped in the face twice, at least. She could only observe her mother's expression carefully. Zhao Wei looked at the first copy, her eyes fixed on the red seal for 2 full seconds. Then she tore off the first page and looked at the second copy. Her tears had already begun to fall silently, dripping onto the report. Tick-tick. Fang Jinglei raised her left hand to cover her mouth and cried silently. After reading it all, Zhao Wei sniffed, put the report on the coffee table, wiped her tears, and then gently patted her 2 daughters beside her. Let go, let mom rest for a while. Lele, I'm going to sleep here for a while. Please don't disturb me. Fang Qingyan's tears fell. She watched her mother Zhao Wei stand up tremblingly and walk towards the bedroom with the support of Fang Zhidia. Fang Jinglei bent down to pick up the report that fell on the carpet, stood up and walked aside to put it on the table, then turned around and hugged Fang Qingyan. She put her chin on her elder sister's shoulder, and soon her tears wet Fang Qingyan's shoulders. Almost at the same time, she felt a heat on her shoulder. It was the eldest sister's tears that wet her clothes. Fang Zhidia helped her mother into the bedroom, silently lifted the quilt, and helped her mother sit down. She bent down to help Zhao Wei take off her shoes and helped her lie down. After Zhao Wei lay down, she turned sideways with her back, facing her. After Fang Zhidia covered her with the quilt, she left the bedroom without saying a word and closed the door gently. In front of me, the eldest sister and the second sister were hugging each other. Both of them were crying, but they were suppressing their cries. I was afraid of disturbing my mother who was lying in the bedroom. Fang Zhidia wiped her eyes and was about to open her mouth to accuse someone when she heard a suppressed cry coming from the bedroom behind her. Oh. That sound was heart-wrenching. Chapter 33, What If Pingan is Gone? This was the first time the sisters had heard such sad crying. On weekdays, Zhao Wei would only cry occasionally when Fang Pingan came back home. The last few times I cried were because of Fang Pingan and Fang Hongjun, but at this moment, the mother in the bedroom was crying for herself. Perhaps this was the first time she cried for herself. Fang Zhidia shut up and stood at the bedroom door, covering her mouth with her hands, tears of sadness streaming down her face. Fang Jinglei and Fang Qingyan hugged each other and cried. Fang Zhidia cried at the bedroom door, and her mother cried in the bedroom. This is the scene where everyone is crying. Fang Zhidia walked to the sofa, wiped her tears, picked up the wine bottle without using a cup, and drank several sips directly from the bottle. Seeing her 2 sisters still hugging each other, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She stood up and walked over to them, grappling and cursing. Why are you crying? Are you satisfied now? Is this what you want? Her voice was not loud, but the 2 of them could hear it clearly. Fang Qingyan let go of her second sister and turned to look at her with a tearful face. You think I want this? Mom is even sadder than us. But do you want this matter to be exposed again at Fang Hongjuan's coming-of-age party? By then, the house will be full of guests. Do you want the Fang family to lose all their face? Fang Jinglei took the tissue paper and tore off a few pieces to give to them. Now is not the time to quarrel. Zhidia, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame our dad. Fang Zhidia snorted, took the paper and blew her nose, then returned to the sofa and sat down. Fang Qingyan followed over and sat down. She also picked up the bottle, blew twice, and wiped her mouth. Only Fang Jinglei stopped drinking. Instead, she sat down at the tea table, pulled out a chair, and started to boil water to warm the cups. Now that Mom knows, no one can help her unless she can get over it herself. No matter what Mom decides, there are still 2 things I want to tell you. Fang Zhidia picked up the bottle and poured herself a glass. Is there anything else you haven't thought of? I think you were just looking for trouble. If things continue like this family will fall apart. Fang Qingyan didn't say a word. After wiping her tears, she sat on the sofa and began to think. After being sad, the mother will definitely make a decision. When Fang Hongjun came home, she was already in elementary school and still remembered many things clearly. Fang Hongjun was not adopted by his parents from an orphanage, but was brought home by his father. It was the father who said that the child was adopted from an orphanage and all the paperwork had been completed. My mother should know whether there are any procedures, but I'm only in primary school and I don't understand anything. All I knew was that I had a new brother. No matter what her mother chooses, she will undoubtedly support it. But when it comes to expressing your opinion, how should you do it? Fang Jinglei, who was sitting a few meters away, said. One is whether Fang Hongjun also knows that he is an illegitimate child. This is the most important thing. If he had known this a long time ago, I would never have agreed to let him stay in the Fang family. If he doesn't know, I don't mind him staying at the Fang family. Unfortunately, I have no evidence of this. Fang Zhijie turned her head and glanced at the bedroom door, and heard faint crying sounds from inside. She picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, then put the glass down and said, You mean, Hongjun knows that he is an illegitimate child? Moreover, he has been hiding the fact that he knows his own background? Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei both looked at her. Fang Jinglei shook her head and said, I have no evidence. Fang Qingyan sniffed and said, Don't worry. As long as Mom talks about this at home, it won't make much difference whether he knows it or not. There was no way he could stay home any longer. Dad will definitely send him abroad. Fang Jinglei interrupted and said, No wonder Dad was talking about this the other day. Maybe it was planned a long time ago. Fang Zhijie raised her eyelids. Is there a big difference between him knowing and not knowing? Illegitimate children also have inheritance rights. This is what the law stipulates. I can't tell the difference. Fang Jinglei raised her voice slightly and asked, Fang Zhijie, are you sick? Fang Hongjun is an illegitimate child, and his mother lives in the villa given by our father. Even though I don't have evidence yet, I can say that he definitely knows his own background. He is the one our father used to inherit the Fang family assets. Are you really confused or just pretending to be confused? Our mother was the one who was married into the family through a formal marriage. If you still support Fang Hongjun, then what is Fang Pingan? Pingan is your biological brother. He is the legitimate first-line heir to the Fang family. Fang Zhijie turned her head away and didn't look at her, nor did she answer. Fang Qingyan sighed and said, Jinglei, you just mentioned two things. What's the second thing? Fang Jinglei picked up the cup and said, The second thing is how to let Pingan return to the Fang family legitimately. She said it very lightly, but this sentence was like a gong striking Fang Zhijie's ears. The explosion made her dizzy. What? She sat up straight. Let that uneducated guy come back? Fang Qingyan shouted in a low voice. Fang Zhijie, don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. Up to now, apart from that night, has Pingan done anything truly uncultured? If you don't have evidence, shut up. Fang Zhijie was also unhappy and immediately retorted. You still have the nerve to criticize me? Why don't you take a look at what you were like first? I just reject him. What about you? You are at least my accomplices. Don't think you are pure. She sneered and said with a hint of disdain. I never said I liked or accepted him. I don't even bother talking to him. Fang Qingyan closed her eyes, opened them again, turned to Fang Jinglei and asked, Is there anything you can't do? Fang Jinglei shook her head. In addition to asking for his forgiveness, we also need him to be willing to forgive us and come back. There is no other way. Fang Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. Fang Jinglei continued, I don't have to go to work, I'll just stay here with my mom. You all have to go to work. Who will keep an eye on Fang Hongjun? No matter what, we must find out whether he knows who his parents are. Fang Qingyan followed up and said, It would be fine if he didn't know. If he knew, I would never tolerate him. If you want the Fang family's property, it depends on whether I agree or not. An illegitimate child, raised by a maid, dares to covet the family property. I want to see what my dad will do. By then, the Fang family in Beijing will not agree to it. Fang Jinglei suddenly said, Well, what if Pingan is gone? Even if Dad and Pingan acknowledge it after severing the relationship, it will be useless if their hometown doesn't acknowledge it. But what if peace is gone? Isn't Fang Hongjun the heir? Fang Qingyan frowned and said, You mean, once this matter is exposed, Pingan will be in danger? Chapter 34 Don't Care. 34. Fang Jinglei continued to shake her head, looking worried. I don't know. Fang Zhijie was stunned. Laws and regulations are one thing, but the house rules of wealthy families are what they must abide by. Just look at the unspoken rules of the wealthy families and what the rules are in each family. This is a common problem among large families and is also a rule that has been passed down. Who dares to break? Okay, come and have some tea, Fang Jinglei said. Don't drink the wine. The three of them sat around the tea table, drinking tea in silence. Fang Qingyan was very dissatisfied with Fang Zhijie's absent-minded look, but she was also worried. I was worried that Fang Zhijie would tell Fang Hongjun about this when she got back. She was worried that Fang Zhijie would alert the enemy. The only way to save the Fang family's reputation right now is to let Fang Hongjun study abroad quietly. It's best not to come back again. It doesn't matter how much money Qin Balian took from his father. It would be best if we could go abroad together. The Fang family just needs to give them some money to get rid of them. But the problem is when Fang Pingan left his resolute attitude, what should I do? She really wanted to slap herself dozens of times and then cry her heart out. It is almost impossible for Fang Pingan to return to the Fang family now. Regardless of whether it is related to money or not, at least Fang Pingan is definitely going to Beijing to go to university now. As for Fang Hongjun, his father originally arranged for him to study abroad. There won't be many chances for the two to meet in the future. But who can guarantee that Fang Pingan will not encounter any accidents? If Fang Hongjun already knew his background, then this seemingly obedient and well-behaved brother had been deliberately deceiving their entire family, right? As the eldest sister, she and her mother Zhao Wei were both victims and his accomplices and disguises. Fang Hongjun, so scary. I don't know who taught him this idea. It's really not like that of a middle school student who is less than 18 years old. Fang Jie didn't care at all what the other two people were thinking. She has always been a simple person. What if, she said, what if Hongjun didn't know? Would Fang Pingan still be in trouble? The teacup in front of her was very small, so she picked it up and took a sip. It's very likely, Fang Jinglei replied. No one can explain clearly what has not happened. Fang Qingyan played with the teacup in her hand and said, wait until Mom makes this clear, and then I'll go talk to him. Fang Jie raised her eyebrows and asked, you talked to him? What did you talk about? You don't really want him back, do you? Fang Qingyan lowered her eyes. Why not? He is the legitimate son of the Fang family. It originally belonged to him. Isn't it only natural to return it to him? Isn't he your brother from the same mother? Fang Jie frowned, obviously not liking this statement very much. Fang Jinglei looked at the expression on Fang Jie's face and shook her head slightly. Fang Qingyan drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Shout I, don't worry about this matter. I'm letting you know because you should know this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Moreover, I am officially telling you that you are not allowed to reveal any information to Fang Hongjun. If you dare, I will show you how I will deal with you. Fang Jie snorted, but didn't say anything. Fang Jinglei silently poured tea for the two of them, and the room fell into a brief silence. The crying in the bedroom could no longer be heard, but none of them went in to comfort their mother. Fang Pingan had been on guard duty for a whole day. He wasn't tired at all, but he was so hot that he was sweating all over. As soon as he entered the house, the first thing he did was to take a shower. Chen Shui came back from school just after taking a shower and changing clothes. Is school over? Well, it's too hot. Brother, did you just take a shower? Chen Shui asked while changing her shoes. I've been in the sun all day. I'm almost dying of heat. I'm all sticky with sweat. How can I not take a shower? Fang Pingan walked to the dining table, picked up the boiled water, and poured himself a glass. Chen Shui put her school bag back in her room and said, I want to take a shower too. It's too hot. Fang Pingan picked up the cup and drank while asking, are you going to take your final exam soon? Almost, but it's okay. I'm definitely in the top 5 in our class. Chen Shui walked into the bathroom with some clean clothes. Fang Pingan returned to the sofa and sat down, then picked up his phone and started watching videos. Now he has nothing to do except learning to drive. He didn't want to go to the class reunion at all. But Chen Xiaohua and Lu Qing both advised him to spend more time with his classmates. After all, they had gone to high school together for 3 years, and there would be opportunities for them to interact with each other in the future. Although he had already decided not to stay in Yunqing, the concern of his elders made it difficult for him to refuse directly. He didn't want to contact anyone except the fat man. Fang Pingan was very clear in his mind that having a reunion with classmates was not a big deal at the moment. What needs to be considered is whether Fang Hongjun has already started planning to kill himself. In his previous life, after the coming-of-age banquet, Fang Hongjun asked him out for dinner, saying that he wanted to have a good talk with him before he went abroad about letting him stay at home to take care of his family. What's the result? He was knocked unconscious and thrown into a car on the road. He even suspected that the reason he died from excessive blood loss in the warehouse was because Fang Hongjun had deliberately arranged it. The purpose is to kill oneself. Regardless of whether he can inherit the Fang family's property or eventually take over the family's property, Fang Hongjun will find a way to kill himself as soon as possible. The only difference from the previous life is that this time I left the Fang family. Even though I was kicked out, at least we severed our relationship. But this doesn't guarantee that Fang Hongjun will let me go. That guy will never forget the grudge of being beaten into the hospital by me. Thinking back to his previous life, when Fang Hongjun really came back, he indeed brought Qin Bei in and moved directly into the Fang family. He revealed his identity and appeared to be very respectful to Zhao Wei and her sisters, but in fact he used various means to suppress them secretly. Zhao Wei was disheartened and eventually committed suicide. He married his 4 sisters to various large families in Beijing in the name of the head of the family, taking advantage of the fact that they were appreciated by the Fang family in Beijing. Not only did he drive the man away, but he also brought him more benefits through marriage. The only one who escaped was Fang Qingyan, well, because Fang Qingyan and Gu Baibai were lesbians. Fang Qingyan, who was forced to reveal that she was a lesbian, has since disappeared from people's sight. Of course he knew these secrets. What he knew even more clearly was that once the explosive news broke out that he, the legitimate son, was still alive and Fang Hongjun was an illegitimate son, it will be very difficult for Fang Hongjun to obtain the identity of the heir of the Fang family in Yunqing. And if he also performs very well, then Fang Hongjun can be said to have no hope at all. The Fang family of Yunqing, founded by Fang Junhong, is considered to be very powerful in Yunqing. But in the capital, it is not even third-rate. It's just the Fang family's layout in the south. When the time comes to give up, then give up. The Fang and Zhao families had already made a lot of money from their investments after so many years. The key is not to lose face for the Fang family, a prominent family in the capital. Therefore, Fang Pingan is now not only concerned about whether he will be kidnapped again, but more importantly, whether Fang Jinglei and Fang Qingyan have already taken action. What stage has it reached? He was well aware that he was taking advantage of them, but he didn't care. Chapter 35 Pingan. Can you come over? Buying lottery tickets has proven that the history of this life will follow the same trajectory as the previous life. I have not brought any butterfly effect to this world. Everything that happened just like in the previous life. He wasn't sure if only things related to him would change, at least not now. What he fears most is that things related to him will change, and then he will have no advantages. It is very strange to have this mentality of knowing that you may have an advantage, but still being a little afraid. All he could do was avoid contact with Fang Hongjun, or watch him die with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would be killed sooner or later. The root cause is that he is the legitimate first heir of the Fang family in Yunqing. Maybe there was also a reason to kick him in the balls? Or just kill that guy on your own initiative? But he was lost in thought for a long time, until Chen Shui came out of the bathroom. He came back to his senses. The little girl is 1.66 meters tall, which is not short in Yunqing, and can even be said to be slightly tall. But it will still grow. Chen Xiaohua is from the north, while Lu Qing is a local. So the girl will continue to grow. Looking at her slim figure, Fang Pingan suddenly laughed out loud. Chen Shui was tilting her head to wipe her hair. She looked up when she heard his laughter. Those big eyes were full of questions. Brother, what are you laughing at? Fang Pingan quickly explained. Well, I just thought that you were still so short now. What will you do in the future? Chen Shui quit immediately. I will grow up, I will. My dad is from the north, so my height is like his. The girl pouted and looked unhappy. Besides, I'm not short now. She looked down at herself. Her face suddenly turned red, and she turned and ran back to her room. Oh my God! No, I'm dead. Really? Did I see it all? Oh, it's so embarrassing. The little girl's ears turned red, and her face felt hot. Fang Pingan had no idea why the girl ran back. I didn't think about it in a crooked way at all. Seeing the girl return to her room, he looked at the time and shouted, Are you going to eat at my parents', or are you going out with me? Chen Shui had just taken off her clothes and was putting on her underwear when she heard this and said loudly, Can we order takeout? I also want some iced milk tea, brother. Can you treat me? Fang Pingan said loudly, No, eating takeout all the time is not good for your health. It won't work if there is no milk in the milk tea. Drink less milk tea in the future. I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. If that doesn't work, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. Chen Shui said nothing, quickly put on her clothes, opened the door, and ran out and said, Brother, how about treating me to a barbecue? I don't drink milk tea. How about Coke? If all else fails, plum juice. She stood beside Fang Pingan and looked up at him. The big, wet eyes, like those of a silly road deer, just stared at him without blinking, a face full of longing. Fang Pingan's heart softened, and he raised his hand and rubbed her head hard for a long time. The little girl struggled for a while before she said, Okay, barbecue. Chen Shui did not cheer. Her hair, which had just been washed, was now a mess. Brother, wait a moment. I'll comb my hair and we'll go. Okay, don't worry, my parents won't be back until after 8 o'clock. Take your time. I'll go put the clothes in the washing machine. Chen Shui rushed into the bathroom again. No, you have to wash them separately. I'll wash them first, and you can wash yours after we finish eating the barbecue. Fang Pingan smiled and sat on the sofa waiting for her to do something. This is what home feels like. Although we are not related by blood, this is truly home. It was the same as before he left 4 years ago, except that his sister had indeed grown up a lot. When he left, the little girl had not yet graduated from elementary school. She was still short and fat, but now she has the shape of a grown-up girl. He took out his cell phone and called Chen Xiaohua. Soon, the call was connected. Dad, I don't want to cook anymore. I'm going to take Wee Wee out for a barbecue. Tell Mom not to worry about us. I'll be back in an hour at most. Chen Xiaohua was busy, so he agreed immediately after hearing this. Okay, you can go out to eat, but don't eat too late. Wee Wee still has homework to do. The final exam is coming up soon, so you can help keep an eye on her studies. Okay, I understand, Dad. Don't worry. After a while, Chen Shui was ready. He was wearing a pair of denim shorts, a white teddy bear crew neck sweater, and had nothing in his hand except a cell phone. When changing shoes, I chose a pair of canvas shoes. She looks full of youthful vitality, with fair and delicate skin. She is really a little beauty. The two of them left the community and walked for more than 10 minutes, or less than 1 kilometer, and arrived at the snack street. Although it was just past 7 o'clock, many people had already started eating and drinking here. Fang Pingan let the girl order her own food, and he just paid for it, not caring about anything else. The food came quickly, and not long after he started eating, the cell phone in his trouser pocket began to vibrate. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Fang Jinglei calling. He glanced at it and hung up immediately. I had no intention of answering the phone at all. I just felt that Fang Jinglei was really shameless. Less than 5 seconds after I hung up, as soon as I put the phone back in my pocket, it started vibrating again. Chen Shui is very smart and sensible. When I saw my brother's action, I knew that he didn't want to answer the phone instead of being embarrassed to answer the phone in front of her. After Fang Pingan hung up 3 times in a row, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Brother, if it's the same person calling, then there might really be something wrong. Why don't you take it? She had an ice sour plum juice in her left hand and a pair of chopsticks in her right hand, and was concentrating on a plate of spicy fried scallops in front of her. It is said to be extremely spicy, but actually for northerners it is only slightly spicy. Chen Xiaohua is from the north, so his family can tolerate mild chili peppers. After all, they have been eating chili peppers since they were young. Fang Pingan saw the concern in her eyes and nodded. If you call again, I'll answer it. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone started vibrating again. Fang Pingan sighed and glanced at the girl sitting opposite him. The girl's eyes were curved into 2 crescents, and she was smiling at him. He whispered, I'm going to answer a call outside. You stay here, and don't go anywhere, okay? Seeing the girl nod, he answered the phone and said, wait a moment, I'll go out and answer it. When I walked out of the barbecue restaurant, it was still very noisy outside, and there was no air conditioning. People were drinking beer, eating, laughing, and even arguing not far away, making the street full of the strong smell of fireworks. Hey, what do you want from me? Fang Pingan made way for a person who wanted to enter the store and turned to walk to the window. Inside was Chun Shui, who was enjoying her meal. Seeing him standing there, she raised her hand, shook it at him, and gave him a big smile. Fang Pingan nodded. Fang Jinglei's voice came from the phone with a hint of tears. Pingan, can you come over? Mom is sick. Chapter 36, does this have anything to do with me? Zhao Wei's face suddenly appeared in Fang Pingan's mind. He thought for a second before answering. Does this have anything to do with me? Fang Jinglei seemed to be choked, and also paused for a moment before saying, are you really unwilling to forgive us? Mom is sick. Why don't you come to see her? Fang Pingan smiled. No, I have already severed ties with your Fang family. I don't think the life or death of a stranger is as important as the barbecue I eat. If there's nothing else, see you. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, he forced a smile at Chen Shui, then turned and walked towards the door of the barbecue restaurant. On the other side, in the room of Kempinski Hotel, Fang Qingyan looked at Fang Jinglei with a nervous look on her face. Why? You won't come? Fang Zhidia sneered and said, I told you not to call that ungrateful bastard. He has been eating and drinking for free at our house for 4 years, and now he even refuses to come when his own mother is sick. What an ungrateful person. I really shouldn't have taken him back in the first place. I should have let him struggle in the world of the lower class. Fang Jinglei didn't bother to pay attention to her and put down her phone. Mom doesn't want to go home. What should I do now? It's already this late. What will Dad do if he comes home and finds no one at home? Fang Qingyan looked at Fang Zhidia in distress and said, say less. Fang Pingan is your only biological brother. If you continue like this, I'll see how you'll regret it. Fang Zhidia's face changed, and she closed her mouth and stopped talking. Fang Qingyan continued, go see what Mom wants to eat and ask her if she wants to go home. Staying in a hotel is not a problem. She has always been indecisive. If she keeps dragging things out like this, she will get into trouble. Fang Zhidia got up and went to the bedroom without saying a word. In the bedroom, Zhao Wei leaned against the head of the bed with her eyes closed, not knowing what she was thinking. There was food on the table in front of her, but she didn't touch it. Fang Zhidia walked over and sat beside the bed and said softly, Mom, no matter what happens, your health is the most important. It's happened. Now all you have to do is take care of your body. No matter what you decide, we are here to support you and will not hold you back. We all support you. Zhao Wei said nothing and refused to even open her eyes. At this moment, Fang Zhidia had completely lost her usual sarcasm. She just sighed, sat next to Zhao Wei, and reached out to hold her hand. In the room outside, Fang Jinglei's tears were already flowing. He said, Mom, and we are all strangers. The life or death of a stranger has nothing to do with him. It is not as important as the barbecue he eats. Whoa, did he really say that? Fang Qingyan gritted her teeth, looking a little hideous and scary. She really wishes Fang Pingan was in front of her right now. She wanted to slap him hard 100 times. Fang Jinglei lowered her head and hummed. Fang Qingyan raised her head and sighed. Forget it, we brought this upon ourselves. Are you going home, or am I going home? Or, call Dad and Hanjun and tell them you won't be going home today. Just make up an excuse. Fang Jinglei shook her head and said, I won't fight because I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and start swearing. She blew her nose very loudly. Fang Qingyan frowned as she watched her throw the tissue into the trash can after blowing her nose. Forget it, I'll just fight and say. Just say you go to Shanghai with your mom. She said she wanted to pick out gifts and clothes for Hongjun's coming-of-age party. I'll be back in 2 days. What do you think? Fang Jinglei raised her head with a pair of red eyes. It's up to you, I don't want to talk to Dad, and I don't want to see or hear the name Hongjun. I won't be going home in the near future, so I'll just stay here. When he leaves, I will go back. So, you don't have to work anymore? It's okay. The manuscript is due at the end of the month. Just bring my computer to me tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Fang Qingyan had no choice but to agree. Fang Zhidia can't be relied upon at all. That guy can't keep things to himself. I don't know why he chose to study law and wants to be a lawyer. I am really speechless. She walked back and sat next to Fang Jinglei, whispering, Pingan, what are you going to do? Things are different now than before. Mom has always spoiled Hongjun before, but she will definitely not do that now. Without Hongjun and Pingan, I'm worried that Mom won't be able to hold on. Fang Jinglei shook her head. I can't help it. I once asked him to forgive me, and he said it was not necessary. He said that what's past is past, and everyone should just be good strangers to each other. As long as you don't disturb him, it's fine. Seeing her sad and indifferent look, Fang Qingyan reached out and gently patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. Since it has come to this, you have to persevere no matter what. Regardless of whether Fang Pingan is willing to come back. Let's first see what Mom's attitude is and find a way to resolve Fang Hongjuan's issue. After saying that, she stood up, picked up her cell phone, walked to the window, and called her father Fang Junhong. The call ended quickly, and Fang Junhong did not show any surprise. In the past, the women in their family would go out shopping together and stay away for a day or two. After Fang Qingyan hung up the phone, she immediately made another call. Hey, I want you to keep an eye on Fang Junhong and Fang Hongjun. Find out where they went tonight and who they met, and take photos. Must have photos. Money? Didn't I give it to you? Okay. I'll transfer it to you later. Just take a few days. If there is still no result, it's over. If necessary, please contact us for a new order. You won't refuse this. Okay, bye. She didn't stop after the second call. Instead, he made a third call. Hey, bye. How's your investigation going for me? Goodbye seemed to have said a long speech. It was 2 or 3 minutes later that Fang Qingyan hung up the phone and sat down with a gloomy expression. Fang Jinglei had been sitting there quietly listening. The eldest sister didn't avoid her, which meant that she could listen to it. Sister, do you think Dad and Hongjun will take this opportunity to meet Qin Balian? I don't know. Fang Qingyan shook her head. The information I hope to get now is that Fang Hongjun knows my life experience. He knew his mother existed and where she lived, and it would be great if there was evidence of the meeting. With this evidence, I can make him leave the house with nothing. Fang Jinglei hesitated. Sister, he is also my father's son. It is unlikely that he will leave the house with nothing. He was originally intended to study abroad, and when the incident broke out, he took the opportunity to go abroad. The matter was left unresolved. Even if my mother is angry, he has already gone abroad, and no one can do anything to him. After all, he still has our father to protect him. Chapter 37. At least I begged him to forgive me. What about you? I even suspected that when Dad said he had found him, he was forced to bring him back. Fang Jinglei's voice was not loud, and her tone was kind of faint, which was very uncomfortable to listen to. Fang Qingyan knew that this was her second sister's self-blame. As your eldest sister, you don't need to bear these things. It's just the appraisal report you produced. There's no way you can get away with it. All I could do is keep watching, try to get more evidence, and protect my mother's interests as much as possible. Otherwise, you know what will happen to Mom after Fang Hongjun gets the inheritance rights. Fang Jinglei finally had some emotional fluctuations. She snorted and said, if he knew everything, then he was able to pretend for so many years until now, which shows that this person is very scary. He is a typical villain in any work. By then, not only Mom, but also us sisters and Pingan will not have a good ending. Safety. She quickly picked up her phone and started typing a text message instead of making a call. Pingan will definitely not answer the phone if we call again, she said as she typed. He's afraid that we will contact him. I have to tell him that he might be in danger now. Once someone like Fang Hongjun starts to deal with him, I'm worried that he will be in danger. Fang Qingyan followed her thoughts, and her expression soon changed. Although the Fang family in Yunqing is not big, they still have assets worth hundreds of billions. For the sake of these hundreds of billions of assets, Fang Hongjun would definitely do something like killing Pingan, his only competitor. According to the practices of the Fang family, by that time, there would be almost no problem for Fang Hongjun to inherit the family property. No, just sending a message doesn't guarantee that it will be received. What if he blocked you? It would be safer to go to his house and talk to him in person. Fang Jinglei said without even looking up. He won't block me, but that may not be the case. At least I begged him to forgive me. What about you? What have you done? This is embarrassing. Fang Qingyan's face turned pale. I am now concerned about your Fang Pingan's property and personal safety, and you actually blocked me? She picked up her phone and called Fang Pingan. Sure enough, there was a beep sound coming from the phone. Call again. The number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. Fang Qingyan's face darkened. She sat opposite Fang Jinglei angrily, picked up the already cold teacup, and took a sip. After you send the message, give him a call to let him know the situation. I'm going downstairs to buy some things. Fang Jinglei looked up and asked, what do you want to buy? Sanitary napkins? Do you want them? Fang Qingyan replied unhappily. No, I'm not coming. I'm going to go see how Mom is doing. You go ahead. She also stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Pushing open the door, Zhao Wei was leaning against it with a pale face, and Fang Zhidia was feeding her porridge. Seeing her come in, Fang Zhidia did not stop what she was doing. Mom, are you feeling better now? Fang Jinglei asked softly. Zhao Wei opened her eyes and looked at her. then raised her hand to push Fang Jidie's hand away. You guys, are you regretting it like mom does? Zhao Wei started crying again. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, along his face and into his collar. Fang Jinglei quickly took a piece of paper from the side to help her wipe away her tears. Yes, Mom. I regret it very much. But there are more important things to do now. You come from a big family. You should know that even if you don't deal with Hongjun, at least Pingan is in danger now. When Fang Jidie heard this, she almost immediately understood what she meant. Hongjun probably won't do that. Second sister, please stop scaring Mom. She said somewhat unfairly. Although Hongjun is not my biological son, I was raised by him since he was young. How could Mom not know what he is like? Zhao Wei tilted her head to look at her, then looked at Fang Jinglei again. Lei, call Pingan and tell him to be careful. Don't let anyone hurt you. I'm fine, go call him right away. Her voice was quiet, filled with deep fatigue. Shout I, Pingan is your brother, remember this. Fang Jidie was stunned for a moment and nodded. Fang Jinglei held Zhao Wei's hand and said, Mom, I have already contacted him. He knows it too, don't worry. Pingan is our only younger brother, and no one can change that. Even if he has a grudge against us now, we are blood relatives after all. It is normal to have conflicts, and they will be fine after a while. Don't worry. Zhao Wei moved her hands, sighed, and said, I never thought that the child I raised with all my heart was actually carefully arranged by him. What a shame, what a shame. Well, this is simply a humiliation to me. It has been a continuous humiliation to me and the Zhao family for 18 years. How can I have the face to go back to the Zhao family? Zhao Wei's crying was not loud, but she just couldn't stop her tears. She whimpered and slapped the dining table on the bed. Fang Jinglei winked at Fang Jidie, and the two of them moved the dining table away and placed it on the carpet aside. Then he came over to comfort her. Mom, it's useless to think about these things now. What you need to do is to decide how to solve this problem as soon as possible. Not only do we have to take care of the Fang family's reputation, we also have to consider the Zhao family's reputation. Zhao Wei gritted her teeth and said, Qin Balian. He has been hiding well for more than 20 years. It was also my own fault that I believed him. Fang Jinglei asked curiously, Mom, do you know that Qin Balian? Not only did she feel strange, Fang Jidie, who was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, also looked curious. Zhao Wei gritted her teeth and said, back then, the Qin family was considered a well-known, wealthy family in Yunqing, but because their backers fell, they fell into decline. At the beginning, Qin Balian met him when she was studying in the capital. At that time, the Qin family was still quite prosperous. Later, your father came here when choosing a market for her. It was at this time that your father met me through the arrangement of his family. If it weren't for the support from my family, what could he have accomplished? Your father is not a business genius. He is not even as good as your sister. Before she finished speaking, Fang Jidie, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but speak. Mom, you mean that your father and I were married by arrangement, not a free love relationship? When she suddenly spoke, Zhao Wei immediately lost the desire to continue. She glanced at Fang Jidie, who was full of curiosity, and said, how can a woman from a wealthy family have the right to choose her own husband? You too. Unless you are willing to completely give up all your interests at home, you can only follow your family's arrangements. Fang Jinglei felt depressed. What's the point of talking about these useless things? It would be better to talk about the story of my father Fang Junhong and Qin Balian. Mom, please continue what you were saying. We never knew that Qin Balian and my dad had such a past. Zhao Wei shook her head. There's nothing to say. They were in love with each other. There was no love between your father and I. There was only kinship after you were born. Now it seems that this family affection was just my wishful thinking. For him, I desperately want to give birth to a son. Chapter 38. Did Dad do this on purpose? Zhao Wei rarely gets angry. It has only happened twice in my life. Once was when I lost Pingan, and the other time was this time. Fang Junhong has an illegitimate child outside. This is nothing. She could totally handle it. What made her sad was that this bastard Fang Junhong was actually a man who was into relationships, and the woman was called Qin Balian. What's even more sad is that this bastard actually took the child back and let her raise him as her own son for 18 years. What a great shame and humiliation this is. 18 years. She finally gave birth to a son, but lost him. She lost her son while she was still in confinement. Fang Junhong saw that she was sad and soon brought back a baby boy. They said he was brought from an orphanage. The scenes from 18 years ago flashed through my mind like slides. It's okay, Wei, it's okay. It doesn't matter if we don't have a son. We already have 4 precious daughters at home. I'm content without a son. When she didn't have a son, she was worried that the Yunqing branch of the Fang family would have no heir, and she was very sad. Fang Junhong often comforts her. Even though his son was lost, he did not show much sadness. Instead, he advised her not to be too sad, saying that it would be harmful to her health. Don't be sad, kid. I will keep looking until I find our son. Wei, no matter what, you can't tell anyone that this child was adopted. Just say that he's our biological child. Wei, father is very happy that my branch has descendants. So, That child is his own flesh and blood. Qin Beilian is the woman he has loved all his life. What is Zhao Wei? Although it was a marriage of arrangement, she had never done anything to let him down. Not only did he educate his 4 daughters and Hongjun well, he even personally contacted resources for him from the Zhao family. I am so stupid. Well, the more Zhao Wei thought about it, the sadder and angrier she became. When a woman is completely desperate about a man, she's not a good person at all. Think about the past 30 years of her life, all wasted. If she doesn't take revenge, how can she still live? No, I want to take the evidence back to the Zhao family and let them expose it directly. Fang Hongjun will go abroad to study, but you may be in danger. I don't know what Fang Hongjun will do, but you should be careful, because if you die, he will be able to inherit everything in the Fang family. Fang Pingan leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the message on his mobile phone, feeling a little surprised. Fang Jinglei sent him this message. Doesn't it mean that they have confirmed Fang Hongjuan's true identity? And at least we have solid evidence in our hands. Otherwise, why would these brainless women contact him in such a tone? Looking at the date, there's not much time left until Fang Hongjuan's coming-of-age ceremony. In another week, he will call me the day after his coming-of-age ceremony. He even remembered what Fang Hongjun said exactly. My parents held a coming-of-age party for me. I'm worried that you might be upset, so I wanted to ask you out to meet alone so I can explain things to you. Although he was used to being ignored by the Fang family at that time, the coming-of-age banquet did make him sad. Now Fang Hongjuan's identity has been confirmed. Fang Jinglei said on the phone that her mother was ill. Zhao Wei knows. So, now they should discuss together how to solve this problem. But what does this have to do with me? Returning to the Fang family is impossible. He will not go against his oath. I will never step into the Fang family again in this life. I will not contact anyone from the Fang family. However, judging from his 15 years of experience following Fang Hongjun, Fang Junong is really dedicated to training his son. The love for Qin Beilian is absolutely unimaginable for a fool like Zhao Wei. Based on what he knew about the practices of wealthy families, they would basically give Fang Hongjun some money to let him leave the Fang family. Wouldn't it be natural for you to study abroad? However, Fang Jinglei's reminder is also very useful. Fang Hongjun would not let him go. Even if his identity was exposed, he could still inherit everything from the Fang family. But is there no one who is willing to believe that he really doesn't care about anything in the other family? Why can't we, Pingan, carve out a new world for ourselves? He had experienced how cunning Fang Hongjun was. In the years after his death, I witnessed with my own eyes how he cheated people one after another. If that bastard really wants to attack me, he will never stop as long as I'm alive. What should I do? I can't let my parents and Huiwi get involved. This was Fang Pingan's first thought. The second thought that came to my mind was to kill that bastard. Regardless of whether the women of the Fang family really loved Fang Hongjun, the fact that he wanted to kill her had already happened once. Was there anything else that was uncertain? If Fang Hongjun died, whether those people would be sad or not would have nothing to do with him. But he really didn't know how to kill the other person. In his 2 lives, he was always just an 18-year-old child. The only thing we can do now is to deal with each move as it comes. Killing the other person is just an idea. If you really want to put it into action, there are too many factors to consider. Fang Pingan leaned against the head of the bed and thought for a long time, until his neck was sore, but he still couldn't make up his mind what he should do to avoid the fate of death in his previous life. Outside in the living room, Lu Qing was watching a TV series, and Chen Xiaohua was sitting beside him watching TV with him. The two of them were living a very happy life. Although their material conditions are not as good as those of the wealthy, they can definitely not be classified as poor. What's more, Fang Pingan bought so many houses in the name of their only daughter. The rent they collected every month alone exceeded their income from working hard in the restaurant from dawn to dusk. In another room, Chen Shui was doing her homework. This is the standard of a happy family. No matter what Fang Hongjun planned to do, he would not agree. As long as there is no intersection with the other party, the danger will naturally be much less. After getting up and taking a shower, he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and began to read a novel. That kind of unsolved case novel. When Fang Qingyan returned to the hotel, she booked another room. She doesn't plan to go back either. At first, neither Fang Jinglei nor Fang Zhijie heard the doorbell until Fang Qingyan started knocking on the door impatiently. "How's Mom?" When the door opened, Fang Qingyan asked in a low voice. Fang Jinglei closed the door before answering. "I slept for most of the day, and I feel much better now." "What are you going to do, sister?" Fang Qingyan said with a gloomy face. "What else can we do? I thought a lot along the way. Mom has been kept in the dark for more than 10 years. Fang Jinglei interrupted and said, "Qin Beilian is Dad's true love. They met in Beijing, and even my parents didn't know each other at that time. After the Qin family got into trouble, Dad was probably forced by his family to marry Mom, and that's how we were born." Fang Qingyan looked incredulous. "Doesn't that mean that Dad did this on purpose?" Chapter 39, Not only you, I was also blocked. Fang Jinglei nodded and said nothing. Fang Qingyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "If Fang Hongjun knows all this, I will never let him off easily. Isn't this just bullying our mother?" She took off her coat and shoes and walked into the bedroom in her stockings. Zhao Wei has already gotten up and is drinking the tea made by Fang Zhijie. Mom, what are you going to do? Fang Qingyan walked into the room and asked. Zhao Wei looked up at her, put down the cup, and said, Lei, give me the report. I will stay here for one night and go back to the Magic City to find your second uncle at noon tomorrow. This matter is not just about the relationship between me and your father, or Qin Beilian. This is the matter between the Fang family and the Zhao family. You should stay out of it and just do what you should do. Also, you go find Pingan and ask him to come see me tomorrow morning. Mom wants to say sorry to him. No matter what, I am the one who is sorry for him. Fang Qingyan didn't say anything, but just stepped aside to make way for Fang Jinglei. Mom! Fang Jinglei was very embarrassed. Pingan ignored us. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, the eldest sister and the third sister have definitely been blocked. Now she has no idea when she will be blocked. I haven't received a reply to the text message I sent, but the phone call is indeed connected. She was about to say that Fang Pingan might be in danger when she saw Fang Zhijie's face full of impatience, and she said, Why is he ignoring us? He doesn't even care about his own mother and sister? I really gave him face. I called him, and you saw how I scolded him. Do you really think that you can get away from the Fang family by not living there or something like that? Fang Jinglei was too lazy to pay attention to her and just let her be. This third brother is really useless. In terms of character, he is not as good as the fourth brother. Mom, if this gets out, will Pingan be in danger? I mean, no matter what, Fang Hongjun is also my father's child. Zhao Wei's face changed, and she suddenly became nervous. He dares. Whoever touches my son, I will kill him. Fang Zhijie actually called Fang Pingan, and as expected, she was blocked. She threw her phone aside with anger on her face. Fang Qingyan sighed. Not only you, I was also blocked. The only person who can contact him now is your second sister, and her number is the only one that has not been blocked. Why? Fang Zhijie wanted to say something, but Fang Jinglei raised her hand to stop her. Based on your attitude towards him over the years, I would have blocked you if I were in his shoes. Besides, how many times have you called him in the past 4 years? Didn't you hit him and curse him that time? How did he offend you? Fang Zhijie? Zhao Wei asked hurriedly. Then you told him no? Fang Jinglei nodded and said, I reminded him, but I don't know what he will do. Zhao Wei said, Go outside and get my bag. I'll call him. Fang Qingyan obediently went to the outer room, brought in her bag, and handed it to her. Zhao Wei took out her cell phone and opened the address book, but found that she didn't have Fang Pingan's number at all. When she discovered this fact, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. My son, as your mother, I'm really sorry. I didn't even keep my own son's phone number, let alone remember it. The guilt and regret in her heart overwhelmed her, making it difficult for her to breathe. After panting for a while, she suppressed her tears and choked up. I don't have his number. He opened his mouth, but was unable to suppress his tears. Wow, as a mother, I feel sorry for him. I don't even have his phone number. I really deserve to die. I raised someone else's son as my own, and treated my own son as an outsider. I really deserve to die. Well, Zhao Wei's sudden collapse again caught her 3 daughters off guard, and they didn't know how to comfort her. Fang Zhijie still believes that this is all Fang Pingan's fault. If he hadn't returned to the Fang family, so many troublesome things would never have happened. But she was not stupid and knew that now was not the time to say such things. If she told her, her mother might slap her in the face, and her elder sister made her even more afraid. Fang Jinglei sighed to herself. This Fang Pingan is really pitiful. If it were me, I really don't know if I could persist for 4 years. His own mother never thought of contacting him, and never even saved his number. This is truly a tragedy and a shame for the mother and daughter. It is an even greater humiliation for the other party's safety. I don't know how he is doing now, and whether he is living comfortably in his adoptive parents' home. But I heard him eating barbecue before, so I guess he is living a much better life than he did in the Fang family in the past few years. After Zhao Wei got the number, she carefully saved Fang Pingan's phone number and then dialed it. At this time, it was already past 9:30 in the evening. Fang Pingan was reading a novel with great pleasure and kept envying the author's train of thought. His cell phone suddenly vibrated, which startled him. He doesn't have many contacts on his phone, mainly his family, his parents, and Hui. The number displayed on the phone is an unfamiliar caller. Could it be that Fang Hongjun changed his number? After thinking about it, he answered the phone. Pingan, I am your mother. Well, Pingan, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Fang Pingan didn't understand at first. Who was this person? Come up and cry? What's going on? But I immediately realized that this person was really a fucking bastard. He glanced at the number on his phone, then put it to his ear again. Pingan, are you doing well at your adoptive parents' home? I'm sorry. I've been treating you badly all these years. It's my fault. Please forgive your mother. Please be safe. Woo woo. Fang Pingan looked up at the door, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Ms. Zhao, please tell me what you have to say. If it's an apology, I don't think it's necessary. Apart from our blood relationship, I think there is no other relationship between you and me. Please don't call me son, and don't claim to be my mother. My mother is watching TV in the living room. Her name is Lu Qing. Fang Jinglei and her two sisters watched as their mother's face turned pale and her lips trembled. Tears flowed freely and could not be stopped. Needless to say, Fang Pingan must have refused. Zhao Wei was in so much pain that she couldn't control herself. Hatred. I hate myself for being blind. I hate myself for not cherishing it. But now, apart from feeling guilty, she knew there was nothing she could do. Pingan, you have to be careful that Fang Hongjun doesn't harm you. He is your father's illegitimate son and has the right of inheritance. If you are gone, he can take away everything that originally belonged to you. Woo, Pingan, where are you? Mom is worried about you. Would you like to go to Shanghai with me to visit your second uncle? Your uncle will definitely ensure your safety. Will you promise, Mom? Chapter 40, I feel relieved. Fang Pingan listened to the crying voice on the phone and then reminded him to be careful. I was surprised for a moment. Ms. Zhao, I believe you are not alone at home now. She should be with the young ladies from the Fang family. Please turn on the speakerphone. I don't want to repeat myself over and over again. I don't want your property, no matter how valuable it is. From the moment I cut off ties with you, I am no longer a member of the Fang family. If it weren't for going to college, I would have even changed my last name. I think you understand what I said. I don't want anything from the Fang family, including the surname Fang. I can't give this body of flesh and blood back to you. If you really regard me as the heir, can I use the Fang family's future wealth to buy back my own flesh and blood? I don't want a penny from the Fang family. Just treat me as a stranger. I believe that with your wealthy upbringing, you should be nicer to a stranger than you are to me. So please treat me as a stranger. This is what I want too. The Fang family's affairs have nothing to do with me, and I know how to protect myself. Thank you for your kindness. If you're not stupid, you should remember what I said on the day I left. Let's part ways and live our lives as strangers to each other. Goodbye. After saying that, he hung up the phone, blocked the person, and then put Fang Jinglei on the blacklist as well. Everyone in the Fang family is now on his blacklist. It feels so comfortable. I have to say, I finished it in one breath and let off some steam. To be honest, the Fang family's attitude towards strangers is much better than their attitude towards him. Please say thank you to the servants in your home occasionally with soft words. What about yourself? He never looks happy. Although Ms. Zhao never gave a cold shoulder, the greatest injustice came from Ms. Zhao, who claimed to be a mother. Thinking about it now, Ms. Zhao must be regretting and feeling guilty. So what? I won't serve you anymore, and I won't play with you anymore. Whatever you do, I don't care. Why do you always say it's my fault? Get out of here, all of you. Get out of my world. Get out of my life. Oh, I feel much better. In the previous life, Fang Hongjun had made an appointment to meet me. I won't be fooled again this time. Oh, just set it up and don't answer any unfamiliar calls. After setting it up, he did not continue reading the novel, but started to daydream again. If you want to learn how to drive, you will inevitably have to go out. Besides, you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. What is coming will eventually come, so just be careful. As long as nothing happens before going to college, we will probably have to wait until Fang Hongjun graduates from college. This seemingly weak guy is definitely not a good guy. As long as he doesn't return to his country, there is a high probability that nothing will happen to him. Besides, it's still unclear whether I will return to Yunqing after graduation. Everything depends on whether Ms. Zhao and the others can resolve this matter quickly and allow that guy to go abroad as soon as possible. The sooner you leave, the safer you will be. Thinking of this, he could only bow his head and continue reading the novel. You know what? The method of committing crimes in that novel is really awesome, but it's not very suitable for the situation of myself and Fang Hongjun. But the story is really great. Fang Pingan just lay on the bed and continued reading the novel. In the hotel, Zhao Wei burst into tears, and the three sisters of the Fang family felt extremely uncomfortable seeing this. But now everyone has been blocked, so even if Fang Zhidia wants to curse anyone, she can't. Fang Pingan is not here. Who can he scold? She was really mad at him. Fang Pingan was so annoying. Calling his mother Ms. Zhao is exactly the same as what his father said. He is such a rebellious son. He should suffer a little more. Fang Jinglei was so depressed that she wanted to cry, but she also had to comfort her heartbroken old mother. It was really frustrating. I have also been blocked, so it will not be easy to contact Fang Pingan from now on. And she dared to bet that even if she changed her number, Fang Pingan would continue to block her. For now, there seems to be no other choice but to go and beg for mercy. Looking at her third sister, standing there helpless and furious, she couldn't help but pull her eldest sister out of the bedroom. Sister, you don't care about third sister being like this? Fang Qingyan also had a headache. She has been like this since she was a child, and her parents can't control her. Do you count on me? She pointed at Fang Zhidia and said, when she was at the law firm, she behaved no differently from everyone else. He is conscientious and responsible in his work, and is also very meticulous. Lawyer Gu also said that she was very suitable to be a lawyer. I can't believe that someone like this is suitable to be a lawyer. Fang Jinglei sighed and said, now I have been blocked too. Apart from visiting him in person, there is probably no other way. Fang Qingyan shook her head and said, that's not the case. Isn't he with his adoptive parents now? If you can't do his job, then do the job of his adoptive parents. But Fang Jinglei, disagreed with this idea. He has already called us mom and dad, and even wants to change his last name Fang. Fang Qingyin patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay. The last name is not important. Just change it back when he returns to the Fang family. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that he should be aware of his personal safety now. Both you and mom have already reminded me of this. I don't think there will be any result if I go to his house and ask for his forgiveness now. Wait, after we solve the problem here, we can ask him to come back. It should be in time. But he's going to Beijing to study in September." Fang Jinglei was a little anxious. I checked secretly and found that he applied to the finance department of Beijing University, the same major as Fang Hongjun. Fang Qingyan nodded and said, "Come in, Xiaodai doesn't know how to coax people. You go and coax mom. Crying like this all the time is bad for your health." Fang Junhong was in the car when he received a call from his eldest daughter. When he found out that all the women in the family were not in Yunqing, he didn't think too much about it. This wasn't the first time, but it was unusual for the boss to go along as well. It seems that they really attach great importance to Hongjuan's coming-of-age party. This is meaningless to ordinary people, but it is very important to wealthy families. After the coming-of-age banquet, you can talk about marriage. For example, for Hongjun, if there is a suitable marriage partner, you can start to cultivate feelings. Of course, Hongjuan's identity has not been made public yet. He had originally thought of announcing Hongjuan's identity after he graduated from university, and then handing over the Fang family to him. As for Fang Pingan, he felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of this name. He has never paid attention to the child's academic performance, nor has he cared about whether he is the top scorer or not. So what if you are the top scorer in the country? Does your family have enough wealth to send your child abroad for further studies? For wealthy families, the college entrance examination is completely dispensable. But it is still important to Hongjun. He needs to prove his ability. This is also one of the important bargaining chips to convince the old houses in Beijing in the future. Chapter 41. I still have money. I can't spend it all. A dirty wooling car was parked at the gate of Century Garden Area 2 in Haidong District. There were only 2 people in the car. Each one is greasier than the other. They had just received the boss's order and had made some preparations before rushing over. The boss's request was not to take pictures, but to install a bug. Although this is not difficult, it is not that easy to do, especially since the boss said we have to get it done in the shortest possible time. If they weren't paid a lot, they would definitely choose to do this only at night. Both of them were wearing work clothes from a local housekeeping service company and looked like they were doing housekeeping work. The driver put his arm on the car window, chatted with the security guard, lifted the gear lever, and they drove smoothly into Zone 2. There are more than 30 villas in Century Garden District 2, most of which were purchased by business people. The real noble people do not live in Haidong District. As for how many people in these 2 areas are being kept, they have only heard about it, but their current target must be, who will want to eavesdrop on a mistress's home? No one would do this except the wife of the first wife. The 2 of them chatted and murmured as they drove slowly along the way. 13 buildings. This villa is not a 3-story villa, but a small 2-story villa. After they parked the car, they started to move. Qin Bailian was not at home at this time. Fang Junhong did not tell her in advance that he would come, so she arranged to have dinner with her friends at Tianyun Pavilion restaurant in the city. Only after receiving a call from Fang Junhong did she hurry back. 2 housekeeping service workers installed a camera in the green belt between the 2 villas and adjusted it for a while before getting up. Then the 2 men went around the back wall of the villa and climbed over it. After placing some small things in each room, I left. Half an hour later, Qin Bailian came back. Her car and the Wuling passed each other, and neither of them paid attention to each other. The 2 tools didn't even pay attention to what the hostess of Building 13 looked like. The function of a camera is to obtain image data, and the function of a bug is to obtain audio data. With these, it is enough to report to the boss. The boss said that he would give each of them 10,000 yuan just for this vote. As for how much the boss took, it has nothing to do with them. Everyone earns their own money. This is how the business works. No one is responsible for the other. We can cooperate at any time, and we can separate at any time. Time flies. The weather in Yunqing is really too hot. At least 80% of the people in the driving school are students who have just finished the college entrance examination. He did get to know a few boys, but it was only to have lunch together or something like that. It was the rule to give cigarettes as a gift, so he didn't feel too bad about it. He has been at the driving school from morning to night these days. He goes out early and comes back late and even eats dinner out. This made Chun Shui mention him twice on the phone. Ever since I hung up the phone with Zhao Wei that night, I have been much quieter now. He himself also has a mild social anxiety disorder. Well, this is also the Fang family's fault. Yes, that's it. That night he brought Huiwi 2 skewers of grilled wings, a portion of grilled eggplant, and a dozen charcoal grilled garlic oysters, and also brought the girl a glass of iced sour plum juice. This is the cold drink he is willing to bring for the girl besides milk tea. When I got home, dinner had already been served. He had told her on the phone that he would bring food for the girl. When she saw him come back, Huiwi rushed over, took the plastic bag, said thank you, Brother Pingan, and rushed to the dining table. Chen Xiaohua and his wife sat on the sofa watching TV. Everything was no different from usual. He changed his shoes and just sat down at the dining table to tease Chen Shui when he heard Chen Xiaohua say, This afternoon, a woman who said she was your second sister came to the store to look for you. Fang Pingan frowned slightly, turned around, and sat down on the sofa. I told her you were learning to drive, and she left. I didn't say what it was that I wanted to talk to you about in person. I even gave her your phone number, but people said you blocked her. Lu Qing said with a trace of worry on her face. Mom knows that you and the Fang family have fallen out, so she won't block your phone number. If you have any grievances, tell Mom and let your dad go and settle the score with him. Chen Shui puffed up her cheeks. Her mouth was full of food, and she was looking over here with her face tilted while chewing. Fang Pingan smiled and said, "It shouldn't be a big deal. I'll just call her later." "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine." Chen Xiaohua carefully looked at his expression and nodded. "If you have anything to say, just tell us directly. I can assure you that no matter what problem you have, Dad can basically handle it for you. Don't worry, don't be afraid, understand?" Fang Pingan's smile gradually widened. "Okay, got it. I'll tell you directly if I have anything to say. Everyone knows how powerful Mr. Chun, the boss of Jiangnan Snack Shop in Jinyuan Street is. The street office has to call him Big Brother when they see him." Chen Shui burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, Dad, you're so awesome. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Chen Xiaohua's face choked. Then he shook his head and sighed. "What nonsense are you talking about, kid?" Lu Qing was also amused. For a moment, the living room was filled with laughter. Fang Pingan returned to the dining table and tore off a piece of paper to help clean up what Chen Shui had sprayed out. "Dad, you're just too busy. I've already told you, you should quit running that shop. You've been working from dawn to dusk for so many years. Look at you and my mom. We look so old. The rent from those houses is enough to cover the family expenses, so there is really no need to work so hard." Chen Xiaohua said nothing. Lu Qing said, "Kid, aren't you just living off your savings? You go to college and find a girlfriend in the future. Won't it cost money? Are you thinking of spending the girl's money while dating her? Will you not need money to buy a house when you get married in the future? We are both in good health, and how can I look old?" Fang Pingan then realized that he indeed did not buy any supplements or cosmetics for the two elders. This was an oversight on his part. If I had known earlier, I should have bought them all. Chen Shui said, "Brother, you were just talking nonsense. What's the use of just talking about it? You could just buy it for your mom. Do you think she can afford to buy cosmetics herself?" Lu Qing immediately scolded. "Wee, don't give your brother bad advice. I don't need those things." Chen Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of guilt and self-blame in his eyes when he looked at Lu Qing. It was a blessing for Lu Qing to marry him. "Honey, I'll take you to buy cosmetics tomorrow. No matter how expensive they are, as long as we have enough money, we'll buy them." Chen Xiaohua's words were so decisive that Lu Qing actually laughed. "I'm old now, why would I spend that money on those things? I'm fine now and don't feel that old. It's time for you to take some health supplements." Fang Pingan waved his hand and said, "Mom and Dad, leave this matter to me. I still have money. I can't spend it all." Chen Shui immediately raised the chicken wings in her hand and said, "Brother, I want some too." Chapter 42, You Are in Danger. "Miss Fang, have you been to my father's shop?" After returning to the room, he called Fang Jinglei. Strangely, he wasn't angry, nor did he feel he should be angry. He was in a pretty calm mood. Besides, he also wanted to know whether the big news about the Fang family had been revealed. "Pingan, are you home? I heard from your adoptive father that you were learning to drive. Can I ask my elder sister to give you a car? What kind of car do you like?" When Fang Jinglei heard Chen Xiaohua say that Pingan was learning to drive, she had already decided to give him a car. Although apart from birthday and New Year red envelopes, she had never given Fang Pingan anything. Fang Pingan smiled and said, "No, I don't need a car, and I don't want one from the Fang family. I will earn money to buy it when I need it. What exactly do you want from me? Can you just tell me directly?" Fang Jinglei said, "I have already received the paternity test report, but I didn't have time to tell you last time. Fang Hongjun is our father's illegitimate son. Just like you said, his mother is Qin Balian." Fang Pingan curled the corners of his mouth, but said nothing. Fang Jinglei seemed to be afraid that he would hang up the phone, and continued in one breath. "Our mother, eldest sister, and your third sister are all in my uncle's house in Shanghai now. You don't have to get involved in this matter, and we won't get involved. The Zhao family will step in to resolve it." Also, Fang Hongjun did know that Qin Balian was his biological mother. The day before yesterday, he and our father went to see Qin Balian. Now we have not only photos, but also recordings which can prove that this incident is true. Fang Pingan asked calmly, "What does this have to do with me?" Fang Jinglei, "Fang Hongjun and you both said that you have the same inheritance rights. Don't you understand yet? You are in danger." Fang Pingan sneered. "Who wants the Fang family stuff? If Fang Hongjun wants it, just give it to him. I have said this many times. I have no interest in your family affairs. If you have nothing else to do, just hang up. Don't waste your feelings on me. I don't need them either." Fang Jinglei was quiet for a moment. Fang Pingan heard it clearly, and there was a hint of pleading in her voice. "Pingan, you still won't forgive me? It was all our fault in the past. We ignored you and treated you and Fang Hongjun differently. It was all our fault. Now we know our mistakes. I really regret it and feel very guilty. I want to make it up to you and get your forgiveness. Why are you so cruel to yourself? After a long silence, Fang Pingan said calmly, because when I decided to give you one last chance to choose, you all chose Fang Hongjun without exception. And at that time, you didn't know that he was an illegitimate child. The only reason you chose him is because in your eyes, he is more important than me. All of you chose Fang Hongjun, not me. From the moment I stepped out of the Fang family, all of you are no longer family in my eyes. It's me who doesn't want you anymore. No matter how you try to make amends, it's useless. I will not accept your apology, and I will never forgive any of you. I know I might be in danger, but it has nothing to do with you. I have my own parents and family, but they don't include you. From now on, don't bother my parents again, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Thinking back to his 4 years at the Fang family, especially what happened that night, Fang Pingan's heart grew cold again. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. As far as he knew, the only blood relationship that bound him was to support his parents. As for Fang Junhong and Zhao Wei, neither of them needs a support, and even if they do, they don't have much money. It doesn't put any pressure on yourself. So, that's it. Not only did he remain silent, but Fang Jinglei on the opposite side also remained silent. Fang Pingan didn't know what the person on the other side was thinking, and he didn't care. After hanging up the phone and throwing it directly on the bed, he got up and opened the door. A little head was standing at the door, listening attentively. Fang Pingan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and reached out his hand and hit him on the head. What are you doing? You're such a grown-up, and you're still eavesdropping? Ouch, that hurts, brother. Chen Shui covered her head and started screaming. Fang Pingan said with a smile, I'm already out. Why aren't you leaving? Have you finished your homework? How many points can I get? Is there any hope of being in the top 3 in the grade? Or are you able to skip a grade? The series of questions made Chen Shui dizzy. Chen Shui was smart enough to raise her hands and surrender and said, Okay, I'll go back to my room to do my homework. I don't know how many points I will get. I can't get into the top 3, and my teacher won't allow me to skip a grade. If you have any other requests, just tell me and see if I can answer them. After watching her turn around and run back to her room and close the door, Fang Pingan walked to the living room and poured himself a glass of water and drank it. Chen Xiaohua and his wife have returned to their room to rest. They had to get up at 3 in the morning, so they went to bed early. There is a small light on in the living room, which is kept on for convenience in drinking water at night. Fang Pingan walked to the sofa and sat down. I'm going to Shanghai to find my uncle. It seems like I can't let this matter go easily. Although this is normal, Zhao Wei did not face Fang Junhong directly, but handed all the evidence to the Zhao family. It seems that Zhao Wei has a deep hatred for Fang Junhong. If the Zhao family comes forward, they will definitely not confront Fang Junhong directly. They will probably go to the capital to ask for an explanation from the Fang family's old residents. I just don't know what will happen to Fang Hongjun and Qin Balian. To Zhao Wei, Fang Hongjun is an illegitimate child. But to the Fang family, Fang Hongjun is the heir, and regardless of his background, he is indeed an outstanding young talent. No one knew that guy was also a murderer. The deceased had been with him. In this life, even if the Zhao family intervened, Fang Junhong would probably be fine. At most, he would just give some shares to Zhao Wei. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other outcome. According to the current situation, Fang Hongjun must go abroad. Neither the Fang family nor the Zhao family could kill him, at least not openly. Going abroad is an explanation to everyone. Going with his mother, as long as he promises never to come back, Zhao Wei will not be able to say anything against it. Unlike staying in the country in the previous life, there may be new changes after going abroad. Once he goes abroad, then in Fang Pingan's world, the villains will change the map, so wouldn't future events change? In other words, if you can survive, you will face a brand new future. Just like if I hadn't died in the previous life, I would be facing a completely new experience as myself. Unpredictable. Well, this is all written in the novel. Fang Pingan suddenly thought of this, and a smile appeared on his lips. So in my world, I am the protagonist. No matter who the opponent is, I am the protagonist. Even if I'm a supporting role in other people's world, to me, I am the center of this world. Live for yourself. Chapter 43, I raised his mistress's child for 18 years, brother. 43. Let's go back a few days. Magic City. Zhao Yuankai, the deputy minister of commerce, turned down all invitations for tonight. His only sister, Zhao Weiwei, came to see him with her 2 nieces. There hasn't been frequent contact over the years. When Zhao Weiwei married Fang Junhong, he was just a section chief, and this position was only achieved with the help of his family. Right now, he can't be said to be omnipotent, but it's almost there. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you can basically see what the next few years will look like. Now he has reached the top and is just waiting to be transferred to other provinces. His wife Tang Yin is the daughter of a local wealthy family. He was lucky enough to meet her at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and he had no idea about Tang Yin's family background at that time. It was not until the two of them fell in love that they revealed their family backgrounds. It's funny, at that time, the two of them almost said at the same time that they were just ordinary people. Their 2 children are all abroad. One of the couple is working hard to make progress, while the other is concentrating on running their own chain of beauty salons. They are rich and powerful, and their life is too comfortable. Zhao Weiwei didn't say much on the phone, which made him not think much about it. It was only when he arranged for his secretary to take her home that he discovered that Zhao Weiwei's eyes were red and swollen. Tang Yin is on a business trip and not in Shanghai, so we don't have to meet. Tang Yin looked down on Zhao Weiwei, a vase who was cowardly and extremely easily satisfied, so the two stopped contacting each other soon after they met. Where are Qin Yin and the others? When Zhao Yuankai saw that Zhao Weiwei was the only one there, he started to ask. Zhao Weiwei shook her head and said, "They went to the hotel, don't worry about them." Zhao Yuankai stared into her eyes. It was obvious that she must have been crying for a long time. He nodded calmly. "Okay, come in first." Zhao Yuankai's family had no nanny or servants. The couple cooks everything themselves or just eats out. Tang Yin was not there, and he had no time to cook, so the brother and sister sat in the living room. "Can I tell you now?" Zhao Yuankai poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Zhao Weiwei. Zhao Weiwei couldn't help but start crying again. "Brother, that beast Fang Junhong deceived me for 18 years. Hong Jun is the child he brought back. I raised him as my own son, but only now did I find out that Hong Jun is actually the son of Fang Junhong and that bitch Xin Balian. Brother, I raised his mistress's child for 18 years, brother." Zhao Yuankai was completely stunned by these words. Zhao Weiwei. Oh, Zhao Weiwei. How stupid are you to have been kept in the dark for 18 years? He couldn't even control the expression on his face. After Zhao Weiwei took out the appraisal report from her bag, Zhao Yuankai was indeed a little angry. Although Zhao Weiwei is stupid, she is still a member of the Zhao family after all. Neither of their brothers had ever bullied her, so how could it be the Fang family's turn to bully her? Looking at the appraisal report placed in front of him, Zhao Yuankai picked it up, read it once, and then put it down lightly. "What result do you want?" he asked without hesitation. "Tell me your idea. If it's feasible, I'll tell my brother." Let Big Brother go directly to the Fang family's old house and ask their old man Fang. Zhao Weiwei was still crying, but her face immediately turned grim after hearing this. "I want Qin Balian to die with that evil creature." The way she gritted her teeth made Zhao Yuankai feel a little too fake. "What are you thinking about? We live in a country ruled by law, and even though the child is an illegitimate child, he can still inherit the family property. You want someone to die? How should he die? My brother and I will go and kill him." Zhao Weiwei didn't say anything, but just shed tears silently, looking extremely pitiful. Zhao Yuankai thought for a moment and said, "Well, you go back to the hotel and fly to Beijing tomorrow. I'll call my brother and tell him about this. It is impossible for you to want the mother and child to die. At most, you can drive them out of the country. The other thing is that you get some compensation and your family gives you some. I guess that's about it." Zhao Weiwei cried and talked from time to time, which gave Zhao Yuankai a headache. To be honest, it was Zhao Weiwei who was stupid, and he didn't have much sympathy for her. The only thing he thought about was how much benefit this incident could bring to himself and the Zhao family. If he were the eldest brother, he would probably only meet Zhao Weiwei once, and after finding out all the facts and evidence, he would not care about her anymore. "I'm already 50 years old, and my life is like this. Who can I blame? If you want to blame your family, that is absolutely not possible." After Zhao Weiwei left, Zhao Yuankai immediately called his elder brother Zhao Yuanlong. This matter is over with him. Zhao Weiwei was still hungry when she returned to the hotel. The comfort Zhao Yuankai gave her was equivalent to nothing, and it made her very dissatisfied. How could this be possible? He treated his own sister in such a professional manner, which really made her angry. But her second brother had been in a high position for a long time, and his aura made her dare not be too presumptuous. It's true that she came to ask for help, but there's no need to send her away in such a perfunctory manner. Fang Qingyan was in her room, looking through the information in her email. There are not many photos, only the ones of Fang Junhong, Qin Balian, and Fang Hongjun walking in the Century Garden Villa together. There are also photos of them walking out and getting into the car. What made Fang Qingyan angry was that they actually stayed at Qin Balian's place for one night, including Fang Hongjun. What else does this mean? This shows that Fang Hongjun knows very well who his biological parents are. Looking at the photos on the phone, Fang Qingyan's face looked ugly, but she didn't say anything to Fang Zhidia. What really made her angry was what her father Fang Junhong said. After listening to it once, she went to Fang Zhidia's room. Listen to it yourself, and hear what kind of person the well-behaved and sensible brother Hongjun in your mind really is. Fang Zhidia had a defiant look on her face, but when she finished listening, her expression changed. Why is brother Hongjun like this? This, big sister, you didn't ask someone to edit it. Fang Qingyan wanted to slap her and snatched her phone away. Believe it or not, I don't want to say anything more to you. I warn you, if you dare to contact Fang Hongjun privately, don't even think about getting a penny from your family. Don't even think about working at the law firm anymore. I will notify Lawyer Gu to terminate our relationship with you. You'll have to find a way to support yourself then. Or, follow your brother Hongjun and see if he can support you. This was the scene that Zhao Weiwei saw when she came back. It has to be said that, in comparison, Fang Zhidia is closest to Zhao Weiwei at home. This time, She was arranged to share a room with her mother, but Fang Qingyan always lived alone. Mom, Fang Qingyan explained, last night, my dad and Hongjun went to Century Garden and stayed at Qin Baoyan's place for one night. I have photos and I have recordings. Zhao Weiwei angrily said. Send it to me and I will pass it to your second uncle. Chapter 44, I will be there on time. Zhao Wei cried again. After Fang Qingyan sent the photos and audio files to her, she then sent them to Fang Jinglei. Lei, see if you can meet with Fang Pingan and let him listen to this recording. It would be best if he could remove us from the blacklist. Otherwise, if you can't find him when something happens in the future, it will be very dangerous. Fang Jinglei received the document and started to get anxious after listening to it. No matter what Fang Hongjun was going to do, at least Fang Junhong knew it. This is what Fang Qingyan and Fang Jinglei find most terrifying. When two men were fighting each other, he actually supported one of them. Do you really think this is a change of dynasty and a fight for the throne? Not only is it infuriating, it's also ridiculous. So starting from the next day, Fang Jinglei went to Chen Xiaohua's house and knocked on the door, but no one was home. Fang Pingan was learning to drive at a driving school at this time. So she ran to Jiangnan snack shop to find Chen Xiaohua and his wife to inquire about Ping An's news. Regardless of what Zhao Wei and Zhao Yuankai thought, or whether the Zhao family in Beijing really went to the Fang family's old house, for Fang Pingan, these had nothing to do with him. He just stared blankly for a while after finishing his phone call with Fang Jinglei, and then let the matter go. He really wanted to know whether Fang Hongjun would attack him again, as he did in his previous life, if he was prepared. It has been 3 days, and Zhao Wei and the others have not returned home yet. This made Fang Hongjun feel inexplicably palpitating. He called Fang Qingyan, and the answer he got was that she was still in Shanghai, picking out gifts, clothes, and other things. The third sister, who was the easiest to control, also turned off her phone. How could he know that it was Fang Qingyan who confiscated Fang Jidia's cell phone, fearing that she would let the secret slip? According to Gu Baibai, Fang Jidia is a good person at work, but even at home, he really speaks without restraint and has a very bad temper. Neither Zhao Wei nor the others planned to contact him now. Only Fang Jinglei kept her phone turned on to ensure that she could receive Fang Pingan's call. So, when Fang Hongjun called her cell phone, Fang Jinglei took a long time to prepare before answering the call. Second sister, are you with mom and eldest sister? Fang Hongjun's voice was as gentle as usual, but at this moment, Fang Jinglei just felt a little scared. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there anything? Fang Hongjun asked. Oh, nothing. It's just that the house is so empty all of a sudden. I'm not used to it. Isn't Dad home? We'll be back in a few days. You are the only one at home. Please help us take good care of Dad, okay? Fang Jinglei couldn't think of anything to say and could only follow his lead. I dare not say a single word more. She carefully controlled her emotions, afraid of letting even a little bit of them leak out. She knew very well how sensitive her brother Hongjun was. Fortunately, Fang Hongjun didn't talk for long and hung up the phone quickly. Fang Jinglei put down her phone, leaned back on the sofa in the hotel, and pinched her brows. What she didn't know was that Fang Hongjun actually called Fang Pingan at this moment. When he received the call, Fang Pingan had just finished practicing driving and replaced the car with a young girl. He drank some water while taking out his cell phone. Fang Hongjun? A smile appeared on Fang Pingan's face. It's finally here. Hello. He answered the phone. Brother Pingan, where are you? Fang Hongjun's voice still sounded so disgusting. What's wrong? What happened? Fang Pingan would not tell him where he was, so he asked back. Fang Hongjun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his room, watching the servants taking care of the flower beds in the yard. How did you do in the college entrance examination? Fang Pingan was stunned for a moment. No way. Didn't you hear about being the top student in the province in science when you went to school to pick up your transcript? Not bad, about the same as expected. How about you? Fang Pingan knew that this was all a foreshadowing, and he really wanted to hear whether Fang Hongjun wanted to ask him out. I'm almost there. Brother Pingan, I'm going abroad in a few days. Fang Pingan said nothing. Brother, I want to meet with you and talk. What to talk about? What do you have to talk to me about? Fang Pingan's tone was a little cold. Fang Hongjun smiled and said, Brother Pingan, I know you don't like me. However, your attitude doesn't matter to me. 18 years. I have been with my mother for 18 years, and you have only been here for 4 years. No matter what, I am the one who is loved more by my mother and sisters. Fang Pingan curled the corners of his mouth and listened to Fang Hongjun talk without saying a word. He knew that it was possible that Fang Hongjun already knew that his identity had been exposed and was trying to be tough with him. You know what, Fang Pingan, from the first day you came home, I knew you were no match for me. Even if you're my biological child, so what? No one in your family likes you. Not a single one. Everyone hates you, including your own mother. Do you know why? Fang Pingan calmly interrupted. Could it be that you are the one who did something bad in the middle? Fang Hongjun laughed a few times. That's not the case. At most I'll just frame you, say something bad about you, or make up a rumor or something. Because even if I don't need my whole family to stand on my side, you are still no match for me. I can handle it myself. Fang Pingan raised his eyebrows, took a sip of water, and looked at the young people who were laughing because the little girl started the car and it jumped up and down. Oh, what are you going to do to me? I have nothing to do with the Fang family now, and I don't care about them. Even if I had some opinions about you in the past, there is no need for that now. I am doing very well now. Fang Hongjun turned around and returned to his chair, with his feet up and placed on the table. He smiled. Forget it. You have completely lost your fighting spirit. There's no point in bothering you anymore. I think it was more fun in the past. Looking at you like a dog, wagging its tail and begging for mercy, longing for your family to pay more attention to you. Now, I feel it's meaningless. If you have time, come out and sit together. I'll be going abroad in a while, so I don't think we'll have a chance to meet again. Fang Pingan laughed. What? You're not coming back after you go out? Don't forget, the Fang family has so much property. I don't want it. So, do you not want it either? I remember that Mr. Fang Junhong and Ms. Zhao Wei have always wanted to train you to be the heir of the Fang family. If you don't come back, who will you give all this property to? Fang Hongjun chuckled and said, It's mine, you can't take it away. If it's not yours, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Fang Pingan paused before replying. Okay, where shall we meet? Give me a time and place, and I'll try to be there on time. About 10 o'clock at night. My parents and sisters are not coming back today. You can relax a little. Did you know about the July Flower Bar? I'll meet you at the back door of the July Flower at 10 o'clock sharp. Fang Pingan smiled silently. I'm curious about what you want to tell me in person. 10 o'clock, right? I'll be there on time. Chapter 45, wanting to make Fang Hongjun suffer a big loss. In the previous life, although it was not this day, Fang Hongjun's attitude and tone were the same as today. Of course, because Fang Pingan's answer was different from that in his previous life, Fang Hongjun used different words. Similarly, this was the first time Fang Hongjun spoke frankly about his disdain for himself. In my previous life, because I was extremely eager to be recognized by my family, I had never considered the concept of family property, but I was still angered by Fang Hongjun's attitude and tone. Go to the appointment without hesitation. Oh, in the previous life, the place for the appointment was also July Flower, and Fang Hongjun made the call in the bar. And I started from home. However, when Fang Hongjun suggested that they meet in the alley behind the bar, he became furious and went there without thinking much. It was in that alley that he was put in a sack. This time, not only was the call time brought forward, but I was also not at home. He didn't know where Fang Hongjun was now, but he would definitely go there. What he needed to confirm was whether Fang Hongjun would appear in the bar around 10 o'clock in the evening. If so, then there is no doubt that it is exactly the same as in the previous life. Today is the day when something bad will happen to me. It seems that no matter whether Fang Jinglei and the others really think they are in danger, at least this reminder is well-intentioned. After hanging up the phone, Fang Pingan stood there and slowly drank the water in the bottle. He has used up all his opportunities to practice driving today, and he probably won't have a chance to go for a second round. After thinking about it, he simply said hello to the other students and went home directly. The bar is far away from his driving school, and it takes at least 40 minutes to get there by taxi. If you leave from home, it only takes less than 20 minutes. Today is Saturday. When he returned home, Chen Shui was happily playing games on her tablet. Fang Pingan took a shower and returned to his room, thinking about countermeasures for a long time. He originally wanted to ask Chen Shui to help call the police, but he didn't want to put the girl in danger. After thinking it over, he finally took out Fang Junhong's phone number and set it to button 1. After thinking about his plan again, he went out to prepare dinner with peace of mind. It was just past 5 o'clock and not yet time for dinner, but he was indeed hungry. My parents were still the same and refused to close the shop. The girl is playing games at home, so I might as well cook for myself. Although my cooking skills are average, it's edible. Chen Shui was curled up on the sofa and napping happily. She only put down her tablet when she saw Fang Pingan walk into the kitchen and start picking vegetables. Brother, do you want to cook for yourself? The little girl put on her slippers and ran over to look at him. Well, I don't want to go out to eat today, so I'll just make myself a bowl of noodles. Do you want to eat? Fang Pingan took out a handful of Shanghai greens and planned to learn how to make stir-fried noodles. Chen Shui shook her head vigorously, and her ponytail swung back and forth at the back of her head. No, brother, can you treat me to a barbecue? The girl stared at him with longing eyes, looking a little cute. A first-year high school student should be more mature, right? Why does this girl still look like a child? Fang Pingan put down the vegetables in his hand and asked with a smile. I wanted to, but it's still early. Why don't you play for a while? Can I take you there at 7:30 or 8? But my parents will be back by then. Chen Shui pouted and said, It's okay. Let's go eat early and then call mom and dad to let them know. Otherwise, brother, why don't you tell dad now? Fang Pingan reached out and scratched her nose. Barbecue is delicious, but it's not healthy. You should know this. Chen Shui took a half step back and said, It's not like I eat it every day. I can't even count it as once in a while now, okay? Fang Pingan dropped the vegetables in his hand and said, But I'm hungry now, otherwise I wouldn't be cooking now. Chen Shui stood up and laughed. That's okay. I'm hungry too. Brother, wait for me. I will change my clothes. After saying that, without waiting for Fang Pingan to say anything, she ran back to her room to change clothes. Fang Pingan actually didn't care. But at this time, many snack and barbecue stalls have already come out. Barbecue is probably not available yet, but various snacks have definitely started to be sold. The girl likes all kinds of snacks, just like other little girls. Fang Pingan didn't say anything. He just washed his hands and waited. After a while, the girl changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her straight legs. She looks fresh and pretty. What a pretty girl. She stuffed her phone into her hip pocket. Brother, I'm ready. Let's go. The process of eating with the girl on the street is quite enjoyable, and there are indeed many long and white legs strolling in the snack street. Fang Pingan thinks Yunxing is great. There are beauties everywhere. Although he didn't have any ideas, he just simply liked looking at beautiful women. But in fact, he was quite anxious. Why does time go so slowly? He was a little impatient to make Fang Hongjun suffer a great loss. As for whether he would kill the little silver coin, he had no confidence at all. But at least I can earn some interest. He deliberately changed into a pair of running shoes, a pair of looser sweatpants, a black short-sleeve top, and a baseball cap. The cell phone was in his trouser pocket, but he was carrying a small crossbody bag with 2 cans of Coke in it. He didn't understand much else, but he knew that if he swung this thing and hit someone, the effect would be just right. What he is most worried about now is that he will be put in a sack when he is alone. If he and Fang Hongjun were kidnapped together, he would not be afraid at all, because he wouldn't let that happen. Chen Shui was full and continued to play games very comfortably. When Fang Pingan went out, Chen Xiaohua and his wife had not returned yet. He first took a taxi to the bar and walked around the street where the bar was. The alley that Fang Hongjun was talking about was actually not a main street, but a very small dead end. There are a dozen large trash cans and 2 huge garbage bins neatly lined up at the back door of the bar. He wandered around the back door for a long time, figuring out where everything was, then slowly walked out. This alley only has the back door of the bar and nothing else. Also, there is a camera here, but it must be broken. Just after 9 o'clock, he walked into the bar and found a seat in the corner. Here, he could clearly see everyone who walked into the bar. He casually asked for a bottle of fruit wine, placed it in front of him, and waited quietly. Although there were people in the bar, it wasn't very crowded. Most of the booths are still empty. However, when the time came to 9:30, there were suddenly more people coming. Fang Pingan was worried that he would not be able to see the people coming, so he simply walked to the door and sat down. With only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock, Fang Pingan finally saw Fang Hongjun. Chapter 46 Dating 1. He didn't know why Fang Hongjun came so late. In his previous life, he was kidnapped and sent to that abandoned warehouse alone. I saw Fang Hongjun, who was also kidnapped in the warehouse. The kidnappers demanded the ransom the next morning. This meant that he and Fang Hongjun were locked up for a night. Now that I think about it, this silver coin was really cruel, and it was also cruel to himself. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to pretend to be frightened when the Fang family arrived. Fang Hongjun did not come alone. There were several young people around him, both men and women. You could tell at first glance that he is his classmate. They are equally young, equally confident and proud, as if everything they have is the result of their own hard work. Fang Pingan watched them go up to the second floor and disappear on the stairs without saying a word. Then he stood up and walked through the crowd towards the back door of the bar. After going out the back door, there was no other light source in the alley except for a light under the eaves of the bar's back door. There was no one in the alley. He found 2 bricks on the ground, replaced the Coke in his bag with the bricks, then hid in the gap in the middle of the trash can and leaned against the steps of the back door. No matter who it is impossible for him to be seen from this position. He took out his cell phone, turned it to silent mode, and called Fang Hongjun. After a ring, he heard a deafening noise in the bar. Of course, even if he hid here, he could still hear some music through the door. Fang Hongjun, I'm at the back door, July Flower. Where are you? He carefully identified the voice on the phone. Fang Hongjun's voice was very loud. Wow, you're here quite early. Wait a minute. I have something to say to someone, and will be out right away. After saying that, he hung up. Fang Pingan knew that if he had not left the Fang family, the appointment time should have been 11 o'clock. Because in his previous life, it was already past 10 o'clock when Fang Hongjun called. Now the time has been advanced, and there is no one at the back door at this time. All he needed to do was wait. Only 5 minutes had passed. He looked at the time, and it was only 9:53 when a GL8 drove over. Fang Pingan immediately stuffed his cell phone into his trouser pocket, took off his shoulder bag, and wrapped the strap around his hand. After the car door opened, 2 men wearing hats got out of the car and looked around. Fang Pingan curled himself up into a ball and listened to the 2 people muttering. Where are the people? Didn't they say they've arrived? Another person said, I'm not sure. Do you want to call and ask? I'm going to pee. You call that young master and ask him. Fang Pingan watched as a man with a cigarette in his mouth walked towards him. His heart was beating very fast, and sweat began to flow from his head. He originally thought that someone could easily kidnap him by covering his mouth with ether. I didn't expect it to be 2 people. This is different from what he imagined. If it was a single person, he could easily knock the other person out and then use the other person's phone to tell Fang Hongjun that it was done. Then see if Fang Hongjun is with them. I didn't expect there are 2 of us now. Fang Pingan was a little scared. He has 2 choices. One option is to continue hiding and not move, and then go home after these people leave. We can talk about how to take revenge on Fang Hongjun later. Another option is to knock down these two, search for the ether, and then tie up Fang Hongjun when he comes. Although he can't drive, it doesn't matter. All he has to do is tie Fang Hongjun up. Then he used the kidnapper's cell phone to send a message to Fang Junhong asking for money, immediately, and then waited for Fang Junhong to bring bodyguards or call the police. By that time, the kidnapper just needs to confess, and he will have nothing to do with the matter. Everything was arranged and directed by Fang Hongjun. Fang Pingan, who had always been hostile to Fang Hongjun, was just standing him up. The biggest problem now is that there are not one kidnapper, but two. The man walked to the middle of the two large trash cans and started to release water. The other person had already taken out his cell phone and started making a call. Fang Pingan's heart was beating wildly, and his hands began to tremble. He was not only nervous, but his mouth was extremely dry. The caller seemed to have been unable to get through, so he cursed a few words and started over again. The man who was peeing here finally finished. He turned around and pulled up the zipper of his pants. His body shook violently, and he stayed still for less than a second before falling to the ground. There were 2 bricks in Fang Pingan's bag. He jumped out from the shadows and swung the bag in his hand hard, hitting the man on the head. At this time, Fang Pingan's eyes were red from the stimulation of adrenaline. He didn't care about the guy lying on the ground and walked towards another person with his back hunched. The person who was calling was waiting impatiently for the call to be connected, with the phone against his ear and his back facing him. Fang Pingan suddenly rushed over, and the shoulder bag hit him hard on the back of the head. Watch the man fall straight down like a wooden stake. Fang Pingan could no longer hear anything except the sound of his own heartbeat. He was too nervous, but it worked. He quickly picked up the man's phone and hung up, then hit him on the head twice more. Then he turned around and hit the guy who let the water go on the head with 2 bricks. The matter is done. The tension in his heart relaxed a little, but the cold sweat all over his body had completely soaked his clothes and hair. His mouth was so dry that he couldn't even swallow his saliva. The mouth seemed to have lost the ability to secrete saliva. After taking several deep breaths, he picked up the man's phone and looked at the number he had just dialed. It turned out to be that guy Fang Hongjun. After thinking for a moment, he wiped off his fingerprints with his clothes, put the phone in the hand of the man at his feet, and wiped it again. He felt very guilty, but he had no other choice at this point. After searching their trouser pockets, I found a bottle and a square towel. He unscrewed the bottle and took a sniff. I just felt a little dizzy instantly. It's confirmed that no matter what this thing is, it must be a drug. Fang Pingan simply picked up the phone and sent a message to Fang Hongjun. Okay, don't call. Come to the back door and leave together. After wiping his fingerprints clean, he held the phone with his clothes and put it directly into the man's hand. My heart is still beating very fast. Just now, he made a decision. If Fang Hongjun really came out from the back door, he just needed to knock Fang Hongjun unconscious and then hit him on the head a few times. There's no way I can die. After being knocked unconscious, he called the police directly. Fang Junong, never mind. Just get the police involved. He himself needs to provide proof of his alibi. He knew in his previous life that the camera was broken, so he wasn't worried about it at all. But he had never been so bold before, so he was definitely afraid. But when he thought about how Fang Hongjun had arranged for him to bleed to death in his previous life, he suddenly had the urge to kill him. Moreover, once this evil thought came together, it was impossible to suppress it. He gasped for a long time before hiding back in the dark crevice of the trash can. If Fang Hongjun comes out, he will definitely take action. If he didn't come, he would run back home. His palms were sweaty. If the bag wasn't wrapped around his hands, he would have thrown it away when he waved it. It only takes a minute or 2 to walk from the bar booth to the back door. If you go downstairs and then to the back door, it will take at most 2 more minutes. He waited with his heart pounding until he heard the sound of a door opening above his head. Chapter 47 Dating 2. 47. Fang Hongjun didn't take Fang Pingan seriously at all. A stupid licker, cowardly, and spineless. In the past few years of the Fang family, he went from being hostile at first to being able to embarrass Fang Pingan by simply stirring up the emotions of the sisters. Can't take a beating at all? He would even tease his sister in a way that he himself did not like, which would make his third sister, who was the most easily provoked and had a bad temper, even more critical. Then he comforted the idiot. And the guy Fang Pingan suddenly stood up and overturned the dinner table, which made him change his opinion of Fang Pingan. Taking the initiative to sever ties with the Fang family forced him to start taking Fang Pingan seriously. I asked Fang Pingan to come over tonight, but I'm not sure whether he will come. Of course, he still made the necessary preparations. It's just 20,000 yuan. Shui Wenyao helped him contact one of his father's subordinates, and then arranged for 2 people to come. His original intention was to let them take Fang Pingan away and throw him into the sea. Disappear from this world. Anyway, no one in the family cares whether that guy lives or dies. And he himself didn't want to see Fang Pingan's hateful face even more. He was still a little surprised when Fang Pingan called him and told him that he had arrived. I didn't expect this guy would actually dare to come. After hanging up the phone, he notified the people who were heading this way and asked them to speed up. I didn't expect that I would succeed in just a few minutes. Just now he left his cell phone on the coffee table and went to the bathroom. When he came back and saw the text message, he became happy. I just tried to casually and unexpectedly it succeeded? Fang Pingan, you are really obedient. He casually took out 20,000 yuan from his bag and threw it on the coffee table. I have something to do, so I have to leave first. You guys continue to have fun. Tonight's expenses will be on my account. But that's all. They all save money. Let's get together again before I go abroad. Great. Brother Jun is awesome. Mr. Fang, where are you going? What if the flowers are too big? Mr. Fang, if you leave, we won't have a good time tonight. Brother Jun, we sisters don't want you to leave either. Ha! The men and women were flirting with each other. Fang Hongjun smiled and said, Okay, I really have something to do, so it's not convenient for me to bring you along. After saying that, he turned and left. Several young men and women in the room were still shouting, Master Fang won't take you with him. Who told you guys not to serve him well? Then came the laughter and scolding of several girls. Fang Hongjun left the private room, and the wild and deafening music from downstairs immediately reached his ears. As he went downstairs, he glanced at the bustling dance floor. The DJ was standing on the stage, twisting his waist and buttocks wildly. The piece of cloth that barely covered the key parts was also swaying with the rhythm. The men and women below swayed and twisted wildly to the rhythm. Fang Hongjun stared at DJ's twisting slender waist, suppressed his anger, and walked downstairs. The rhythm of the music made his heart beat wildly, which was uncomfortable. He lit a cigarette and walked towards the back door through the aisle beside the dance floor with the cigarette in his mouth. After going down the stairs, turn around and you will see the passage leading to the bathroom. After the bathroom, continue to the end and turn right to reach the back door. There are 2 doors in the back door. The purpose is to reduce the disturbance of noise to the outside world. There are sound-absorbing structures all over the walls. He opened the door and walked out. A not-too-big platform, about 20 square meters, with a row of trash cans next to it. On the right side are 2 large trash cans, which look like the cargo boxes of dump trucks placed directly on the ground. An overhead light provided some brightness to the dead end, enough for the bar occupants to dump their trash. There was a station wagon parked next to the dumpster, its doors closed. The front of the car was heading towards the piles of frames containing beer bottles at the end of the alley. But the headlights weren't on, so he couldn't see clearly whether there was anyone in the car. Fang Hongjun was a little puzzled. Why didn't he turn around? There were stairs on the left side of the platform, and he went down them. I didn't see anyone around. There was no light from any cigarette butts in the car, as if there was no one there. The air was filled with the smell of garbage, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. And except himself, there seemed to be no one here. He felt a little terrified. Mustering up his courage, he walked towards the car. As I reached the first trash bin, I felt a gust of wind, and then my mouth and nose were covered by a strong hand. The sudden panic made him forget to fight back. He struggled hard. He could feel his mouth and nose being covered tightly by something wet. My head started to feel dizzy. Anesthetic drug. These words flashed through his mind, and a deep fear welled up in his heart. The person I asked you to kidnap was Fang Pingan, not me. Fuck. The person behind him said nothing and covered his nose and mouth tightly. Fang Hongjun made a humming sound. His consciousness became increasingly blurred, and then his body slowly went limp. Fang Pingan, sweating profusely, didn't dare to let go. He held his breath and covered Fang Hongjun's mouth and nose tightly. He didn't let go until he felt Fang Hongjun had completely softened. Sitting on the ground, Fang Pingan was gasping for breath. Tension and fear, and the rapid secretion of adrenaline, caused his clothes to be completely soaked with sweat. The sweat on his head was flowing crazily, and it made him feel very uncomfortable when it flowed into the corners of his eyes. His heart was beating like a drum, and he even felt that he could hear his own heartbeat. Sitting on the ground, Fang Pingan wiped the sweat off his face and panted heavily. After catching his breath for a while, he got up and hit Fang Hongjun hard on the head with a few bricks. Damn it, I'll let you show off. You are always in a weird mood and full of tea. Let you frame me. You kidnapped me. He finally vented his anger after banging a few bricks. Looking back, I saw 2 guys lying in the gap between 2 big trash cans. He used all his strength to drag these 2 out and threw them next to Fang Hongjun. Wiping the sweat off his forehead again, he looked at the bloodstains and dragging marks on the ground, muttering to himself. He didn't know if he would expose himself, but I can't care about that now. The brick was thrown into the trash can. The shoulder bag was stained with a lot of blood. After thinking about it, he simply flipped in and buried the shoulder bag in the huge trash can. Now he not only smelled of sweat, but also of garbage. The smell made him almost vomit. It smells really bad. Now that everything was done, Fang Pingan began to feel a little scared. He was worried that these 3 guys would be beaten to death by him. If you inhale too much of something like ether, will you die? If Fang Hongjun died, it would be a homicide. The police will never let go. No one ever comes to this dead end because no one would come there anyway. He tightened his hat and left quickly. When he reached the street, he lowered his head and quickened his pace towards the nearby night market. Chapter 48: Regret and Fear. The nearest night market is on Dahong North Road. The bar is located at the intersection of 3 main streets. I don't know much about other things along the way, but at least there are cameras at every intersection. This is common sense. Fang Pingan can see the existence of a camera without deliberately looking up. Although he couldn't tell which one was related to public security, if the police checked, these cameras could provide information. If they took a detour, they would have to pass through a small park, which he remembered had a fountain. To be on the safe side, he took out his cell phone, opened the map, and checked it. Sure enough, walking northwest for about 300 meters and 1 block away, you will find the park. Fang Pingan hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the park. That fountain was where he washed himself. The weather was very hot, but I felt refreshed after washing with cold water. I was wet all over, and when the night wind blew, I suddenly felt cold. He started jogging towards the night market. The night market on Dahong North Road is not a snack street. There are mainly 3 types of items sold: toys, shoes, and clothing accessories. It was a very crowded time, and everyone was strolling around like they were enjoying the cool breeze, choosing whatever they liked at will. The sounds of bargaining were heard one after another, and it was very lively. Fang Pingan threw his hat into a trash can on the side of the road, then followed the crowd and started picking out what he wanted. He could clearly smell the faint smell of garbage on himself. Although it's not strong, you can still smell it if you get close. It's mainly the smell on the clothes. He easily bought a new set of clothes and changed his shoes, then carried the clothes and shoes in a plastic bag and continued on his way. Just find a neighborhood and walk in, then throw all your clothes and pants into the recycling box for used clothes and leave. After changing his clothes, he began to recall the details of what had happened before. There is something I did that is too obvious or leaves clear traces. He didn't know whether those 3 guys would die. But if he really died, he would not be able to escape. At least, there are call records with him in Fang Hongjuan's mobile phone. When the time comes, the police will definitely look for him to question him, to cooperate with the investigation. But can I stand the scrutiny? He didn't know if what he was doing was right. He is still very scared until now, afraid the police would find him. After all, he didn't have enough evidence to prove where he was during this time. And there were no witnesses to provide proof. Although he was wearing a hat when he came out of the alley, he believed that the surveillance cameras on the road must have seen his figure. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had made too many omissions. The beating was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Besides, they shouldn't have released Fang Hongjun from the blacklist out of spite in the first place. This is simply looking for trouble. How can I make my whereabouts appear more reasonable? Although there is a gap in time in between, what if he can give a plausible reason? So what is the reason for this to happen? He thought about it and couldn't figure out what reason to use. He stopped when he saw the neon sign of an internet cafe. Instinctively, Fang Pingan began to recall how Fang Hongjun handled things after doing some shameful things when he was in the spiritual state. But he discovered that the two were completely different things. He simply walked into an internet cafe, turned on a computer, put on headphones, and turned on an American TV series. But his mind was not on the plot at all. After thinking for a long time, he felt a little regretful. I should have hidden in the gap between the big trash can and the backdoor platform. Until those 2 people couldn't wait any longer and just left. Anyway, as long as I don't show up, there is basically no danger. Using this method, it can also be confirmed whether Fang Hongjun has arranged for someone to kidnap him like in his previous life. As long as you can hear the sound of them making a phone call, you can basically confirm it. But what if Fang Hongjun continues to attack me in a different way because I didn't come? For example, the most common one is to go to the hospital and find a person who is driven crazy by money to hit him with his car. Or maybe find someone who wants to die and stab him directly on the street. These possibilities are not non-existent, but very high. The more Fang Pingan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Therefore, it shouldn't be wrong for me to take the initiative. But the bad thing is that we don't know whether Fang Hongjun is dead or alive. If I get involved because of his death, my life will be ruined. Haven't started college yet. I still have an unlimited future. With his photographic memory, he should have a bright future. All of this has become a suspense. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. When he thought of his family, he remembered to tell his parents. I picked up my phone and saw that there were indeed several missed calls. He quickly took off his headphones and went back. Chen Xiaohua had already begun to comfort Lu Qing at this time. She didn't know where her adopted son was now, and he didn't answer her phone calls. She didn't know if something had happened to him. When he thought of his family, he remembered to tell his parents. I picked up my phone and saw that there were indeed several missed calls. He quickly took off his headphones and went back. At this time, Chen Xiaohua was patiently comforting Lu Qing. She didn't know where her adopted son was now, and he didn't answer her phone calls. She didn't know if something had happened to him. After hearing the phone ring, he glanced at the screen and quickly said to Lu Qing, Okay. I called back safely. I said he was busy and might not have heard it. After saying that, he answered the phone. Lu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were still fixed on her husband. Hey, Pingan, where are you? Dad, I'm watching American TV series in the internet cafe. I'm not going home tonight. Fang Pingan tried his best to make his voice sound calm. It's like nothing happened. Chen Xiaohua frowned slightly. You're not coming back? Are you planning to stay in the internet cafe all night? Not going to sleep? Fang Pingan explained. Dad, I'll go back after I finish watching it. After turning on the hands-free function, Chen Xiaohua asked, Are you planning to sleep directly in the internet cafe? If you don't come back, please be careful about your safety and don't get into conflicts with others. Internet cafes are a messy place. Fang Pingan agreed repeatedly. Well, don't worry. Yeah, I know, don't worry. I will be back early tomorrow morning. Lu Qing sat aside without saying a word. She was very relieved about Pingan. When he was young, the child was very obedient. When he went out to play occasionally, he would tell them where he was going, who he was with, etc. The child is grown up now and has been living in the Fang family for the past 4 years, and he is not happy there. Now that the college entrance examination is over, it's okay for children to let loose a little. So she said nothing. He stood up and poured water to wash his feet. As soon as Fang Pingan hung up the phone, he asked for a night away. I'll just call my family, and I seem to be in a much better mood and not as nervous anymore. Although the two kidnappers were hired by Fang Hongjun, they actually had no chance to attack him. On the contrary, he knocked the two men unconscious with a brick, and it was unknown whether they were dead or not. If this happened, would I also be shot? I haven't even started college yet. I didn't accomplish a lot of things in my previous life, and I don't want to miss out again in this life because of killing someone. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. The more I think about it, the more I regret that I shouldn't have been impulsive. If I really killed someone, my life would be ruined. The crime of intentional homicide is punishable by death. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he even started to sob softly. A fat guy who was playing a game next to him turned his head and looked at him in confusion. I said, "Why are you crying while watching a zombie movie?" Fang Pingan cried and regretted his impulsiveness. He was so excited at the time that he thought about how to do it in a very short time, and then he did it directly. The planned call to the police was not made, let alone contacting other people. I was just thinking about all sorts of things and finally fell asleep on the sofa. When the network administrator came over and saw that he was asleep, he ignored him. Soon, there were basically no people from society in the internet cafe except for the students who had just finished the college entrance examination. On the other hand, the July Flower Bar called the police at around 2 a.m. because the back door is not only a place to dump garbage, but also a place to pile up empty wine bottles. The countless bottles of wine produced every night would be packed into baskets and placed in the open space at the back, waiting to be taken away when the new wine was delivered the next afternoon. Not only was there a car parked in the open space at the back door of the bar, but there were also 3 people lying next to the car. It was not known whether they were dead or not. The waiter who was carrying out the basket to put the empty bottles in was almost scared to death. It was the middle of the night, and suddenly seeing 3 people lying on the ground would scare anyone. So they ran back and reported the situation to the manager. Then, the manager stood on the stage, looked at the situation, and called the police directly. In order to avoid getting the bar into trouble, they didn't even touch the 3 people or the bodies lying on the ground. 3 police cars arrived at the scene quickly. The ambulance also rushed over with a ziwa ziwa sound. The 3 people didn't know whether to live or die. It could be a big case. The duty chief of the police station has arrived. The scene looks quite grand. The manager of the July Flower Bar finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one had died. Although the camera on the back door had been broken for a long time, at least he had done what he could. He didn't even inform the big boss. Based on experience, this matter doesn't require the big boss to step in. No one died, so the bar doesn't need to close. That's good. He didn't care who was on the ground outside. Anyway, my boss is not too far off from being omnipotent in Yunxing. Besides, the boss seldom comes here. He smoked a few cigarettes with the director and then sent the police away. The ambulance left immediately. The station wagon was also taken away by the police. In this case, if someone calls the police, there is no way to file a case if no one reports it. These were things Fang Pingan had not expected. At this time, he had fallen asleep on the sofa in the internet cafe. There was still a faint smell of garbage on his body. Chapter 49. You are too inhumane. When Fang Hongjun woke up, it was already the 3rd day. He was a little confused and couldn't remember many things. In other words, he forgot a lot of things because of the blood clot in his head. Fang Junong was shocked and angry. After seeing the last call record was from Fang Pingan, he immediately believed that Fang Pingan was the murderer. The other 2 victims claimed that Master Fang Hongjun invited them to meet at the back door. As for the purpose of meeting at the back door, they said they didn't know, and they were knocked unconscious before they even saw young Master Fang. As for the text message they sent to Fang Hongjun, there was no explanation at all. What's okay? Come to the back door and walk together? This is easy to understand. But where to go together? What are you going to do? This is another topic that is difficult to explain. The 2 hesitant people were under strict police surveillance. Although they were in the hospital, they could not leave. The police need to wait until Fang Hongjun recovers his memory before making further judgment. The hospital's diagnosis was that the 3 people suffered blunt force trauma to the head and had severe concussions. The youngest, Fang Hongjun, had blood clots in his head and needed major surgery. Fang Junhong made a big fuss in the police station, and then Fang Pingan was taken to the police station. Chen Shui didn't know about this because she was at school, but Chen Xiaohua and his wife were completely shocked. What's going on? My family pinged and was involved in a case involving serious injuries? Fang Pingan's phone is set not to answer any unfamiliar calls. This forced the police to find Chen Xiaohua and take Fang Pingan away from the driving school. This time the matter got out of hand. The coach looked with regret as his obedient disciple, who offered a packet of cigarettes as an offering every day, followed the police into the car and left. Fang Pingan sat in the inquiry room, feeling very nervous. But he can still control his facial expressions. I was just nervous, my heart was beating fast and sweat was on my forehead. It's nothing, those policemen were also sweating. The weather is too hot. Fang Pingan, where were you between 9:30 and 10 last Saturday night? The two police officers who were questioning looked calm and not stern at all. Fang Pingan pretended to be thinking, then simply said that he went to the July Flower Bar. It was around 10 o'clock. I left the bar, walked around the street, and then went to an internet cafe to watch the latest season of the American TV series Mr. Black. This was the most appropriate explanation he could think of, because the surveillance cameras inside the bar definitely had footage of him. He couldn't deny it. I just admitted it generously. What time did you go to the bar, and what time did you leave? Fang Pingan clearly felt that the police officer's tone had become a little harsher. It's probably around 9 o'clock. I didn't notice the exact time. It was probably around 10 o'clock when we left. Fang Pingan lowered his head and answered. Recording can usually only be done with the presence of two police officers at the same time, one taking notes and the other asking questions. Fang Pingan knew this. He answered in a very calm tone. Why did you go to the bar? Fang Hongjun asked me to meet him at the back door of July Flower Bar at 10 o'clock. I had never been to that bar. That was my first time there. Because I was a little worried, I went early. Later I went to the back door to take a look and felt that the place was not safe, so I called him, but he asked me to wait in a dark alley behind the bar. I got scared, so I stood him up and left. Why do you feel unsafe? Why are you afraid? The two policemen looked at each other and continued asking questions. Fang Pingan looked up at the two police officers and said seriously, I'm afraid he'll hire someone to do me a favor and take away my inheritance. The two police officers stared at each other. Walmart, this is interesting. Fang Pingan talked freely. I am the son of Fang Junhong and Zhao Wei. I have 4 older sisters, blah blah blah. I was adopted by my adoptive father Chen Xiaohua from an orphanage when I was young, and I didn't return to the Fang family until I was 14 years old. Blah blah. But no one in the Fang family cared about me and kept me living in the servant's room, blah blah. Fang Hongjun is my father's illegitimate son and has the same inheritance rights. I discovered this by accident when I was a sophomore in high school. Blah blah blah. I was under too much pressure and in a bad mood before the college entrance examination. One night, I beat up Fang Hongjun. That day, my father Fang Junhong kicked me out of the Fang family, blah blah blah. Later, I told my second sister that Fang Hongjun was my half-brother. My second sister told me a few days ago that I was in danger. You can confirm this with my second sister. Even though my father has severed ties with me, and I now live with my adoptive parents, my sister still thinks I'm in danger. I am the top scorer in science in the province this year, and I'll be going to Beijing University in September. These are all things that can be checked. I was afraid that he would hire someone to cripple or kill me, and then my future would be ruined. Although I don't want the Fang family's wealth, I want to go to college. He invited me to meet him at the bar, and I still have the recording of the call. I just want to know what he wants to do by asking me out. If I could, I would even beat him up again. Blah 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 blah. The two policemen were delighted. We were asking here, and ended up eating such a huge melon? The Fang family also has such a thing? A wealthy family is indeed a wealthy family, exactly the same as in TV dramas. Illegitimate children and the like are the best. Oh, in this phone recording, Fang Hongjun is indeed blatant. Oh, so when you were in your second year of high school, you followed Fang Hongjun and wanted to beat him up, but you found out that he was an illegitimate child? Fang Pingan, you are very, very unlucky. While eating melon, he wrote furiously. When have the two policemen ever heard such a big first-hand news? Oh shit. Oh shit. Your mom and sister don't like you? TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor little thing. What? You are the one who won the straight lottery? Holy crap, you're so rich. Fang Pingan, you can do it. Being so rich, he really doesn't care much about the Fang family's property. This is credible to a certain extent. No, that was before you got rich. Little Fang Pingan, it seems that you are still a suspect in this matter. What? No one can help you prove you were not at the crime scene between 9:50 and 10? Oh, Fang Pingan, this is difficult to deal with. Although we sympathize with your situation, the law is here. You are a major suspect. Fang Pingan lowered his head. Oh, I knew there was no way out of this. Fang Pingan was thus listed as a major suspect. This made Chen Xiaohua, who was waiting at the door of the police station after hearing the news, so anxious that he turned around in circles. Lu Qing was crying her heart out and kept urging him to contact the capital. On the other hand, the two kidnappers were even more unlucky. Fang Hongjun had no way to provide them with proof. They also couldn't explain clearly why Fang Hongjun asked them to go, and what the okay meant. The two were kept in a hospital, and even after they recovered, they were not allowed to leave Yunqing, and had to wait for news at any time. Director Pan was stunned when Fang Junhong said that Fang Pingan was the biggest suspect. The police looked at him with strange eyes. What, daddy? Although they are both my biological sons, You as a father are too partial. Your son was lost when he was young. After you found him, you don't feel sorry for him or give him more care. Instead, you treat him like trash. And signed a severance agreement? You are so inhumane. The result was that Fang Pingan was a suspect, but there was insufficient evidence. Whether it's that the police have insufficient evidence to prove Fang Pingan is the murderer, or Fang Pingan has insufficient evidence to prove his innocence. In the end, Fang Pingan was fine, and with the halo of being the top student in science, he was allowed to go back. But before school starts, you are not allowed to leave Yunqing and must keep your phone open at all times. That's not all that made Fang Junhong angry. The little bastard revealed that he, Qin Balian, and Fang Hongjun were illegitimate children. This made Fang Junhong feel both ashamed and angry. If the police hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed over and strangled Fang Pingan to death. His hair was standing on end with rage, and his eyes were red, and he looked just like a ghost. Fang Pingan also learned about Fang Hongjuan's illness from the police. After expressing his heartfelt sympathy, he followed Qin Xiaohua and Lu Qing home. Fang Junhong pointed at him and cursed him, and Qin Balian, who was standing next to him, had a face full of resentment. But without sufficient evidence, there is no way to file a case. There are too many strange things in this matter, and the police are not sure what happened. Director. Poor kid, his biological parents and family members didn't love him. He endured for 4 years, and finally had the courage to leave. Not only did he win the lottery, but he also won the first place in science. What a good boy. Although there is suspicion, there is no evidence now, right? Is it possible to detain the top scholar for no reason? This will ruin the children's future. No, we can't do this. The director waved his hand and said, let the child go home safely. They will be the pillars of the country in the future. Don't scare the child. Fang Junhong and Qin Balian could only feel helpless and furious at this moment. Qin Balian really wanted to kill that bastard Fang Pingan, but at this moment she could only cry in Fang Junhong's arms. Fang Junhong never expected that Zhao Wei would act so quickly. Beijing, the old house of the Fang family. Zhao Yuanlong brought Zhao Wei to visit. Faced with the 3 appraisal reports, photos, videos, and recordings as evidence, Fang Junyi, the current head of the Fang family, was completely stunned. At this time, Zhao Wei didn't know that her own son had beaten the little bastard silly. If you knew, you would probably laugh out loud. Her eyes were red and swollen, but she said nothing and just lowered her head slightly. To be fair, it is not surprising for a wealthy family to have an illegitimate child, and it is not necessary for the Zhao family to come to them. The Zhao family has no right to interfere in the Fang family's internal affairs. The key point is that Fang Junhong was deceiving Zhao Wei from the beginning to the end. What was even more unacceptable to the Zhao family was that Fang Junhong personally handed his illegitimate son over to Zhao Wei to raise. Perhaps from the very beginning when the two families got married, Fang Junhong never gave up on Qin Balian. Whether it is or not, as long as the Zhao family thinks it is, then that is it. This requires an explanation from Fang Junyi, the current head of the Fang family. Otherwise, the Zhao family will use all their connections to either clean up the Fang group in Yunqing or move against the Fang family in Beijing. The reputation of a wealthy family is sometimes more important than interests. But for Zhao Yuanlong, this is the best opportunity to make the most of his money. No doubt about it. Wasn't chapter 50 found back long ago? 50. There are 4 children in this generation of the Fang family, and Fang Junyi controls the Fang family. For a reason that happened long ago, Fang Junhong went to the south alone to develop the market. The third brother, Fang Juanhao, is a military man and now works in the public security system in Beijing. The fourth sister, Fang Ruhan, also married a soldier. Although she made great achievements in the army, it was not enough. Looking at the Zhao family as a whole, there is only one person who develops in politics, but all of his marriage partners are very powerful. Zhao Yuanlong, the head of the Zhao family, controls the Zhao family. Not to mention the business. Zhao Yuanlong married the daughter of the Ma family in northeast China. In both the political and business circles of northeast China, the Ma family is the leader. Zhao Yuankai, the second son of the Zhao family, is the deputy minister of the Ministry of Commerce of Shanghai and is almost at the top of Shanghai. His wife Tang Yin is the third daughter of the Tang family. Backed by the Tang family, the richest family in Shanghai, not to mention the Tang family's connections in the political arena. At present, Zhao Wei's biological son is the provincial champion in science. How could the Zhao family give in even a little? If you don't take a big bite at the Fang family, you will be doing a disservice to Zhao Yuanlong's good teeth. After listening and watching, Fang Junyi suddenly felt overwhelmed. Before leaving, Zhao Yuanlong gave Zhao Wei instructions. When she arrived at the Fang family and met Fang Junyi, she was not allowed to say a single word. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about it. This made Zhao Wei very cautious. Although she hated the Fang family very much, this was not the time or place for her to act recklessly. Brother Zhao, since you have come here in person, this matter must be true. No matter what, I will give you an explanation. Let me call Fang Junhong first. Fang Junhong and Qin Balian have known each other since they were in college in Beijing. Apart from their family backgrounds, it can be said that they truly love each other. Before he graduated from university, the Qin family's backer fell from power, and the Qin family quickly split up and was soon divided up by various families in Beijing. After Qin Beilian had her first miscarriage, he vowed to treat her well and never change his mind for the rest of his life. Sure enough, he remained loyal to her and never changed his mind. At that time, the Fang family was not as powerful as it is now. Father Fang Jihan has high hopes for each of his sons, eager to expand the business empire as quickly as possible and enter the circle of top wealthy families. After he brought Qin Beilian home, he was directly rejected by Fang Jihan. Not only his father, but even his mother looked down on Qin Beilian. The main reason is that the Qin family has fallen into decline, and their marriage will not bring any benefits to the family. Instead, Qin Beilian wanted to revitalize the Qin family through the Fang family. In this way, the Fang family will have to pay more. It was in the second year after he graduated from university that the Fang family took the initiative to form a marriage alliance with the Zhao family, and he met Zhao Wei. In terms of appearance, Zhao Wei was prettier than Qin Beilian at that time and had a better figure. More innocent, like a little white flower, understanding nothing. When the two met for the first time, Zhao Wei fell in love with the young and handsome Fang Junhong at first sight. Fang Junhong was in a difficult situation at that time. On the one hand, he truly loved Qin Beilian, but on the one hand, she could not bring any help to either him or the Fang family. On the other side is the innocent Zhao Wei. Although she is a naive girl, the Zhao family can bring more tangible benefits to him and the Fang family. While Fang Junhong was trying to appease Qin Beilian, he married Zhao Wei, and the next year they had Fang Qingyan. Later, Qin Beilian had 2 consecutive miscarriages, which made Fang Junhong suspect that Qin Beilian did it on purpose in order to torture him. But Zhao Wei has never given him a son, which makes him very worried that his family line will be cut off in the future. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wei gave birth to 4 daughters for him in one go, and he began to focus on Qin Beilian again. Later, they both became pregnant one after another. Fang Junhong took even more careful care of Qin Beilian, fearing that she would have another miscarriage. If I have another miscarriage, I probably won't be able to have another child in the future. Fortunately, both Qin Beilian and Zhao Wei successfully completed their 10-month pregnancies. When Fang Pingan was born, Qin Beilian was also in the hospital waiting to give birth. The 2 children were born less than a month apart. After Fang Pingan went missing from the hospital, he not only had to comfort Zhao Wei, but also had to accompany Qin Beilian during the delivery. During that period, Fang Junhong ran back and forth and was exhausted. Fortunately, Qin Beilian gave birth to a son safely, which made both him and Qin Beilian ecstatic. It was also because Fang Pingan was lost that Qin Beilian asked him to take her child Fang Hongjun back and forge documents saying that he was brought back from an orphanage. This would not only guarantee his son's life and future education, but would also make it possible for him to successfully inherit Fang Junhong's property. Moreover, it can also comfort Zhao Wei. Fang Junhong got so excited that he carried Fang Hongjun back home. Qin Beilian goes to Fang Hongjun school almost every day. No matter it is kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, or high school, she can see Fang Hongjun's growth every day. And now, her only child was lying in the hospital. How could she not want to kill Fang Pingan? By the way, she hated Zhao Wei to the core. Fang Junhong was comforting Qin Beilian in the hospital and swore to take Fang Hongjun to Country M for surgery. Qin Beilian cried so hard that he felt extremely distressed. When his cell phone rang, he answered it without even looking at it, feeling extremely annoyed. Hello? Fang Junyi heard his impatient tone and didn't say anything more. Mr. Zhao Yuanlong, the head of the Zhao family, is sitting with me now, along with Zhao Wei. No matter what happens to you, bring your illegitimate child with you and return to the capital today. I will wait for you at the old house. After saying that, he hung up the phone. When I looked up, there was a smile on my face. Brother Zhao, how about this? I don't know the specific situation, and I can't do anything to my second brother with the things you brought. Otherwise, you and your sister-in-law should go back first. When that bastard arrives tomorrow, I'll take them to apologize. What do you think? Qin Beilian was still crying, but when she saw Fang Junhong's face change drastically, she dared not cry anymore. Junhong, what's wrong? Who's calling? Fang Junhong looked at Qin Beilian, whose face was still covered with tears, and helplessly put down his phone and sighed. My elder brother asked me to take Hongjun to Beijing. Zhao Wei knows about you and Hongjun's affair. Qin Beilian's expression also changed. She didn't find out for so many years. How come she suddenly knows now? Fang Junhong shook his head, glanced at Fang Hongjun lying on the bed, and whispered, I have to book a ticket now, fly to Beijing this afternoon or evening, and come back in a few days. Take good care of Hongjun here. If there is anything, call me. Fang Junhong was so busy that he had no time to rest. What he didn't know was that back in Beijing, Zhao Wei had already found her eldest brother with her daughter. Zhao Yuanlong is not only Zhao Wei's elder brother, but also the head of the Zhao family. One day ago, your second brother told me your thoughts, Zhao Yuanlong said while drinking tea. But little sister, you have to know. It is normal for families like the Fang family, the Hua family, the the Qin family and our family, to have a few illegitimate children. If you want the mother and child to die, that is definitely not possible. We really can't do anything to help you with your request. It would be easier if you didn't have a son yourself. Zhao Wei understood immediately after listening. She has been thinking a lot these days. In any case, killing is not okay. This is not an option, either at home or abroad, especially since the Zhao family is not involved in organized crime and has no such connections abroad. But she was just very angry. She was angry that Fang Junhong had concealed the fact that Fang Hongjun was his illegitimate son, and had let her raise him for 18 years as if he were her own son. Her anger came more from the fact that she had given 18 years of hard work to an illegitimate child. If he was really just an adopted son, she probably wouldn't be so angry. I'm just angry. Fang Junhong lied to me for 20 years. It's also possible that he was lying to me and our Zhao family from the beginning when he married me. Brother, I can't swallow this breath. Zhao Yuanlong also saw it clearly. Fang Junhong will arrive in Beijing tomorrow, and that old fox Fang Junyi will bring him along tomorrow. As for the illegitimate child, there is no need to see him again. Qin Balian and her son were sent abroad, and you were given more shares of the Fang family in Yunqing. This matter was handled like this, and it should be an acceptable result for everyone. As for the matter of defrauding my Zhao family, the Fang family will naturally give up some of their interests. Otherwise, Fang Junyi wouldn't have said that he came to apologize. What do you think? Zhao Wei shook her head and said, Brother, since you have come forward in this matter, it is useless for me to be dissatisfied. I am 50 years old. I still have 4 daughters, and Pingan has severed ties with us. She began to cry and sob again. Zhao Yuanlong frowned and asked, Fang Pingan? I have never seen this child. How is he? Zhao Wei continued to shake her head. I have always taken better care of Hongjun. We have lived together for 18 years. I have raised him from a baby to the present day. Emotionally, I am more inclined towards him. Zhao Yuanlong raised his eyebrows and asked, Didn't you find it back a long time ago? Could it be that after Pingan was found, you still favored Fang Hongjun? Zhao Wei cried. It's my fault. Not only me, we are all closer to Hongjun. Pingan is a child that looks cowardly and timid. His adoptive parents are also ordinary citizens, and they didn't raise him well. Shut up. Zhao Yuanlong found it unbelievable. I have found my son, so I should at least compensate him. You should give him more compensation, both emotionally and materially, to make up for the mistake of losing him. Not only that, but he also had to make up for the parental love he had been missing for more than 10 years. What about you? No wonder the kid cut ties with you. From what I can see, that child is not a coward at all. On the contrary, he is much stronger than you. An 18-year-old child could do something like severing ties with you. You can imagine how desperate that child was at the time. Zhao Wei just cried and didn't dare to talk back. She knew she was wrong, terribly wrong. He even lost his only son. But isn't this because Fang Junhong lied to her for 18 years? No longer. Fang Junhong must have never been separated from Qin Balian. They must have been together long before Fang Hongjun was born. Otherwise, Fang Hongjun would not have been born. Moreover, Fang Junhong asked her to raise his illegitimate child. This was really vicious. The more I thought about it, the more I felt wronged, and the more I felt that Fang Junhong deserved to die. When Zhao Yuanlong saw her lowering her head and tears dripping, his heart softened. Forget it. You go out and let Qinyan come in. I have something to ask her. Zhao Wei stood up and looked him in the eyes. Brother, I'm not going back to Yinqing. I'm staying in Beijing. Pingan is the top scorer in science in Yunnan province this year. I asked a school teacher, and he applied to study finance at Peking University. I want to stay in the capital and accompany him. Chapter 51. I did it. It's up to you. The house at home is big enough for you to live in. When this is over, you can pick out a house or a yard for yourself. Zhao Yuanlong doesn't care about a house or a yard. I don't care how wrong Zhao Wei is. All he cares about is how much benefit the Zhao family can get from this matter. Fang Qingyan is still very afraid of her uncle. She sat in front of her uncle with her head slightly lowered. Zhao Yuanlong took a look at this niece whom he hadn't seen for many years and asked calmly. Fang Pingan, is this year's top scorer in science? Yes, uncle. Fang Qingyan was stunned for a moment and immediately answered. And he is not in a key high school. Zhao Yuanlong tapped the table lightly with his index finger. He didn't say anything else, his mind quickly thinking about how to use this matter. Fang Qingyan guessed what her uncle was thinking. If Fang Pingan could catch the eye of his uncle, then returning to the Fang family, or even staying in the Zhao family, would also allow their family to be reunited. She had no doubt about this. Fang Pingan hates Fang Hongjun, his father. The women, just cared less about him. Mother Zhao Wei is just partial and cares more about Hongjun than Pingan. Uncle, we didn't care enough about Pingan before, and we were also biased towards Hongjun. This was our fault. As Pingan's eldest sister, I have the greatest responsibility. Now he doesn't want to see any of us. Zhao Yuanlong raised his hand. Fang Qingyan stopped what she was about to say and looked at him. There's no need to talk about this anymore. We will observe further when he arrives in the capital. As for the relationship between you, You still need to repair and make up for it by yourselves. I just told your mother that Qin Balian and her son went abroad and will never come back. I will transfer part of the shares of Fang family in Yunqing to your mother as compensation. That's where the matter ends. I hope you can develop better in Yunqing. Next year, the Zhao family will also enter Yun province, and there will be opportunities for cooperation then. Fang Qingyan had no choice but to nod. She also thought that this was probably the best possible outcome. As for whether their coming to the capital could bring greater benefits to the Zhao family, that was not something she could know. Tomorrow, your father and that illegitimate child should arrive in the capital. It's up to you to decide whether or not you want to meet at that time. That's it. Fang Qingyan still had a lot to say, but her uncle didn't want to listen. She had no choice but to leave. Mom, how was your visit to the Fang family's old house? What did your uncle tell you? Fang Zhidia looked at Zhao Wei and asked. Nothing. Your father and his illegitimate son will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Just wait until tomorrow. Zhao Wei looked listless and didn't really want to talk. When she went to Fang's house, she was full of resentment, but had no chance to vent it. When she returned home, she was also disappointed with her eldest brother's attitude. Brother, I am thinking more about the interests of the Zhao family. This is nothing wrong. However, he didn't consider her feelings at all. Although she married into the Fang family, her surname is still Zhao, right? Xiao Dai, I know you and Fang Hongjun are closest. This time, if you still don't acknowledge Pingan as your brother, then just pretend that I don't exist as your mother. Zhao Wei stared at Fang Zhidia with red eyes, which scared her. Don't worry, Mom. I won't do that anymore. Real. Fang Pingan is my younger brother. Fang Hongjun is just my half-brother. If we talk about closeness, Pingan is closer anyway. Fang Zhidia kept making assurances. But Zhao Wei could tell at a glance what she was thinking. Don't forget, he already knew that he was your half-brother. But he has kept silent for so many years, keeping us mother and daughter in the dark. Have pity on my peace. When I think about it now, I really want to kill Qin Balian and that bastard. Don't think I don't know what you think. Zhao Wei stared at her viciously, and Fang Zhidia just felt that her mother was very scary now. Mom, I really don't want to lie to you. 18 years of relationship can just be thrown away? I really can't do it. She lowered her voice and muttered, You're so angry because Hongjun is a bastard. Weren't you still biased towards Hongjun at the beginning? I didn't think I did anything wrong. Anyway, no one in my family likes Fang Pingan, so I just follow the crowd. Fang Pingan himself didn't do well in the first place. He doesn't look like a member of the Fang family at all. Zhao Wei didn't get angry. She just waited quietly for Fang Zhidia to finish speaking before she said coldly, You are right. In the past, I couldn't bear to part with that bastard. It was hard to give up a relationship that had lasted for more than 10 years. Because of this, I was reluctant to let him leave the Fang family, causing my own son to suffer a lot of grievances and injustice. It's all my fault. I'm sorry for him. I admit it. And you? Fang Zhidia didn't say anything. She took out her cell phone and played with it in her hand, hesitating whether to tell Fang Hongjun. But she also knew that by now, Fang Hongjun should have known it himself. My mother just said that she will come over tomorrow, so everyone should know about it. The only thing that is unclear is whether she can meet Fang Hongjun tomorrow. Fang Qingyan came out, and Zhao Wei and Fang Zhidia both looked at her. It's okay. Fang Qingyan waved her hand and walked over to sit down. Mom, why don't we stay in a hotel? I always feel uncomfortable at my uncle's house. Fang Zhidia nodded. Yes, me too. I feel uncomfortable all over. Fang Pingan, Chen Xiaohua, and Lu Qing only felt relaxed after they got into the car. Because Lu Qing was there, he couldn't say anything. Chen Xiaohua was driving, and Lu Qing sat beside him and kept comforting him. I was afraid that he would be frightened by this incident. I don't know who did it, but your father keeps saying it was you. This is the first time in my life that I have seen a father like this. Why are you still in contact with that kid from their family when you have nothing to do? Don't involve yourself next time. Those two men didn't look like good people, and I didn't know who beat them up. There's such a big bump on my head is swollen. She grabbed Fang Pingan and asked, Are you really okay that night? I haven't noticed you in the past few days. I wonder if you had a fight with someone. Fang Pingan glanced at Chen Xiaohua, who was driving seriously in front. It's okay. I'm fine. Mom, really, I'm fine. It only takes half an hour to get home from the police station. This half hour was both painful and happy for him. What was uncomfortable was that Lu Qing showed an unparalleled desire to communicate, talking from the moment he got on the car to the moment he got off. The good thing is that Lu Qing was really afraid that he would be beaten that night. If she hadn't gone to bed earlier than Chen Xiaohua that night, she would probably have asked more questions. Chen Xiaohua drove silently all the time and only let Lu Qing go upstairs when they got home. Go upstairs and cook first. I want to talk to Pingan. Lu Qing was unhappy. Is there anything I can't listen to? Fang Pingan lowered his head and said nothing obediently. Chen Xiaohua smiled and said, Pingan is an adult now. I was talking to him about men's topics. Go back and cook. Remember to fry some peanuts for me. I want to have a drink with Pingan tonight. Lu Qing snorted. I know. Go home quickly. Hey, got it? Pingan, come, sit in the front. Lu Qing went upstairs, and Fang Pingan also relaxed a little. Chen Xiaohua drove his car and started strolling on the street. You did this, didn't you? His tone was very calm, and he wasn't asking a question, just simply stating something. Fang Pingan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was already past 11 when you called me to say you wouldn't be back. I don't know what happened that night, and I don't know whether it was right or wrong. I just want to say that you are already 18 years old. I'm going to Beijing to go to university soon. You still have a better life and future. Don't ruin your future because of a momentary impulse. The fact that you can get the top spot in the exam shows that your IQ is definitely sufficient, so I believe you should know what is the right thing to do. You should be able to make the best choice. But no matter which path you choose, your mother and I will not be able to accompany you all the way. If you can't protect yourself, how can we trust you? Fang Pingan lowered his head, his heart beating like thunder. He didn't think Chen Xiaohua felt he was innocent, but he also had no evidence to prove his complete innocence. This is completely the intuition of Chen Xiaohua as an adult. No matter what grudges you have, it's best not to break the law, or you can avoid getting caught. Chen Xiaohua, who seemed to be talking to himself, finally looked at him. Fang Pingan met his gaze, without any fear or discomfort, and looked at him calmly. Chen Xiaohua seemed to be stunned for a moment, then returned his eyes to the road and continued driving. I did it. Fang Pingan spoke. Those two were hired by Fang Hongjun to kidnap me. They brought drugs. After I knocked him down, I found the drug. Fang Hongjun was knocked unconscious by me, and then I hit him a few times. He let out a long breath, as if he had let out all the depression in his chest. It's true that Fang Hongjun asked me out. There are phone records and the police can check it. I also sent that text message to Fang Hongjun using their mobile phone. He spoke at a steady pace, as if he was narrating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Fang Hongjun is Fang Junhong's illegitimate son, and they both know about it. But Fang Hongjun knew that he was an illegitimate child and hid it from my mother for 18 years. And he asked someone to kidnap me, obviously wanting me to die. I threw a few bricks at him, which was not excessive. Besides, he's not dead. Chen Xiaohua drove silently, without saying a word. Fang Pingan continued. Now that my mother Zhao Wei knows about it, I guess Fang Junhong doesn't have much time to cause trouble for me. After I finished learning how to drive, I went to Beijing. By then, he will be unable to protect himself, and Fang Hongjun will most likely go abroad with his mother. At least for a short time, I am safe. Chen Xiaohua suddenly laughed. He turned his head and glanced at Fang Pingan. Very good. Just admit that you did it. Although I am not clear about the details, this should be your first time in a police station. It's not bad that the police finally decided that there was insufficient evidence and released you. Chapter 52 then, am I okay? Fang Pingan was stunned. No, I'm just here to assist in the investigation. But they still think I'm a major suspect. I will let them know when I go to Beijing for school. Chen Xiaohua laughed. Don't be nervous. The matter was finally left unresolved. The police merely responded to the call and did not file a case. I asked about it when you were in there only because all three of them were beaten and were in the hospital. You went to the police station because your biological father thought you were the murderer, so they asked you to cooperate with the investigation. But that doesn't mean you are a suspect, understand? If you were really considered a suspect, there would be no way you would come back with me and your mother. Fang Pingan's eyes lit up and he said, Then I'm fine, right? Chen Xiaohua nodded. If the news of Fang Junhong's illegitimate child came out, I guess your biological mother would not live with him, but she wouldn't divorce him either. Because divorce is not a good thing for either family. So the illegitimate child must have gone abroad with his mother. Then it was like it never happened. Life goes on as usual, but you still have to be careful. If you beat someone up, even if the police think it wasn't you, sometimes some people think it was you, and they don't need any evidence at all. As long as they believe that you did it, they will try every possible means to deal with you. So you should be in more danger now than before. Take care of yourself, and don't go out unless necessary. Fang Pingan hummed and said no more. He knew that he lacked experience, but he didn't know why Chen Xiaohua looked so experienced. But it's not easy to ask. In the past few days, whenever he had free time, he kept reviewing every detail of that night. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about the bricks or the shoulder bag now. Although that kind of big trash is big, there is more trash in the bar, so it will be cleaned once every 2 days at most. So the satchel has disappeared into some landfill or power plant. He himself couldn't even remember which neighborhood he was in when he saw the clothes and shoes. Even if they investigate, it will be meaningless unless the police confirm that he is the real murderer. Once we came out of the alley, he would definitely be visible on the surveillance cameras on the street. He couldn't explain clearly what he was doing in a short 10 minutes before he came. This is his only suspicion. However, he still didn't know whether the police had filed a case. Since Dad said the police haven't filed a case, then there isn't one. There's no need to lie to him. Only then did he feel at peace. But he also knew that even without any evidence, Fang Hongjun would still believe that he did it. Therefore, even if Fang Hongjun went abroad, that kid would never let him go. It doesn't matter. He'll be more careful. Tomorrow, I will sign up for a sauna training class, and I will continue practicing when I get to Beijing. Chen Xiaohua saw him with his head down in deep thought and did not disturb him. He took him for a walk and then took him home. Chen Shui didn't know anything about this at all. After coming back from school, she was chattering as usual, and the whole house was filled with her voice. While he was having dinner with his family, Fang Jinglei was sitting alone in the Western restaurant on the second floor of the Kempinski, eating alone. In a few days, she had obviously lost a lot of weight. She didn't know about the progress in the capital, nor did she know that Fang Hongjun had been beaten. Just after dinner, when she returned to her room to read a novel, she received a call from her elder sister Fang Qingyan. Lele, have you gone home yet? No, I'm still staying in the Kempinski Hotel. I just returned to my room after dinner. When Fang Qingyan heard that she had not returned home yet, she briefly told her about the situation in the capital, and also said that her father Fang Junong would take Fang Hongjun to the Fang family's old house in the capital tomorrow. Then, together with a person in charge of the Fang family in Beijing, they visited their uncle. I even told her what the final result would be. After Fang Jinglei finished listening, she asked, "How is Mom now?" "Mom is much better now. This matter is no longer under my control. You also know that when something like this happens between two families, it is nothing more than an exchange of interests. The result is just as I told you. I heard from my mother that this is roughly what my uncle meant. But we still have to see how our dad and his friends talk to our uncle when they arrive tomorrow." Fang Jinglei thought for a moment. Is Mom planning to stay in Beijing? She will definitely go to Beijing before school starts safely. Fang Qingyan smiled and said, "Yes, Mom will definitely not go back to Yunqing. Even if I go back, I should pack my luggage. My third sister and I will not be involved in those things tomorrow. We plan to return to Yunqing tomorrow. Can you pick us up?" Fang Jinglei responded, "Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Just send me the flight information." After hanging up the phone, Fang Jinglei felt the urge to go find Fang Pingan. But she would rather go find him after knowing the specific results, so that she can get closer to Fang Pingan. At least we have a chance to meet and talk. As long as she could ease the relationship with Fang Pingan, she didn't mind visiting him every day. Fang Hongjun is really a person with deep thoughts. Even more hateful is his own father, Fang Junhong. She still couldn't understand why her father could do such a thing. Everything must be justified, especially for a wealthy family like theirs. How could the right of inheritance be achieved by excluding their own sons? Unless they kill Fang Pingan directly, this matter cannot be justified in any way. Besides, Fang Pingan is not a waste. He is the top scholar in Yun province. If he can get such high scores in an ordinary middle school like number 38 middle school, doesn't that prove his excellence? You are already in your 50s. Do you still care so much about your childhood sweetheart? As the head of the Fang family in Yunqing, shouldn't you focus all your energy on your career? She had been thinking about it for days, but still couldn't understand it. As for Fang Hongjun, her opinion of him has completely changed since she found out that Fang Hongjun understood her life experience. This is a very scary person. Thinking back on the past decade or so, every detail made her shudder. Regardless of whether he was taught by his father or not, at least while he was enjoying the doting of his mother and a few others, he was discussing with his biological mother and father how to force Fang Pingan to death. If Fang Pingan hadn't suddenly exploded and severed ties with the Fang family, he would have faced even more severe suppression in the future. This is not something an ordinary child could come up with. But his father supports him so much. She now hated her past self even more, and even hated her elder sister Fang Qingyan and third sister Fang Zhijie. She hated Fang Zhijie's mindless rage, which was all directed at Fang Pingan. She hated her eldest sister for setting a very bad example as one of the pillars of the family. He is the president of Fang Group, but he listens to Fang Hongjun when it comes to family matters. I have no opinion of my own. I have read so many novels, and I am a screenwriter, but I have ignored so many details. She regretted it to death. Tomorrow, no, now I'll go find Fang Pingan. Can't wait any longer. No matter what the outcome in the capital is tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I'll go to see Pingan. Chapter 53. We are also victims. It was Lu Qing who opened the door. Looking at the beautiful woman standing outside the door, she recognized her immediately. This is the woman who came to the store a while ago and said she was Ping and second sister. "Pingan, someone is looking for you." Without waiting for Fang Jinglei to speak, she turned around and shouted, then turned back to Fang Jinglei and said, "Please come in." After saying that, he moved aside. Fang Jinglei quickly said, "No, Annie, I won't go in. I want to talk to Pingan about something important. Can you tell him we can talk outside?" Fang Pingan walked out of the room, wearing a pair of large shorts and a round-neck sweatshirt. When he saw it was her, his face immediately fell. "Second Miss Fang, are you going to force me to move?" Fang Jinglei looked embarrassed, which made Lu Qing slap Fang Pingan lightly. "How you talk like that? You have no manners at all. Miss Fang, please come in and talk." Fang Jinglei blushed and said, No, thank you. I still want to ask Pingan to come out and talk to him." She bowed slightly to Lu Qing in gratitude, and the other party said safely, "Pingan, I have no other way to contact you. It's not that I want to disturb you and your uncle and aunt." As they were talking, Chen Shui came out of the room to watch the fun. She was also wearing a pair of large shorts, the same round-neck sweatshirt, and holding a pen in her hand. I guess he was doing his homework and ran out when he heard the noise outside. After seeing Fang Jinglei, the little girl opened her eyes wide. What a beautiful sister. Fang Pingan looked back at her and scolded, "Go do your homework." Chen Shui made a face at him and turned back. Chen Xiaohua just stood up from the sofa without saying a word. Fang Pingan once told him everything he had experienced in the Fang family. Standing at the door of her house was the second daughter of the Fang family. Fang Pingan said coldly, "Don't come in. I'll just grab my phone and come out." He turned around and went back into the house to get his cell phone. Fang Jinglei smiled apologetically at Lu Qing and Chen Xiaohua, took 2 steps back, and stood outside the door. She couldn't help smiling bitterly in her heart. Once upon a time, her attitude towards the other party's safety was much worse than her current experience. She had never even been to Fang Pingan's room. The Fang family never allowed Fang Pingan to step onto the second floor of the Fang family villa. In the Fang family, he lived with servants and even felt a little inadequate. My father said that he wanted to temper him and polish away all the petty bourgeois flavor and habits in him. After hearing what she said, Lu Qing didn't feel comfortable inviting her in and could only stand at the door and wait. Soon, Fang Pingan came out. After changing a pair of shoes, he turned around and said to Lu Qing and Chen Xiaohua, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to be out for a while, and we'll be back soon." Fang Jinglei listened to him calling Dad and Mom easily and naturally, and the bitterness in her heart almost made her unable to hold back her tears. "It turns out that you don't want us anymore." He found another set of parents and doesn't want us anymore. He doesn't want either brothers or sisters or parents. That little girl must be his adoptive father's daughter. Such a cute and playful girl. Pingan must love her very much. Watching their communication, it was so natural. How enviable. After Fang Pingan went out, he closed the door and turned to go down the stairs. Fang Jinglei followed silently. After leaving the unit, Fang Pingan turned around and asked, "Miss Fang, this is the last time. If you come and harass my family again, I will call the police." Fang Jinglei held back her tears and bowed her head, saying, "I came here to tell you that Mom and elder sister went to the capital, and now the Zhao family has been to the Fang family. Dad will take Fang Hongjun to Zhao's house tomorrow." Fang Pingan had a blank expression on his face and said nothing after hearing this. Fang Jinglei was happy to see that he didn't get angry because of the address and continued, "My eldest sister called me just now and said that the best outcome would be for Fang Hongjun to go abroad with his mother, and the rest would be to give some compensation to Mom. She also knew that this would probably be the result." Fang Pingan asked calmly, "Does it have anything to do with me? Aren't you going to the capital to study? Mom is not going back to Yunqing. She said she would stay with you in the capital and take care of your daily life." Fang Pingan sneered and said, "Is that all? If you have nothing else, go back. I have no interest in the infighting within your Fang family. I really don't know what you were thinking. Do you think I would be happy? Or do you think that I will return to the Fang family because of this? Do you think I've been kidding you guys?" Fang Jinglei waved her hands in panic and explained, "No, it's not Pingan. That's not what I meant. I just want to thank you for telling me about Fang Hongjun's background. If it weren't for you, we would continue to be kept in the dark by him and Dad. Mom and elder sister also asked me to thank you." Actually not. Neither Zhao Wei nor Fang Qingyan said such a thing. Even Fang Jinglei herself hadn't thought of this sentence a few seconds ago. The sudden inspiration made her speak it out, as an effort to help ease the relationship between them and Fang Pingan. But Fang Pingan's next words made her feel cold all over again. "Don't thank me. I just want to make fun of your Fang family. Since you chose him that night, you brought all of this upon yourselves. I have 2 words for you and your whole family. You deserve it." Fang Pingan said this with a smile, and then looked up at the lights in his home. "It's all right, I'm going home." He turned around and was about to enter the unit. When Fang Jinglei heard those 2 words, she finally cried. "Pingan, are you really so cruel? Mom, like the rest of us, was kept in the dark by Dad and Fang Hongjun for 18 years. Is all this our fault? We are victims too, just like you." The voice was a little high with a crying tone. Fang Pingan stopped and walked several steps to the side. "From a certain perspective, you are also victims, and that makes sense. However, the ones who made you suffer are your father and Fang Hongjun. And the one who harmed me was your whole family, including your mother, your sister, your younger sister, and you. And I admitted it. I'm a victim. Can't I just admit it? Since I can't warm your hearts with all the methods I've tried, can't I just give up? I just started living a peaceful life, and you came to my house to harass me. What do you want from me? Will you be punished for sharing with me your biological father and his illegitimate child? I don't think so. You seem to be asking for credit from me. You want to express your gratitude and want me to empathize with Fang Hongjun like you do. Feel sorry. I can't do it. You and I are no longer family. I'm going home. Miss Fang, please go back and don't come here again. Next time I come here, I will call the police directly." Ignoring Fang Jinglei's tears and sobs, he turned and walked into the unit door, then turned around and said, "Fang Hongjun is in the hospital and will not go to the capital. If you want to visit him, just go directly to the hospital. Ask your father which hospital it is." Fang Pingan couldn't help but feel happy when he went up the stairs. This news should be enough for you to dig out more inside information. Unless you are really stupid. Chapter 54. My brother must have been very sad at that time. "Gone?" Chen Xiaohua asked as he looked at Fang Pingan, who was changing his shoes. What do you want to see me about?" Fang Pingan suddenly laughed. He walked to the sofa and sat down, telling her how the Fang sisters had found out about Fang Hongjuan's background and how they had gone to the capital to look for the Fang family's old house. Lu Qing and Chen Xiaohua were both shocked after hearing this. After a long while, Lu Qing finally asked. They should be regretting it now. Pingan, do you want to forgive them? Fang Pingan put away the smile on his face, thought for a moment, and then said, We have